Liao's face seemed to indicate that a venomous scorpion had stung his bottom. He jumped to his feet in astonishment. Rubbing his hands and brimming with curiosity, he asked, "Come on, Brother Gua. Tell me your story. You didn't know that all the time, did you?" Gua Chunfeng wiped his face hard and managed a smile that was even uglier than when he was crying. Holding the bucket, he said, "Of course I didn't, or I wouldn't be Abyss. I didn't know anything. Until a night 3 months ago. Before that night, I had always thought that I was a human cultivator named Gua Chunfeng. My past was simple and clear like the ink on a piece of paper, and my present was full of delight and satisfaction despite the troubles. If possible, I wished that my life went on just like that. I didn't need any change for my future. My name was Gua Chunfeng. My hometown was the Grand Desolate Plateau. My parents were both cultivators. When I was young, my hometown encountered a large-scale beast tide and was ruined. My parents and other family members all passed away in the fierce fight, but I lived on with the deepest hatred against the demon race. After moving to multiple places, I grew up and joined the Secret Sword Bureau, where I received the harshest training and carried out the most dangerous tasks. Eventually, I was promoted to the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau with the heads of thousands of demons. I didn't remember too much about my hometown and my parents. If I thought about it too hard, I would have a strong headache. I asked a lot of brain surgeons and meditation healers to examine me. They told me that it was because I was too traumatized in the beast tide and my brain automatically erased the terrible memories in case my soul was heavily wounded again. It was a perfectly normal phenomenon. Many war orphans that experienced beast tides had similar symptoms. Even many adults had short-time amnesia after the terrifying beast tides. I was good at the techniques of all 4 fields myself. I had a profound understanding about the development of the brain and the arts of meditation. I knew that the doctors and the meditation healers were not wrong. Such amnesia did not have satisfactory treatments. Also, it didn't really affect my life. Therefore, I didn't think too much of it but simply brought out the photos of my parents and myself when I was young and imagined a childhood based on the modeled memory pieces in my head to comfort myself. All in all, I didn't feel the slightest doubt about my identity as a human being before 3 months ago, and I hated the demon's guts. As the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division, I'd seen too much damage caused by the demons. For both the national interest and my personal grudge, I believed that the evil demons needed to be annihilated as a whole. If it weren't for the prudence in my nature which made me reject Lu Zue's offer out of habit, I perhaps would have joined the Patriots partnership too. But then, one night 3 months ago, the muscles on Gua Chunfeng's face were twisting. With a half-confused and half-horrified expression, he mumbled, "I clearly remember that it was several days after the assault on the capital city took place. The whole capital city was still in chaos, and the curfew was still in effect. The best forces of the police department and the military were stationed in the keynodes, while the operation squads of the Secret Sword Bureau were searching for the demons who were on the run or lurking citywide. That night, we discovered a heavily wounded demon king by scanning the demonic energy. After a fierce fight, we slew him successfully. I hadn't slept for days. After the fierce fight, I felt that I was fatigued and decided to rest for a while in the temporary command shuttle. It was supposed to be a nap, but I was stuck in an extremely weird state. It felt like my soul had been pumped away from my body, swallowed by a bottomless swamp, and trapped in a bizarre nightmare. In my trance, it felt both like a dream and reality. A life of more than 10 years suddenly expanded deep inside my soul. In the dream, I was no longer Gua Chunfeng, a human being born and raised on the Grand Desolate Plateau, but a young demon who grew up in a certain underground city in the Nether Spring Kingdom in the Blood Demon sector. I had a brand new name, Xianxia, and I had a new, hideous appearance. In the terrible world that was filled with the smell of sulfur, venomous gas, and demonic fungi and plants, I was cleansed by secret medicines all day long. I fought the demon beasts and learned the arts of all kinds of blades, demonic artifacts, and magical equipment. In this world, there were no companions in my eyes, only prey, enemies, and my father. Every time he showed up, he brought me more prey and enemies, which meant more rigorous training, more crazy battles, and more brutal suffering. You must have guessed it. In the dream, Elder Netherspring was the father of the young Yi Yuya. The dream seemed to only last one moment, yet it felt that it went on for more than 10 years. All in all, at the end of the dream, I swallowed a certain drug that was stinky and spicy. Then, I was smeared with ointments and secret medications before being sent into something resembling a cocoon. Before the last piece of shell was sealed, I saw that Elder Netherspring looked at me in a complicated expression. He said good night to me. Then, I was swallowed by the darkness, as if I'd died. Then, my dream ended. I leapt up from the abyss, only to feel that my head was aching, and I could not focus. I felt that I was both struggling before my death and had just revived from death. But deep inside my brain, a hideous face popped up, Elder Netherspring's. Grinning, he told me that, now that I was aware of my identity, I should be prepared. He would come to me in several days. By then, I would naturally learn the whole plan. Holding his head, Guo Chuanfeng's face was extremely pale, as if he were back to the horrid night again. After catching his breath, he struggled to continue. The dream and the conversation made my head turn blank. I wasn't back to myself until almost 20 minutes later. My first feeling was not that my real self had awoken, but that I, as Guo Chunfeng, was possessed by a guy named Yi Yuya. Liao nodded quickly in agreement. He had once been possessed by Oyezi, a master of refining from 40,000 years ago. He had experienced a weird, bizarre dream, too, which was perhaps more than 10 times longer than Guo Chuanfeng's. Therefore, Liao understood the feeling when one was just freed from the state very well. Guo Chunfeng went on. My hands groped around my body subconsciously, only to find the dead body of a bug that had been broken. Some bright blue mucus was flowing out of the bug. Then, after I sensed it more carefully, I discovered its mouthpart in the back of my head. It was obvious that the bug had injected something into my head. As the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division, I knew the form of every demonic bug. Even the most rarely seen demonic bug wouldn't escape my attention. Also, during urgent times when we are in the middle of an assault, a man in my place is very likely to be assassinated by the demons. Therefore, I established a spiritual shield and many alarm rune arrays when I was sleeping. I didn't sleep too tightly either. It should have been impossible for a minor demonic bug to approach me. But this very demonic bug pierced through my spiritual shield and injected something into my head without waking me up. Liao was deep in thought. Let's assume that the demonic bug was sent by Elder Netherspring. He could grasp your whereabouts easily through other children of the netherworld. The liquid that the bug injected into your head was likely to some activation drug that could turn you from the hibernation state to the awakened state. Is that so? Yes. Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. I got rid of all my subordinates and staggered to the underground district where I found a dump. I crouched for half a night and sorted through everything before I reached the same conclusion. So, I'm not Guo Chunfeng. The real Guo Chunfeng was killed decades ago. I'm merely a demon named Yi Yuya who substituted him. Everything I thought to be real was false and carefully planned by Elder Netherspring. I was disgusted, infuriated, and scared. I couldn't help but throw up on the garbage. After vomiting, I was caught in confusion. Elder Netherspring would come to be a few days later. What should I do? Liao's eyes moved. You didn't want to help him? Of course not. Guo Chunfeng shook his head quickly. For me, the life of the young demon Yi Yuya was just a dream. Real as it felt, could it be any realer than my own life in the previous few decades? Yes, maybe everything in my life was false. My identity was false, my appearance was false, my ethnicity was false, and even my accomplishments and position were perhaps facilitated by Elder Netherspring, too. Even if everything was false, at the very least, my wife and my daughter are real. Elder Netherspring is my father. So what? Yao Li is still my wife, and Guo Xiaohe is still my daughter. Liao slapped his thigh. Well said. Guo Chunfeng smiled bitterly. A good speech doesn't mean a damn thing. Now, Elder Netherspring had the greatest secret of mine in his hands. If my real identity was revealed, not only would my own reputation be tarnished, my wife and my daughter would be burdened. 2. What should I do? If I refused to cooperate with Elder Netherspring, he definitely would not hesitate to do such things. He didn't need to kill me. Just dealing my wife and my daughter would be enough. Moreover, for some reason, ever since I heard his words in my head, I had an untamable urge to obey him. After pondering for a moment, Liao said, "Can we assume that Elder Netherspring had a certain secret art that would make other people obey him unconditionally? Of course, based on the information we know, he was perhaps already good at it. But decades ago, in the early phase, the secret technique was still immature. It couldn't be performed on anybody but could only work on the blood relatives, preferably children, right? It is quite easy to understand. Parents are natural authorities to their children. All the secret art needs to do is to build up the authority. That must have been the reason he chose his son as Abyss." Guichunfeng nodded. "I thought so, too, but even though I knew that it was a certain technique, I was not able to resist it. It was like a barrier that had been etched deep into my soul and a natural-born instinct. I couldn't get rid of it at all. In the few days that followed, I remained in a trance. As soon as I fell asleep, or so much as I closed my eyes for a while, the dream and Elder Netherspring's voice would visit me again. I felt that I was cut in half by the truth, one piece being a human being and the other being a demon, and then stitched together. But I didn't want my wife and my daughter to be hurt whether I was a human being or a demon. Nor did I want to see the homeland that I've lived in for decades to be ruined. However, how would I be able to deal with everything all by myself? Then, as the dreams haunted me time and time again, something deep in my soul was gradually awakened. I began to consider the stance of the demon race. I started to feel that, on the blood demon sector side, it wasn't a huge mistake to attack the Heaven's Origin sector. I also felt that, now that Elder Netherspring was irresistible, I might as well cooperate with him in order to save my wife and my daughter. It was truly a shameless thought, but what other choices did I have? I was living in fear all day, like a rabbit being hunted by a hound. I hated both myself and Elder Netherspring. I even wanted to die together with Elder Netherspring when he came to me. But before my death, I wanted to meet my wife and my daughter again, although I didn't know how I should face them. I felt the same predicament as the soldiers who have returned to the Federation today, only 100 times more intense. Because they have the courage to stand in front of everybody without guilt. But I was clandestine. "So, you didn't meet your wife and your daughter in the end?" Liao observed. "No," Guichunfeng smiled and said, "I went back secretly. I looked at them from afar, from the outside my daughter's school and my wife's company. I even took their photos." Liao was silent and did not know what to say. Guichunfeng suddenly sighed in great relief. "I had no idea what the outcome would have been if Elder Netherspring did visit me. Would I have been capable enough of dying together with him? Or would my identity as a demon be fully awakened under his control, making me the real Abyss? Can't say. I really can't say. All in all, after being caught in such a dilemma and living in devastation for several days, I suddenly felt that the barrier, or the shackle, in my brain was loosened without a good reason. Let's put it this way. It was like my neck was tied by a rope brutally. My head was dizzy, and I was almost suffocated. But then, the guy who was dragging the rope died or passed out. So, the rope was loosened even though it was not yet broken. Liao thought quickly and immediately realized what happened. I got it now. Seeing that the Eye of Blood Demon was destroyed and that Jin Tui was too powerful to deal with, Elder Netherspring activated the backup plan and fled to the Heaven's Origin sector for his last attempt. In his backup plan, you, as Abyss, were naturally the most important person. Therefore, he asked a certain child of the Netherworld to release the long-prepared activation beetle in advance. The child of the Netherworld was probably unaware what the beetle was for. He was only instructed by Elder Netherspring to release the bug at a certain time in a certain location. That's all. Then, you were activated by the bug, and Elder Netherspring escaped to the Heaven's Origin sector. If everything went smoothly, He would join you in a couple of days and manipulate the children of the netherworld who were lurking in all trades to perform a counterattack. As expected of Elder Nether Spring. Although not as good as Jean Tui's scheme, his spore stratagem, which he prepared for decades, was not so easy to be crushed after all. There were such dangerous backup plans. However, it was beyond Elder Nether Spring's expectations that the Patriots' partnership, which was 100 times more sordid than the children of the netherworld, was waiting for him in the Heaven's Origin sector. Soon after he arrived in the New World, he was captured by them. The moment when you felt the barrier in your soul being loosened was perhaps the moment when Elder Nether Spring was heavily wounded by the Patriots' partnership and imprisoned. Gua Chunfeng smiled and drank a mouthful of water before continuing. Yes, in retrospect that should have been the case. But how could I know it at that time? I only knew that I was Abyss and that Elder Nether Spring informed me of his imminent visit. The guy also had a dangerous plan that required my cooperation. But I waited, and nobody showed up. On one hand, I was secretly relieved. I wished that he would never show up so that I could live peacefully with my family under Gua Chunfeng's identity. But on the other hand, I clearly knew that it was definitely impossible. Elder Nether Spring might be caught in some trouble, but it was unlikely that he was wiped out. Therefore, I also wished that he could jump out soon, so that we could settle everything once and for all. After more than 1 month of suffering, however, I heard the news about Blood Devil Liao from Lu Zue. I was also told that Blood Devil Liao had conspired with the giants including Elder Nether Spring, and was likely to implement a great scheme leading a batch of spies of the demon race named the Children of the Netherworld. Liao could not help but laugh. Lu Zue was quite unlucky. It would have been an immaculate lie if he hadn't run into the party involved. Gua Chunfeng also laughed. Exactly. Although I was confused at that time, I vaguely felt that something was not right. The Children of the Netherworld were clearly the underdeveloped version of Abyss. By logic, as Abyss, I should be the one responsible for all the children of the Netherworld. It seemed highly unlikely that Elder Nether Spring would entrust such an important task to an outsider. So what was Blood Devil Liao all about? Then again, I knew too little information at that time to infer the whole thing. I thought that you were truly Elder Nether Spring's chess piece. Therefore, I tried my best to capture you in order to elicit more secrets from you, including Elder Nether Spring's whereabouts. Liao nodded and remarked, "That explains a lot. No wonder Brother Guo worked so hard at that time. I was almost captured by you many times." Gua Chunfeng smiled. "Are you complimenting me or bragging about yourself?" "All in all, I failed to capture you despite my efforts." Then the speaker was attacked, and the incident in the Federal Square took place. After that, Lu Zue publicized the Children of the Netherworld to the leadership of the Cultivators. He even told me about Abyss. His theory was probably flawless and self-consistent for those who didn't know the truth, but in my eyes, it was full of loopholes. The more critical question was, if nothing happened to Elder Nether Spring, and he had been planning everything behind the curtain, why didn't he come to me, and why did he loosen control over me? If something happened to him that made him unable to come to me, it would have been impossible for him to plan the accident in the Federal Square without me, the key person. Besides, Elder Nether Spring had been working on his plan for decades. He had camouflaged his blood son decades ago and sent him to the Heaven's Origin sector for nothing more than stealing Burning Prairie, the alleged strongest warship of the 3 sectors. How could Elder Nether Spring have known the existence of Burning Prairie decades ago? Liao nodded in agreement. "You do have a point. It doesn't make sense. I wasn't suspicious about Lu Zue until that moment," Gua Chunfeng said. "Then, I changed my opinion about you and believed that you might have been wronged. Just another chess piece in Lu Zue's game. However, as you said, it was extremely difficult to investigate Lu Zue. He had been working in the secret front line for 200 years. His expertise in every regard was far better than mine. He would definitely see something wrong if I displayed any anomalies. If I didn't have any weaknesses, I might have made up my mind to confront him. But I had a great secret that could not be revealed. If I challenged him, he would likely find out my secret. How could my wife and my daughter live in society then? Hehe. I hadn't freed myself from Elder Nether Spring's trouble yet, but I was caught in a new dilemma. At that time, I felt that my head was bloated to 10 times its normal size, and I simply didn't know what to do. It was not until I saw my daughter soaked in the medical cabin, wounded and in pain, that my messy thoughts were burnt to the ground by my infinite fury. At that moment, I finally made up my mind that, whether it was Elder Nether Spring or Lu Zue, I would not let them go for reducing my daughter to such a condition. Even if my reputation was shattered and I died without a burial, I would make them pay the price. When he talked about his daughter's injury in the explosions in the Federal Square, Guo Chunfeng was seething with rage. Even Li Yao found it overwhelming and leaned back. Guo Chunfeng took a long breath and calmed himself down. After that, I began to investigate Lu Zue in secret. But one day after the investigation began, I had a weird, absent-minded feeling. I seemed to know that Elder Nether Spring was already dead. It was truly a mysterious feeling. An electrical current seemed to crawl into my brain with enormous information, making me see and hear more truths in a trance. A father and a son are always deeply bonded by blood, Li Yao remarked. Also, Elder Nether Spring had practiced secret arts. It's not entirely impossible that he sent one of his telepathic thoughts thousands of kilometers away into your head through a certain technique. Guo Chunfeng nodded. That might be the case. The rest is history. It's because I knew everything in advance that I confirmed your innocence and fully cooperated with you. As for the head-on confrontation with Lu Zue in the end at the risk of my own life, young brother, do you believe it? When I made the decision, I never thought of the Federation, the motherland, the compatriots, or anything as such. I didn't do it for you or to save the Federation. I went to deal with Lu Zue on Hidden Star for a single reason: revenge. It was partly meant to avenge my father and partly to avenge my daughter, whom he almost killed. His crimes were unpardonable. As a son and a father, I would drag him to the hell together with me if I must die. Li Yao was dazed by his answer for a long time. Then he laughed. Holding his belly, he burst into laughter under the sunlight. Guo Chunfeng looked at him in confusion. Young brother, what are you laughing for? Li Yao laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. I'm laughing at the Patriots' partnership. Lu Zue and his Patriots' partnership were born in hatred, believed in the strength of hatred, and achieved their purposes by instigating people's hatred. But in the end, such an organization was destroyed by hatred, too. The bloody hatred of a son and a father. Guo Chunfeng was dazed for a moment, too. Then, the warmest smile beamed out of his face. About Elder Nether Spring? Li Yao hesitated for a moment but still asked, do you still hate him? Of course. Why wouldn't I? He ruined my life. Even though he is gone now, I am destined to carry the shadow on my back and walk on until I die. Guo Chunfeng replied resolutely in anger. Even in the young demon Yi Yuya's memories, Elder Nether Spring, as his father, was an out-and-out fiend. A child less than 10 years old had to receive training 100 times crueler than that of adult warriors under the oppression of the fiend. I would shake and sweat if I recalled the misery right now. After pausing for a moment, he went on. However, Guo Chunfeng lay on the giant rock again with his hands as the pillow. Looking at the blue sky, he could not help but put on the smile of an innocent child. In the young demon Yi Yuya's memories, other than the hellish suffering, there was also crayfish fishing. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. What's crayfish fishing? There isn't any sand bamboo worm in the cold spring where we picked up the water just now. I lied to you. But in the place where the young demon Yi Yuya grew up, many sand bamboo worms could be found near the underground cold springs. Guo Chunfeng explained. They were the most sweet and fresh food. The sand bamboo worms taste delicious when they are mixed with fiddle ferns, and they taste even better if they are taken together with the oil of certain demon beasts. The most incredible thing is that the sand bamboo worms can be used as bait to fish the silver-striped crayfish, which is a specialty of the Nether Spring Kingdom. It is the most mouth-watering food that I can imagine. In the young demon Yi Yuya's memories, there were several times, mostly when Elder Nether Spring won the wars outside and his son had made satisfactory progress in his training, that he would bring his son to the underground water area and fish the crayfish. At first, they would find a cold spring where the sand bamboo worms gathered. Like we did just now, they would crouch next to the spring, hold their breath, and grope carefully. They could not resort to their demonic energy and had to pick up the sand bamboo worms with the tiniest movements of muscles and tentacles. Half of the sand bamboo worms would be mixed with the water from the cold spring, the underground fungi, and the spices which would satisfy their stomachs for the time being. Then they would pin the other half of the sand bamboo worms into hooks before going to the rivers or swamps. He got a big stool and I got a small one. Holding our breath and waiting patiently, we could fish up 2 buckets of the silver-striped crayfish in only half a day. Soaked in the fresh blood of demon beasts along with spices, the crayfish would be ready to be cooked. Elder Netherspring was an expert at cooking crayfish. When the crayfish were out of the pot, all the demon beasts in the caves nearby would be attracted over. We would slay the fat and delicious ones among them and make them into another dish. Very soon we would be enjoying ourselves in the dark underground. I often competed with him about who ate faster and whose crayfish shells were more intact and without any meat residue. He won most of the games. Occasionally, when I won, I almost bit my fingers off. Liao noticed that, at first, Guo Chunfeng was talking about the memories of the young demon Yi Yuya. But as he got more excited, he started to use first-person pronouns. Of course, Liao did not point it out. Sitting aside and listening to Guo Chunfeng, he remembered the good old times when he lived with his foster-faster in the magical equipment graveyard more than 10 years ago. Soon, Guo Chunfeng finished the whole story and sipped the cold water. The 2 buckets of water had almost been drunk up by him alone now. Liao smiled. It appears that we'll have to go back and refill the buckets now. The girls must be complaining about what's taking us so long. Guo Chunfeng was dazed for a moment. You have learned everything now. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Liao blinked and said, Thank Brother Guo for telling me all this, of course. In fact, you and I are both clear that I don't have any evidence. It was quite a mess when the Patriots' partnership was crushed. Elder Netherspring's body was destroyed in the chaos. Besides, your appearance has been changed through the secret techniques. I'm afraid that even a paternity test is unavailable now. No one can force you to say that if you don't want to. Nobody can confirm your relationship with Elder Netherspring, either. Yes, Guo Chunfeng said after a long sigh. You would have got nothing from me if I made up my mind not to say anything. However, I'm really tired after carrying such heavy burdens walking to far. I want to put these things down and take a good rest. Moreover, he suddenly raised his voice, I didn't do anything wrong. I can't decide who my father is. Why can't I say it? Cultivators must cultivate truth. Elder Netherspring is truly my father. It is a fact that nobody can change. If I don't have the courage to face the truth, do I deserve to be called a cultivator? Well said. With mixed feelings, Liao suddenly rose up and bowed to Guo Chunfeng. He said earnestly, Thank you, Brother Guo, for not attacking just now and for trusting me and telling me everything without reserve. Looking at his face, Guo Chunfeng observed, It seems that you don't want to kill me now? I never intended to kill you in the first place. I merely wanted to solve the puzzle. You know it too, Brother Guo. We are the same type of person. People of our kind always want to figure out every detail when they are faced with such a delicate, marvelous scheme. Their heart will itch at night if they leave one puzzle unanswered. I got it. Thank you too, Liao. You are a good man and a true cultivator. Rest assured. I know what to do. When the thing is completely over, I'll find an appropriate opportunity to resign as the director of the Secret Sword Bureau. Liao was dazed. Scratching his head, he said, I didn't mean any of that. Aren't you doing a wonderful job as the director? Why would you resign? Guo Chunfeng was dazed, too. Are you not troubled seeing me working in such an important position when you know my real identity? Aren't scared that I'm lying? Liao scratched his head even harder. You've told me your relationship with Elder Netherspring. What can you possibly be lying about? Maybe, Guo Chunfeng said. I concealed some facts from you that are of paramount importance. Liao thought hard for a moment and figured it out. He sat down again and extended his 2 fingers. I've got it. Even if everything Brother Gua said just now is true, there are still 2 possibilities regarding Elder Netherspring's death. Firstly, although Elder Netherspring is dead now, he was visionary enough to prepare another top confidential plan, say the upgraded version of the Spore stratagem, which he sent into the head of his successor, or the tool of his choosing through the surging brainwaves at his death. In such a case, his death is just part of the whole plan. Even if he died, he was still considering his son as a tool that would carry on the Spore stratagem. Secondly, there's no more upgraded version of the Spore stratagem. Or maybe, even if there was, Elder Netherspring abandoned it in the end. At the last moment of his life, he was no longer an ambitious schemer, a man who dreamed to rule all the 3 sectors, or an insane spreader of the demon god virus. He was just a father. Maybe, for Elder Netherspring, he considered the young Yi Yuya a tool for 99% of the time to realize his ambitions. However, on the brink of death, when the fire of his life was about to perish, after all his ambitions and schemes were smashed into pieces, he finally remembered that Yi Yuya was not just a tool but also his son. I can vaguely recall that I saw a casual smile on Elder Netherspring's face at the last moment of his life. Before, I thought that it was my imagination or that Elder Netherspring had yet another scheme. But it is also possible that the smile wasn't my imagination nor the sign of a scheme. It was perhaps only because Elder Netherspring remembered the days when he fished crayfish with his son decades ago. He chose to die because he wanted his son to survive, either in the appearance of a demon or under the identity of a human being. It didn't really matter as long as he survived. Gua Chunfeng finally burst into tears. He asked, "Did he smile? Did he really smile in the end?" At a loss, Liao stammered, "Brother Gua, you are a giant of the Star Glory Federation right now, and you are decades older than me. How am I supposed to comfort you? I'm fine. I'm fine." Gua Chunfeng took a deep breath and managed to control his emotions. He smiled, somewhat embarrassed. Neither of the 2 possibilities is supported by any evidence. Their odds are 50-50. Do you not think that I am a great hidden problem under such circumstances? Are you not worried that I've accepted Elder Netherspring's last will and plan to activate the new Spore stratagem one day in the future? Because somebody might cause harm to us in the future, we must kill them in advance before they do? Liao opened his hands and said, "That's what Lu Zue and the Patriots Partnership think. But for me, I'm not capable of time travel, and I cannot see through the future. What I can influence is just the present. The future is fickle, with all kinds of possibilities and infinite wonders. I cannot exterminate the present because one of the possibilities is bad, because when I am exterminating the present, I will also be exterminating all the possibilities of the future that are marvelous. In a word, the Star Glory Federation is ruled by law. As a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector, I must abide by the constitution of cultivators. 2. I must train myself and slay evil according to the law. I don't know what you are guilty of by being Elder Netherspring's son, or your name is Abyss. Besides, everything is just a casual conversation between you and me, not a verbal confession taken by the police. Even if it was a verbal confession, our law has clearly stated that, without direct proof, verbal confession alone is not enough to convict anybody. Is it possible that the upgraded version of the Spore stratagem exists? Of course it is. Maybe I'll look for the evidence that it exists slowly. However, until I discover evidence that you've committed a crime, what makes me qualified to judge you? Such an idea might be idiotic and short-sighted. Somebody may even call it petty kindness. But it can't be helped. This is my belief as I enter the nascent soul stage. Even if the galaxy turns into a waterfall and pours into my skull, it will not be shaken. Gua Chunfeng was greatly touched. After observing Liao carefully for a long time, he finally took a long breath in relief and smiled. I understand now, young brother. The belief that you have decided on is quite impressive. All right, we've dawdled long enough. They must be impatient now. Let's go back now. Wiping off the dust on his clothes, Gua Chunfeng leapt up a new man. He seemed to be reborn. relaxed from inside to outside. Although he still looked like a slob, he did give out the feeling of a handsome man who did not pay attention to his appearance. One could not help but imagine what a charming middle-aged man he might have been if he attended to himself well. The two of them went back to the cave and refilled the 2 buckets. Talking and laughing, they turned around and left. Young brother, in fact, there is a question that has been bothering, too. It might be inappropriate for me to ask. Guo Chunfeng hesitated for a moment but smiled. Make no mistake. I mean no harm. I am just curious. It's our occupational disease. You must understand it. You are free to ask, Brother Guo, Liao said. I can always choose not to answer it. Guo Chunfeng smiled and said slowly, everybody knows that it was just a show when you executed the blood devil in Parliament in front of the faces of thousands of representatives, leaders, and experts. You were merely trying to clean the suspicion about you. In fact, the real blood devil was already executed by you on your way to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. You were not controlled by the blood devil from the beginning to the end. Yes, that was what everybody believed, but the truth cannot be verified. The investigation was concluded hastily in the end. However, I have a different opinion. My natural instinct tells me that you have never executed the blood devil. The thing now still resides in your body and is already part of your soul, right? Hehe. You don't have to say anything if it is not easy for you to answer. After all, as long as you don't admit it yourself, nobody can accuse you of being the blood devil, just like nobody can accuse me of being Abyss if I don't admit it myself. Liao was slightly dazed for a moment. Scratching his head, he discovered that the situation had been reversed. His role and Guo Chunfeng's had been swapped. The mental devil crawled out of his brain again and shrieked, "Wow! We've been seen through. Kill him now." The mental devil right now, far from being reduced to smithereens, was even fatter and more energetic than before. There was even a halo around it. It was much more than elegant. It was even giving an unearthly feeling. However, the evilness that was blinking every once in a while in its eyes revealed its dark nature. It was obvious that, as Liao advanced, the mental devil, as part of his soul, advanced too. Liao triggered a telepathic thought and summoned lightning inside his brain. The mental devil was shrieking under the electricity. How foul of you! I helped you so much in the Parliament building and cooperated with your excellent show. Is this how you treat your good brother who fought by your side? Excellent show? That was the worst show I've ever seen. The storm inside Liao's brain concentrated into a giant foot and kicked the guy into the depths of the sulcus. Get lost. Don't steal my thunder. And don't show up until I call you. Calming himself down, Liao walked forward. Deep in thought, he said, Brother Guo, did you know? When I was chased by the Secret Sword Bureau, I was considering 2 questions. Firstly, how could I prove that I was not possessed by the blood devil? And what was the difference between me and the blood devil Yan Shibei? I slew the blood devil Yan Shibei myself. So, wasn't it only reasonable that the Secret Sword Bureau and other cultivators wanted to slay me? Sure. What then? Guo Chunfeng thought hard, too. He found that the 2 questions were indeed tricky in Liao's situation. I couldn't figure out the answers to the questions at all. At the darkest moment, I even thought of the word karma. The blood devil Yan Shibei told me before his death that he was not possessed by the blood devil at all, and that I would regret it if I killed him just like that. Was he speaking the truth? Was the karma for killing him finally happening to me? Liao clenched his fists hard. But in the end, I thought through the questions. The first question does not need an answer. Why did I have to prove that I was not possessed by the blood devil? It was the responsibility of the guys who were chasing after me to prove that I was possessed by the blood devil. Otherwise, it would be like in Parliament, where thousands of big shots were all likely to be possessed by the blood devil yet couldn't prove their innocence. It became a farce in the end, didn't it? It's like asking a random citizen to prove that they did not commit murder at a certain night 3 years ago. Who could remember the things that happened 3 years ago clearly? If it wasn't a special occasion, they wouldn't be able to provide an alibi at all. If the policemen and the judges solved and ruled cases like that, wouldn't our society be in chaos? Guo pondered for a moment and said, "You are talking about the presumption of guilt and the presumption of innocence." "Exactly." Liao nodded. "It occurred to me that I was not obliged to prove that I was not possessed by the blood devil at all. Whoever claimed that I was, please offer undeniable proof. I shouldn't be convicted just based on a video clip I left a year ago. Should I?" "No, you shouldn't." Guo considered carefully and agreed. "As for the second question, the answer was apparent," Liao said carefully. "Even if I was indeed possessed by the Blood Devil Liao and Blood Devil Yen Shibei were still different creatures. Why did I kill Yen Shibei on Iron Plateau? Because he was possessed by the Bloodstripe virus and turned into a Blood Devil? No. I killed him because he joined the Temple of Immortals, murdered the chief of the Burning Sun tribe, kidnapped the college students of the Flying Star sector, and tried to raise a civil war between Iron Plateau and the space residents. He had already killed thousands of innocent people in the process, and the blood of millions more would have been shed for nothing after the war began. It was because of his past wrongdoings and what he was about to do in the future that I killed him. It had nothing to do with whether or not he was the Blood Devil at all. Let's assume that the Bloodstripe virus did not exist and Yen Shibei was still the pure Chi trainer Yen Shibei. If he planned the whole thing of his own free will and got so many people killed, would I have not killed him? Of course I would have. I would have killed him, regardless of whether he was a Chi trainer, a cultivator, an immortal cultivator, or a blood devil. Let's make another hypothesis. Yen Shibei was truly possessed by the Bloodstripe virus and turned into a blood devil, but he did nothing wrong. He was a kind blood devil, a righteous blood devil, and an honest blood devil, one who would help a grandma cross the street. His mental devil popped up again. "Who's talking about me? Get out of here." Liao snapped away the mental devil again and continued talking to Guo. "Then, would we have any reason to kill him? If he was lawful, dutiful, and peaceful, even if he produced the apocalyptic body in secret and transformed himself into a half-human half-insect monster, I would believe that it was just his personal hobby which was perhaps due to his unique aesthetic view. Why would I bother to kill him? The most I would do is ask him to see a therapist. My conclusion is that I didn't kill Yen Shibei for his identity. I killed him not because he was the blood devil or a bad guy but because of the wrongdoings he had committed. It is the principle of impersonality. Then, even if I am truly possessed by the blood devil and have turned into blood devil Liao, just like you who are abyss, which law have I broken? On what grounds are other people eradicating me? Yes, I am possessed by the blood demon because I like it and I enjoy myself by doing so. What's wrong with that? I didn't cause harm to anybody, and I didn't do anything illegal. Can't I just domesticate a blood devil as a pet in my brain? If the blood devil really does something bad one day, he should be punished by law. Abyss Guo will also be punished by law mercilessly if he does something wrong in the future. 2. That's the whole significance of the Constitution of Cultivators. But until then, until our illegal activities are proven, who is qualified to decide what we should do and what we should not? Just because we are abyss or a blood devil, and we are potential threats, must we be eradicated in advance? I would argue that every man on the street has a dangerous weapon in their pants that can cause serious harm to a woman at any minute. What should you do with them? Castrate all of them? Guo burst into laughter. That's an interesting way of talking, young brother. A little bashful, Liao smiled. Scratching his messy hair, he said, I got a bit too excited, Brother Guo. Speaking of which, I would like to say something else. I'm told that some people in Parliament are proposing to define the Patriots Partnership as an espionage organization working for the Imperium of true human beings. The major suspects, such as Lu Zue, on the other hand, would be the immortal cultivators who have been bewildered by the Imperium of true human beings. Yes, such an attempt can pacify people for now and unite them under a common foe. The federal government wouldn't be such a disappointment. But for me, I strongly object to such a theory. Such a theory seems to indicate that all the bad things ever are exclusively done by the demons, the blood devil, abyss, or the immortal cultivators. Even if some cultivators committed crimes, it's because they were corrupted by the bad guys. Most of the cultivators intrinsically are pure, innocent, and righteous. But is that the truth? Why do we never dare to admit that, without the bewilderment and corruption of foreign forces, we, cultivators and ordinary people, have a natural-born abyss in our heart, in which one, or even more, blood devil is residing? We don't need the corruption of the demons and devils. We can be very, very bad by ourselves. Even if Lu Zue is really an immortal cultivator, he is definitely not an immortal cultivator from the Imperium of true human beings, but a local immortal cultivator, born and raised in the Star Glory Federation. Moreover, he almost successfully transformed the Star Glory Federation into a country of the immortal cultivators, a smaller imperium of true human beings that is willing to achieve its purposes without boundary. Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath and mumbled, "I understand what you mean now. Over the past few months, I've been troubled by my identity as Abyss. I was even scared that Elder Netherspring had implanted other barriers or traps inside my head that would be activated when the time was right and turn me into some evil being. However, you do have a point. Lu Zue is neither Abyss nor the Blood Devil. There is no evidence indicating that he has been bewildered by the Imperium of true human beings. He has always been a pure cultivator, but after one wrong step, he became insane to such an extent that he nearly caused a catastrophe to all three sectors. If so, why should I be troubled by my identity? Is there anything bad that can only be done by Abyss and the Blood Devil but not general cultivators? I think that identity doesn't matter at all. As long as you deserve yourself, it will be enough. As for the other things, that's not our business." Liao laughed. Exactly. Perhaps, when the news that Lu Zue was not an agent of the Imperium of true human beings is out, more people will be disappointed, and more people will be suspicious about the federal government and the cultivators. There might even be a riot among the public, but I always believe that it is better than pacifying people with a lie. A lie requires more lies as camouflage, just like Lu Zue's minor plot required more plots and killing to mend the loopholes. I believe that everybody in the Star Glory Federation, both the cultivators and the ordinary people, will have the courage to face their heart eventually, and when they discover the dark side of their heart, they will also discover more brightness. You're right. You're right. I should point it out in Parliament. Without solid evidence, we should not accuse Lu Zue of being the Imperium of true human beings spy because we want him to be. Otherwise, is there any real difference between us and Lu Zue? The two of them kept walking forward. There was no telling what Guo Chunfeng thought of, but he suddenly burst into laughter. With a smile, Liao asked, "Brother Guo, what are you laughing for?" "I just thought of an ironic thing." Guo Chunfeng laughed so hard that he was wiping his tears. Intermittently, he went on. "The Star Glory Federation considers itself the guardian of humanity. But at the critical moment, it is an Abyss and a Blood Devil who saved the situation. Isn't it hilarious?" Liao was dazed for a moment. "Brother Guo, you can look at it from a different perspective. The Star Glory Federation is such a country that even Abyss and the Blood Devil are willing to fight and be sacrificed for her. This is the source of strength for our country, and it is also the only reliance we can count on to compete with the Imperium of true human beings. In the 100 years to come, we will certainly walk out of the desolate land and the edge of the cosmos, marching to the depths of the sea of stars that are much more brilliant. We will certainly encounter all kinds of weird species and their brilliant civilizations. After 10,000 years of separation, perhaps, even the civilizations of other human beings might look vastly different from ours. It is impossible for the Federation to absorb all those civilizations with slaughter and conquest. Even if they are truly conquered, we would not be able to digest them in only several decades. I think that, if we are living in a federation that even Abyss and the Blood Devil are willing to fight for, we might be able to unite all the civilizations in a different way and compete with the unparalleled Imperium of true human beings at the center of the universe together. Mightn't we? Guo Chunfeng thought for a moment. Then, with an even brighter smile, he roared to the sky to express the delight in his heart. His roar was echoed by another roar at the bottom of the mountain. It was Ding Lingdang who was shouting, "Liao, where are you?" Ding Lingdang's shout was followed by a much weaker voice. "Dad, Dad, I caught 2 fish. Two very beautiful fish. Liao and Guichunfeng looked at each other, both amused. Young brother, thank you. I truly can't thank you enough, Guichunfeng said sincerely. For what now? Liao scratched his head. For not letting the war take place. Guichunfeng's eyes pierced through the shadows of the tree. He seemed to see two vivid people jumping vigorously on the mountain path. His eyes full of affection, he said, Did you know? When the Federation was seething with fury, and the Federal Army was enlisting, my daughter almost joined the army because her natural talent could boost the morale. If she really joined the army, and the war between the two sectors broke out, it would have been impossible for her to stay out of it. She was bound to be involved in the cruel warfare. There could only be two outcomes to the war. Either the war did not go on as smoothly as we thought, in which case the Federal Army and the coalition army of demons would maul each other on the barren land of the Star Glory Federation. The young people would be like ants passing through a river, swallowed by the torrent and consumed mercilessly. My daughter wouldn't have been an exception. She would have died on the battlefield, torn into shreds by demon beasts, perhaps not even leaving her bones. That would have been one of the luckier deaths. In worse scenarios, she might have been captured and tormented before she died. Or, if the war did go well, she might not have been killed, but she would have been forged into an iron-made, cold-hearted warrior in the terrible furnace that is called war. She might have twisted the necks of dozens of demons without batting an eye and plucked their hearts and livers out of their stomachs. When needed to, she would also have burned entire villages to the ground without hesitation and killed all the demons old and young, including the infants who were alike to the human babies. Believe me, I've worked in the Secret Sword Bureau for too many years, and I've seen too many cultivators. They were all ignorant and naive when they first joined. They had no idea what slaying evil actually meant and thought that it was as cool as shown in the movies. However, after being baptized in the fires of war for several years, all of them, both men and women, will be what I just described. They will be like double-edged sabers that frighten both their enemies and their companions. Sometimes, when I couldn't sleep at night, I even thought, even if we won the war in the end and turned all the demons into slaves, what then? If the slaves were sent to the Flying Star sector for mining, a lot of guards and soldiers would be dispatched to supervise them. Would my daughter be one of them? After staying for several years on the dark, cold planet in a foreign world, would my daughter become a monster who waved a thorny whip and wouldn't stop until the last value of a demon slave had been exploited? Would she become a fiend for all the demon slaves and even their young kids? Would she be so used to having conversations through sabers and whips after staying for too long on the foreign planet that she couldn't adapt to the normal society at all? You see, it would have been a dark future even if we won the war unstoppably. That is not a victory that I desire. Liao scratched his head and said, You are overthinking it, Brother Gua. With your high position, it is highly unlikely that your daughter would be assigned to such posts. With mixed feelings, Guichunfeng said, Yes, my daughter might not have been sent, but the sons and daughters of others would have been. Maybe, the children of the folk who have absolutely no power would have been sent to the resource planets light years away and transformed from innocent, carefree teenagers into ruthless, cold-hearted, perverted fiends under the most glorious, most righteous slogan. Liao was silent and did not know what he should say. Human beings are all selfish. Guichunfeng continued. We always talk big. Slay evil, defend humanity, fight and clear all the obstacles in our way. We can talk for all eternity without repeating. Joining the Federal Army and protecting our homeland is the most noble duty for every citizen. Even a 3-year-old knows that. However, when it comes to real action, I simply can't bear to send my own daughter to the battlefield and watch her turning into what I have described. I hope that she can always be as she is right now. It doesn't matter even if she is simple or even stupid. As long as she lives on in peace and without worries, it is all that I want. That's why I must thank you, Liao. You prevented such a dreadful future from becoming the reality. Yes, in 100 years we will be faced with the gravest threat in history, but at the very least, in the 100 years to come, my daughter will live in a world without wars, where she can comfortably study, fall in love with someone, pursue her dreams, get married, and have children of her own. The iron and blood will not fall upon her until the most beautiful golden years of her life have passed, and she has tasted all the happiness in the world. Shouldn't I, as her father, thank you for giving her the opportunity? Liao scratched his head hard. He was not a father yet, and he did not know what the feeling was exactly. At this moment, Ding Lingdang and Guoxiaohe both ran up to them. Guoxiaohe was wet from head to toe. Even her hair was stuck to her face, but she was waving two small fish proudly. The fish were emanating golden colors under the sun, as if she had grabbed two beams of sunlight in her hands. Dad! Look! Dad! Look! Guo Chunfeng embraced Guoxiaohe. Liao picked up Ding Lingdang's hand and walked ahead. Looking at his smiling face, Ding Lingdang found it odd. You were just picking some water. What are you so happy about? Nothing particular. Narrowing his eyes, Liao stared at the red sun above the endless ridges and trees and said with a smile, I just feel that, if even such an insane, unpardonable guy like Elder Nether Spring still had a shining part in the deepest part of his soul, is there any reason why we shouldn't believe in us and more people? Before, I was very uneasy about the upcoming attack of the Imperium of true human beings. But right now, I'm suddenly very confident about the future. Just stride forward. We will win. We will. Inside a long, narrow valley 350 kilometers to the southeast of the capital city, an enormous scale of caves had been dug out on the cliff. The metal building that was constructed based on the cliff, covered in dozens of defense rune arrays, was emitting a silver color under the sunlight, giving everybody a cold, suffocating feeling. This was the White Silver Fortress, the most heavily guarded prison in the Star Glory Federation. Before, the prisoners of the place were all the most ferocious, evil cultivators. They were either mentally deranged or had committed crimes that were against the code of conduct of the cultivators after being consumed by their desires. Every one of them had the blood of hundreds of innocent people on their hands. However, 1 month ago, the prisoners had all been transferred to different prisons. The White Silver Fortress, which was already impenetrable, was strengthened once more. A Crystal Suit Legion was stationed next to the prison, and 3 battle-type nascent soul-stage cultivators were supervising the situation, while the prison was transformed into the facility where the members of the Patriots Partnership were caged. At this moment, on the hollow ground at the center of the White Silver Fortress, the Patriots, with shackles and barriers on them, were enjoying the fresh air. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, bathed in the sunlight and talking with each other about the latest situation. Gathering all the members of the Patriots Partnership together was not for humanitarian purposes but out of more practical concerns. After more than 1 month of capturing and interrogation, the non-core members of the Patriots Partnership who had been fooled mostly collapsed. They quickly confessed everything that they had done. However, the core members who planned and implemented the explosions in the Federal Square and the attack on the speaker were as tough as ever and would speak a word not matter how hard they were interrogated. Even if they did confess something, there was no knowing whether or not they were keeping anything to themselves. Therefore, Guo Chunfeng had specially arranged for the diehards and the other patriots to hang out together, hoping that sparks would be raised from their collision, so that he could pick up valuable information. The small square was full of surveillance rune arrays. Every word that every prisoner said, and even every blink, would be recorded dutifully. In one corner of the square, Lu Zue sat cross-legged like an old monk. He looked lethargic, and his eyes were hollow. His head was tied in a special ring. The 12 soul-stealing stings on the iron ring pierced deep into his head and suppressed his immense soul power of the nascent soul stage. He was an admin-type cultivator who counted on his brain in the first place, and his body was not tough. After his brain was locked, he was just like a random old man who was about to die. Together with the shackles on his body that weighed hundreds of kilograms and could be charged with high-voltage electricity at any time, the schemer who had nearly dragged all 3 sectors into the turbulence of war had no way to struggle. Guo Chunfeng had hoped that other patriots would approach Lu Zue and report to him their latest situation. It would have been even better if Lu Zue had given them any instructions. If so, Guo Chunfeng would have been able to analyze the information based on the instructions. However, Lu Zue seemed to have seen through Guo Chunfeng's aim. As if he were surrounded by a cold wall, No other patriots were within 10 meters from him. They barely even looked at him. He seemed to have been forgotten by the world, unable to pose any threat now. Having no other choice, Guo Chunfeng could only ask his subordinates to pay more attention to the other patriots. As it turned out, several diehards and the non-core members began quarreling. The diehards berated the non-core members that they were not determined enough, saying that they had forgotten their responsibility to slay evil and save the Federation so quickly, and that they had betrayed so quickly. The non-core members, on the other hand, scolded at the diehards, calling them a bunch of lunatics who not only tried to assassinate the speaker but also killed tens of thousands of compatriots in the explosions that led to their eventual doom. Furthermore, they had been dragged into the trouble and turned into shameless traitors. While they were debating, Guo Chunfeng collected a lot of useful information from them. Hundreds of secret sword agents who were responsible for the surveillance were all focused on the eyes and lips of the patriots, and they gradually came to ignore Lu Zue, who was still sitting in the corner. Lu Zue stared at the argument of the patriots, not far away indifferently. There was not any expression on his face. If his shallow, gray eyes had not blinked occasionally, he would have been mistaken for a statue. However, when the two gangs of patriots were about to get into a fight in anger, and when all the guards concentrated their attention on them, Lu Zue's fingers suddenly moved, and a tiny jade chip showed up in his hands. Nobody knew how exactly the jade chip had been delivered to Lu Zue, who was locked in the most heavily guarded prison that even an ant would not be able to creep in without permission. It was an ancient jade chip. The shortcoming of such jade chips was the limited storage, which was only good enough for texts or short videos. However, the advantage was that it did not require a crystal processor. As long as the jade chip was stuck to the forehead, one would be able to read the information inside when the mystic rays of the jade chip pierced through the epiphysis. Lu Zue yawned. As if uninterested in the argument in the front at all, he faced the wall and crouched. When he turned his head, the brilliance that was as sharp and clear as icicles that had accumulated over 10,000 years shot out of his hoary eyes. He stuck the jade chip to his forehead and pinched the activation rune array at the rear. A mystic ray immediately beamed out of the jade chip and penetrated into his epiphysis, producing a 3D image inside his brain. It was Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. Brother Lu, if you ever see this video, it only means one thing. I am dead, our plan has failed, and the Patriots' partnership has been demolished. In the picture, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was wearing the biting military uniform, but he was holding the hat in his hands and touching the rising dragon of the 9 stars badge at the center of the hat without pause. His eyelids were bouncing non-stop, as if countless nails on the badge were stinging his fingers brutally. After a moment of silence, Zhou Hengdao continued. The life and death of you and me, and even the existence of the Patriots' partnership, don't really matter. What matters is our federation and the ultimate civilization of mankind. Brother Lu, we walked together because of the same belief. We didn't hesitate to cross any line, betray the duties on our shoulders, and even kill the innocent compatriots and frame the heroes of the Federation. We trampled everything that could possibly be trampled on and betrayed everything that could ever be betrayed. And still, this is our outcome. Why? Is it possible at all that we've been wrong since the very beginning? Our purpose was definitely not wrong, but did we choose the wrong approach? If we had chosen a different path, one that was open and forthright, would there have been a better ending for us? What about now? Do we still have time to turn this around? I don't quite know the answer. I have never been a smart person anyway. I am just a rigid soldier and a bad-tempered veteran. The only thing that I'm good at is killing people. Nothing more. However, a ridiculous, immature thought has occurred to this soldier who has more brawn than brains. Brother Lu, you are 100 times stronger than me in terms of computational ability and deduction ability. It's your call to determine whether the thought is realistic and how exactly it should be implemented if it is. No matter what the result is, I have fulfilled my responsibility as a federal soldier. How I wish that I can see the Federation rising in the sea of stars with my own eyes. I really do. Lu Zue listened to Zhou Hengdao's remarks quietly and analyzed Zhou Hengdao's ridiculous thought. A moment later he laughed. First he was chuckling. Then his shoulders were shaking. In the end, he could not hold it back anymore and rolled on the ground like a crazy person, laughing to his heart's content. Lu Zue's anomaly immediately attracted all the guards' attention. Not good. Lu Zue is not right. What's he doing? There's something in his hands. A jade chip. What happened? Who gave him the jade chip? Hurry up and control Lu Zue. In the surveillance center, Guo Chunfeng was sweating anxiously. Alarms were ringing in the sky of the white-silver fortress. Guo Chunfeng led a batch of secret sword agents into the square. However, before he charged in, Lu Zue had almost cramped because of his wild laughter. Together with his crazy laughter, immense spiritual energy burst out of his body and crushed all the barriers into smithereens like a torrent. Streams of spiritual energy flowed out of his body and concentrated into invisible cocoons around his body. Their ripples stopped behind him in the shape of two enormous, colorful wings. He was like a butterfly who had been granted a new life after breaking out of the cocoon. Lu Zue laughed so hard that tears were flowing out, but his eyes were both radiating as brilliantly as the sun and absorbing everything nearby like a deep, dark black hole. The two opposing feelings were melted into one and did not have any self-contradiction. Shwa! 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 The soul-stealing stings that pierced deep into his head were pushed out one after another. In less than 10 seconds, all the 12 soul-stealing stings were pushed out. Even the iron ring that locked his head was broken into pieces and collapsed to the ground. This is Guo Chunfeng and the 3 battle-type nascent soul-stage cultivators, who had joined him upon hearing the news, were all greatly shocked. They were all well aware what the tremendous aura flowing around Lu Zue meant. A breakthrough. Lu Zue has made a breakthrough under such circumstances and advanced into the high level of the nascent soul stage from the middle level. How is it possible? His body was sealed by barriers. His soul was completely suppressed by the 12 soul-stealing stings, and he was not boosted by any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How on earth could he have made a breakthrough? How? His belief is even stronger, firmer, and purer than before. Just a random glimpse at me, and I already feel that I am about to be overwhelmed. What has happened? What's inside the jade chip exactly? What is it? The 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators and Guo Chunfeng were all greatly alarmed. Surrounding Lu Zue, they did not even dare to breathe anymore. Although Lu Zue was an admin-type cultivator, after all, however many breakthroughs he made, his combat ability would only be equal to a battle-type core formation stage cultivator in a real fight. Everything happening was still too weird. The 4 of them all felt that their blood was freezing. At this moment, the entire white-silver fortress was dead silent. The sound of a needle hitting the ground would have been as loud as thunder. Guo Chunfeng, the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators, the secret sword agents, and the hundreds of prisoners were all gazing at Lu Zue in disbelief. 12 shocking bloody holes were still on Lu Zue's head. He had not freed himself from the shackle on his body that weighed hundreds of kilograms and could be charged with high-voltage electricity either. Dozens of super experts and more than 10 crystal cannons had locked onto him. However, he was smiling in great relief. As if a chess player walking to another game, he floated into the air and glanced around. Wherever his eyes reached, everybody could not help but move their head away. Not just Guo Chunfeng. Even the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators hesitated to make eye contact with Lu Zue, as if his casual observation would see through the deepest secrets in their heart. Suddenly, Lu Zue grunted. His aura shrank, and his skin broke into parts. Dim spots of light were popping up on his body. His flesh and blood around the spots quickly withered, giving no sense of vitality anymore. It was as if a burning torch was about to kill him from the inside. I'm about to die. Lu Zue smiled at Guo Chunfeng. Guo Chunfeng and the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators looked at each other. They finally realized what was happening to Lu Zue. The advancement of levels was not necessarily a good thing. The higher one's level was, the more energy they would consume, just like the more advanced crystal warships would certainly boast larger power rune arrays and cost more crystals. For general cultivators, when they were about to break into a new level, they would certainly prepare tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures and use them to make up for the consumption of their body and soul. Liao had a breakthrough in the middle of a combat, but before the battle he had swallowed a lot of strengthening drugs. After the battle, he rested for more than half a month and absorbed more incredibly precious materials and drugs than anybody could count before he managed to stabilize himself in the new level. But Lu Zue was different. He was a prisoner and probably the most dangerous one ever since the Star Glory Federation was founded. He had been watched over in the strictest way. Over the past month, not to mention the resources for training, even his soul had been suppressed all the time and could not be drier. Advancing into a higher level under such circumstances was like committing suicide. It was like a weak little mouse suddenly mutated and was granted with a brain that was larger, smarter, and more complicated than a human brain. The new brain might bring new wisdom to the little mouse. But before that, the nutrition that the brain needed would drain its body. That was exactly Lu Zue's situation. No, not exactly. More precisely speaking, Lu Zue did not make a breakthrough by accident. He had burnt his life and soul and detonated all his cultivation in the past 200 years in that moment, trading his life for a brief epiphany. That was how he had broken all the blockages and marched into the high level of the nascent soul stage. Guo Feng and the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators were all awed by Lu Zue's resolution. There were many questions that they had not asked Lu Zue yet. Many secrets about the Patriots' partnership had yet to be unveiled. How could he die right now? Guo Chuanfeng's face was as gray as that of a corpse. In front of his old boss, he was like a rooster that had lost a fight, shaking violently in anger. I can live 1 to 2 days at best. Lu Zue looked at him without either delight or sadness on his face. He extended 2 fingers. Ah Feng, do you want a deal? One of the production bases of the demon god virus hasn't been revealed yet. Also, there are 3 secret storage locations where the unstable semi-products of the demon god virus are stashed. Although they are semi-products, they can still cause a great disaster if they are released. Do you want to know where they are? Hehe. You should be very clear that, now that I'm in the high level of the nascent soul stage, the soul-searching technique will not work on me. If I want, I can shatter my own soul with a telepathic thought and bring all my secrets to the deepest depths of hell. You will not be able to get anything from me. However, as long as you promise me one thing, I will be the most cooperative person in the world and give you everything that you want to know. Even if I die, I will not play any tricks on my brain. You will still be able to retrieve a lot of things from it. Guo Chuanfeng's voice was hoarse. What do you want? I want to meet someone and have a private conversation with her for half an hour, during which time you are not to interfere with us no matter what happens. Lu Zue smiled. That's all. Guo Chuanfeng was angry. Are you still trying to send messages to your accomplices outside? Ah Feng, seriously? If I am requesting to see my accomplice, won't I be exposing her? Moreover, you will certainly be monitoring our every action. Whatever we say and do, including the tiniest movements of our pupils, will all be under your control. What are you scared of? Guo Chuanfeng was silent for a moment. He calculated the pros and cons quickly before asking, Who do you want to meet? Lu Zue gave a name. Guo Chuanfeng's face was brimming with disbelief. He was dazed for a long time before he asked, Why do you want to meet her? Is she a member of the Patriots Partnership? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You will know the reason after she arrives, Lu Zue said. You can take your time to consider, but I don't have much time on my side. Make a decision quickly if you don't want me to bring all my secrets to the crematory. Guo Chuanfeng stared at Lu Zue hard, trying to look for traces on the face of his former boss. However, Lu Zue descended from the midair and simply crouched in the corner again, dragging his withered body that was slowly smoldering. His eyes passed through Guo Chuanfeng, the white silver fortress, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the atmosphere, darting toward the sea of stars and a long, long time away in the future. 3 hours later, inside the most heavily guarded prison cell in the white silver fortress, Lu Zue's head was covered in another barrier that was even stronger. His limbs were tied up by more than 10 chains attached to the corners of the prison cell, and connected to aggressive magical equipment of more than 10 attributes, allowing them to trigger electricity, fire, and frost at any time. Although he was still free to move his hands and feet, the zone of activity was quite limited. His fingers were bound to tiny chains, too, to ensure that he would not be able to make seals quickly. Even his tongue had been pierced through by 3 long nails, which could burn his tongue into ashes the moment he started enchanting any attack runes. One could not be too prudent about the unparalleled brutal man who had broken into the high level of the nascent soul stage by force despite the suppression of multiple barriers. Lu Zue was not moving at all. His limbs and body were even drier than 3 hours ago. The black spots leaking out of his pores were gradually joining each other. But his eyes opened wider and wider. An indescribable glimmer was beaming out of his eyes, as if he had dedicated all his vitality to his brain in order to get a chance to look into the future in the next 100 years. Shwa! 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 Opposite him, the 3 gates were opened one after another. A female cultivator whose red hair was burning furiously walked in. Lu Zue smiled. The glimmer in his eyes was entirely focused on the girl. He looked at her as if she were a raw jade that had yet to be carved but was full of potential. Fellow cultivator Ding, you are here. Cut the crap. Who the hell is your fellow? Ding Lingdang strode over, covering almost 10 meters in only 1 step. She grabbed Lu Zue's collar and picked him as well as shackle that weighed hundreds of kilograms with just one hand while waving her other hand in front of Lu Zue's eyes. Grinning, she said, "Old bastard, do you know why I agreed to meet you? Do you know what the one thing that I regret most in the battle a month ago is? The thing I regret most is that I didn't beat you up to my heart's content, old bastard. But today you are feeding yourself to me. Excellent. If there's anything you want to say, wait until I punch you several times. Let's make it simple. 3 punches. Just 3 punches. If you are still breathing after 3 punches, we'll talk then." Gu Chunfeng was so anxious that he was sweating hard. He shouted through the broadcast rune arrays, "Miss Ding, don't be rash. He is dying. He cannot withstand a single punch from you." Hee. Ding Lingdang sniffed. She glared at Lu Zue for a long time before she slowly let go of him and frowned. "Speak now. Why did you want to meet me? I'm really baffled. If there's anybody you want to meet before your death, it should be Li Yao. Why do you want to talk to me?" Lu Zue looked at Ding Lingdang with a smile, not offended by her recklessness and rudeness at all but full of the pleasure of picking up a treasure. He said slowly, "Who is Li Yao? An idiot who is obsessed with the petty kindness. He is not qualified for me to waste my precious time before my death." Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes with dangerous brilliance beaming out. "Hey, watch your mouth. Don't force me to blow up your head in 1 punch. What a shame. Fellow, Miss Ding, in fact 20 years ago, when you lost your parents in the beast tide and were heavily wounded and almost disabled yourself, I heard the news and even considered adopting you," Lu Zue said. "It's a pity that your mother's colleagues in the Grand Desolate War Institution took you away before me." Ding Lingdang could not help but hold her arms and shudder. "Then I can't thank you enough for what you didn't do." Ignoring Ding Lingdang's sarcasm, Lu Zue continued. "Also, half a year ago, when we organized the discussion club and recruited the Patriots, we vetted you from various aspects too. You were excellent in every regard, except that you hesitated for a moment in the end. Due to safety concerns, we didn't recruit you. Otherwise, you might be one of us right now. Even if I was a member of the Patriots Partnership," Ding Lingdang declared resolutely, "the first thing I would have done after learning of your shameless plan would be to punch your nose to the back of your head. You are indeed as straightforward as I was told." Lu Zue smiled and got back to the topic. "Today, I invited you here because I wanted to ask you a few questions. Of course, you can choose not to answer them or simply blow up my head and walk away. But until you shut me up, I will be speaking what is on my mind honestly. First of all, the scheme of the Patriots Partnership has been disrupted, and the reconciliation between mankind and the demon race has been reached. Nothing but peace and prosperity awaits us. However, Miss Ding, can the hatred at the bottom of your heart be erased without a trace so easily? Can you really forget the scene where your parents were shredded by the demon beasts and killed miserably in front of your eyes? Yes, I'm aware that the demon king who organized the beast tide and got your parents killed has been executed by you. It is sort of a revenge, but have all the demons who participated in the attack been killed? Is it possible that some of them are still enjoying themselves in the blood demon sector, and will even swagger to the heavens origin sector under the banner of peace? At that time, will you really be able to let go of your hatred and embrace them with a smile? Ding Lingdong's pupils shrank violently. She breathed fast and grabbed Lu Zue's collar again. In the surveillance room nearby, the assistant asked Guo Chunfeng, "Should we end the conversation?" Frowning, Guo Chunfeng pondered for a moment but slowly shook his head. Lu Zue was right. His soul power is unbelievably strong now that he is in the high level of the nascent soul stage. Even though he cannot attack because of the barriers, it is more than easy for him to wipe something out of his mind. It's easy for us to interrupt the conversation, but it will be a whole different matter to dig out the secrets of the Patriots partnership in his head. Let's hear what he has to say for now. Secondly, Lu Zue glanced at the surveillance camera at the corner of the prison cell casually. His eyes seemed to be piercing into the hearts of Guo Chunfeng and all the secret sword agents through the surveillance camera. His question next seemed to be both for Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, and all the other cultivators on the spot. Do you really believe that, as soon as the surrender agreement is signed, all the demons will turn into innocent rabbits immediately, that they will assimilate into human society sincerely without causing any trouble, and that they will be content as appendages all the time and human beings will always be dominators? Is it possible at all, say a likelihood of 1%, that things will not progress as a naive child such as Liao has imagined? Is it possible that, after decades of integration, human beings will lose the dominating role in the alliance and that demons will return in a different appearance and rule over us again? Are you absolutely certain that it is impossible? Not even a likelihood of 1%. His question made Guo Chunfeng and all the cultivators lower their heads, all wearing complicated expressions. Many of those cultivators had been fighting the demon race on the front line for their entire life. Their family and friends had been killed by the demons, and they had witnessed countless towns being destroyed with their own eyes. Even if they were aware, after rational thinking, that putting down the hatred was the best choice, human beings were not cold machines after all. It was impossible for them to have only taken benefits and harms into consideration, and it was not easy for them to accept the new change from the emotional point of view. Ding Lingdong's eyes immediately became bloodshot. Like a cow whose nostrils were spurting out steam, she clutched Lu Zue's collar and shook it violently until his chains were clattering hard. Yes, it's true that I cannot forget my deep hatred with the demon race. I will absolutely not trust the demon race. Never. I don't want to get anywhere near the demon race. But so what? Everything has been fixed right now. Is there anything I can do? Ding Lingdang gnashed his teeth and said, one word after another. Old fart, do you know what I hate about you most? Not that you assassinated the speaker, not that you killed tens of thousands of our compatriots, not that you framed Liao, but that you ruined our opportunity to challenge the demon race in an open fight. Why did you have to realize your purpose through such insane, sordid, and shameless methods? Why couldn't you tell the public the truth and fight openly in a competition of the righteous path? If you had declared your stance openly in the beginning and insisted in Parliament, to the media, and in front of billions of citizens of the Federation that you did not agree with integrating with the demon race at all, and that there would be tremendous benefits after we marched into the blood demon sector. If you had done that, I can't say for other people, but I definitely would have supported you and fought for you until the end. But you simply chose a different way. What did you consider our hatred to be? Was our hatred wrong? Was it clandestine? Must it be kept away from the light? Demons killed my parents. I hate the demons' guts. I don't see eye to eye with them. I just want them dead. It's as simple and justified as that. Couldn't you say these words? Were you not able to summon enough forces to smash the blood demon sector into smithereens? This is your biggest sin. You tarnished my hatred as well as the most sacred hatred of our compatriots, whose families have been murdered by the demons like mine. You exterminated our opportunity to fight the demon race in an open war. With that crime alone, you should be sentenced to death 10,000 times. Old fart. Lu Zue was like a canoe in the surging tide while Ding Lingdang was shaking him hard. But he kept smiling casually until a dirty teardrop flowed out. Yes, Miss Ding. With everything coming this far, in retrospect, maybe you are right. It is all my fault. I ruined everybody's most precious hatred. Then, if you were me, what would you have done in my place? His eyes blinking, Lu Zue looked at Ding Lingdang full of expectation. Ding Lingdang glared back at him without giving in. First of all, I would not have kept anything mysterious or vet the members secretly. An underground organization? That's useless as hell. If I were to establish the Patriots Partnership, I would have done it openly. Register it in the relevant governmental department as a company, a sect, or even a political party. Regularize it, publicize it, and legalize it. Promote the idea that human beings and demons are not compatible to everybody. We are not doing anything wrong. It's freedom of speech and association. What's there to be scared of? Then I would establish branches nationwide and draw media attention. I would gather all the victims of the beast tides and unite them. Everybody would make their contribution in their own way. Our voice would be most deafening. You were the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, and you certainly had your influence in Parliament. I also believe that many representatives agreed that human beings and demons are not compatible. If I were you, after I captured Elder Nether Spring and interrogated the latest intelligence of the Blood Demon sector out of him, I would have publicized everything to Parliament so that all the representatives would know how weak the Blood Demon sector at that moment was and what kind of secret, invincible weapons we had grasped. Following that, I would have proposed the motion of war. You and Zhou Hongdao were both firm supporters of the idea that human beings and demons are not compatible. With your push, it is very likely that the motion would have passed. After that, we would have been able to wage a war openly. Why did you have to resort to so many redundant schemes? Amazed, Lu Zue mumbled. Old Zhou was quite right. Since your father was a federal soldier, and you are deeply connected to the federal army, Old Zhou studied you profoundly before and believed that you are not as simple-minded as you appear to be and in no way a woman with fists but no brains. Your theory is quite beyond my expectations, but on second thought it makes a lot of sense. How can a top-tier expert of the younger generation of the Heaven's Origin sector really lack brains? Raising her head, Ding Lingdang sniffed. Of course I have a well-functioning brain, but it is a habit of mine to solve my problems in the most direct and straightforward way. And in most cases, the most direct and straightforward way is this pair of fists of mine. However, you've overlooked something, Lu Zue analyzed. If I had publicized everything to Parliament, including that I'd captured Elder Nether Spring, I would have been obliged to explain why Elder Nether Spring fled to the Heaven's Origin sector in the appearance of a human being. Then, two other things would have been exposed. Firstly, the same origin theory and the existence of the divine blood of chaos, which means that human beings and demons are mutually transformable. Secondly, the fact that Liao sabotaged the Eye of Blood Demon and even reached a deal with Jin Tui. Demons were going to surrender. When the two things were revealed, they certainly would raise a riot. Many representatives, after weighing the pros and cons, would have made the decision that the war was not necessary, and the victory could be secured with no bloodshed. It's needless to mention the allies from the Flying Star sector, who would in no way send out their fleet to help our expedition under such circumstances. In fact, I made more than 10 deductions before. In this scenario, the odds that the expedition motion was passed were lower than 10%. That's why I planned the accident in the Federal Square, hoping to force the Parliament into the decision of war. Miss Ding, if you were me, what would you have done after the expedition motion was rejected by Parliament and Liao returned with the peace papers of the Pantheon of Demons? Is there any way that you could have reversed the situation? Even if I couldn't reverse the situation, it would still be 10,000 times better than right now, Ding Lingdang said coldly. Even if the expedition motion was denied, at the very least, the Patriots Partnership would still be walking in daylight as a deterrence to warn all the citizens of the Federation to be wary of the demons. If I were you, the war would definitely not be an option when Parliament vetoed the motion, but the entire Patriots partnership and I would still keep an eye on the demon race closely. We would let them go if they surrendered dutifully and resumed the ancestral identity of human beings under the banner of the civilization of mankind as a whole. But if they had other ill intentions and meant to instigate trouble, I would chop off their tails brutally when they were wagging them. That's what a real patriot should have done. Hearing that, Lu Zue could not help but burst into laughter. He nodded in approval and said, "Well said, Miss Ding. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps we should have done it in the beginning." "Well said is not well done," Ding Lingdang declared brutally. "You have ruined everything. It's too late now." "Maybe it is not." Lu Zue retreated his smiled. His expression was getting more and more mysterious, and he seemed to have entered a transcendental state. He extended his right hand, which was still tied in chains, to Ding Lingdang. His face was calm, but his eyes were burning with hope and expectation. "Miss Ding, one last question. Would you like to be the new leader of the Patriots Partnership?" His every word was like a super-heavy bomb that stunned Guo Chunfeng and the secret sword agents who were eavesdropping on the conversation in the booth nearby. Should we interrupt their conversation?" One of the assistants stammered. "Of course not," Guo Chunfeng roared. "Do you not understand what he means? The Patriots Partnership still have remnants out there. Organized remnants. But that doesn't seem right. Even if there are still organized remnants and they need a new leader, he has no reason to tell us. Moreover, Ding Lingdang doesn't look fit to be a leader of the Patriots Partnership. What does he mean? What does he mean exactly?" Even Guo Chunfeng, Abyss, was dumbfounded. Ding Lingdang was even more shocked. She could not help but let loose of her hands, which were grabbing Lu Zue's collar. After a long daze, she burst into fury. "Old fart, what's wrong with you? The Patriots Partnership has clearly been demolished. Most of the members have been locked up in prison. Even if some of them are still on the run, they cannot show up in public. Who am I going to lead exactly? Also, everybody in the Federation knows that Ding Lingdang is a battle-type cultivator. I like fighting more than anything, but managing a large organization? Mental. You may want to hire somebody else." Her reaction was all within Lu Zue's expectations. The previous director of the Secret Sword Bureau and the incumbent leader of the Patriots Partnership said with a shallow smile, "There's no need to underestimate yourself. Everybody has infinite potential. You have demonstrated enough calmness and wisdom in the incident of capturing Blood Devil Liao. The opinions that you raised a moment ago are logical and well-constructed, too. All that is evidence that you are not a simple warrior. Moreover," he paused for a moment and looked at Ding Lingdang's face before continuing. "The Patriots Partnership in the past had a meticulous, intelligent, and deductive leader, me and Zhou Hengdao, a big shot in the military. But didn't it fail eventually? If the organization has failed despite the leadership of the wisest people, does it mean that wisdom is not what matters to us most? Is it possible that we will reach somewhere new and unexpected if we have a simple, straightforward, stupid, unsophisticated leader?" "Wait!" Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes, with dangerous brilliance beaming out. She glanced at Lu Zue's face up and down, as if she were deciding the best place to punch his nose in to make the guy look more agreeable. "Old fart, are you making fun of me? Maybe I should use a different choice of words." Lu Zue smiled. "Perhaps, for the future Patriots Partnership, it is not the management and planning ability that matters but the tremendous appeal and the strength to encourage other people. It's true that you are short of organizing, managing, and planning abilities, but your assistants and your colleagues can do the job for you. Your appeal and your strength of encouragement are definitely powerful enough. In the past decade, you have built up your name as the Crimson Queen with your own fists, one punch after another. Your fame is second to none in the new generation of the Federation. Few are match for you, too, that is, of course, not counting the monster Liao." Ding Lingdang sniffed and said, "What can appeal do? Should I go to the prison to call your prisoners to action? Or are there other secret accomplices whom you have yet to confess? Then, I suggest that you give us the names right now. There's no way that I'm going to scheme with you. It's true that some of my accomplices are still out there," Lu Zue said calmly. But after our conversation is over, I will write a personal letter and certify it with my soul stamp to ask them to turn themselves in. It is part of the deal I made with Guichunfeng. I must keep my word with my old subordinate, mustn't I? As for your first proposal, I don't think it's bad. Why can't you call the Patriots in the prison to action? It must be noted that the Patriots Partnership has almost 5,000 members, but most of them knew nothing about the planned assassination of the speaker and the explosions in the Federal Square. They were merely fooled by me. Some of them, including Zhou Hengdao, only knew that we planned to assassinate the speaker and didn't know about the explosions. Only 10 or so people, including several of my foster sons, were aware of the explosions beforehand. When they are trialed, the suspects of the explosion case will naturally be charged with treason and arson and sentenced to death. As for those who were only involved in the planned assassination of the speaker, except for the few chief conspirators, they might not be punished with the death penalty. Political murders are usually handled more prudently than regular murders. As for the Patriots who didn't know the first thing about the assassination and the explosions, they are even less likely to be executed because they didn't know anything and only provided help for me when I fooled them. When I recruited the members, my candidates were all people whose level was relatively high and who boasted certain social influence just like you. Those people are all the valuable treasures of the Federation. Now, we are in dire need of talents. How can they be locked in prison forever? By my estimation, when everything is settled, they will be sentenced to jail for decades, or maybe only a few years according to the severity of their crime. Even if they are serving time, they will certainly be engaged in dangerous jobs such as the development of the foreign planets or the exploration of world fragments to atone for their sins. In fact, they will probably be freer than you think. However they are punished, those guys will certainly return to society before the imperium of true human beings comes in full scale. They will become the pillars of the Federation again and contribute to the resistance. Do you not think that several thousand of such people will be an unneglectable force? Ding Lingdang was dazed. She was not a quick-minded debater in the first place and failed to come up with any rebuttal in the moment. But Lu Zue suddenly changed the topic. However, it is not them that I mainly want to talk to you about today. In fact, it doesn't matter even if they are all sentenced to death, or even if the Patriots Partnership today crumbles, like the ice under the sun, evaporated and obliterated. We are not talking about the Patriots Partnership now but hatred. The naive fools such as Li Yao think that everything will be perfect after the Patriots Partnership is annihilated, and that human beings and demons will hold each other's hands hereafter, singing, dancing, and laughing like kindergartners, while they stride for a better tomorrow. Fine. Don't glare at me. Maybe I was too mean. It is not Li Yao's fault. It's just because he has never felt the first-hand pain as you and I have. He has never had the experience of holding the broken body of the people we love most and slowly sewing up the pieces. He has never known how it feels to wake up at night from a nightmare with tears all over our face. His hands have never shaken. His breath has never been difficult. And his eyes have never been bloodshot on instinct upon seeing demons. Therefore, he cannot begin to understand the force of hatred. He even denies it. He doesn't know the first thing about the force. But you know it, don't you? Judging from our conversation just now, you know how strong the force is all the time, which is what delighted me most. If so, it will be very easy for you to understand what will happen. The victors led by Li Yao can destroy the Patriots Partnership, find every patriot, and put them in jail or sentence them to death. They can push the integration of human beings and demons by force. They can even shut everybody's mouth under the name of political correctness and block every argument that opposes theirs in every newspaper or on every online forum. They can destroy the Patriots Partnership, but they can never destroy hatred. Let's take you for an example. Ding Lingdang, is there any way that you can forget the picture of your parents being killed by the demons? Is there any way that you can embrace the demons as your own without any grudges? Is there any way to erase the hatred at the bottom of your heart, leaving no trace behind? Ding Lingdang's eyes were suddenly bloodshot. She gritted her teeth hard and almost could not stop herself from punching Lu Zue. However, after holding her breath for a long time, she loosened her fists, and her back was suddenly not as straight as before. Answer me. Lu Zue suddenly turned into a silver-haired lion, roaring furiously. "Answer my questions." In that moment, the chains all over his body were ripped apart, and the barrier on his head was blown away. Spiritual energy was surging out of his body like a hurricane. Intimidated by his shocking aura, Ding Lingdang was so shocked that she stepped back and fell to the ground. Crack! The one-way transparent glass between the surveillance room next door and the prison cell was suddenly full of cracks. Guo Chunfeng and all the secret sword agents jumped to their feet. "Director!" The few assistants were all sweating hard while they looked at Guo Chunfeng helplessly. Guo Chunfeng struggled to calm himself down. Then he realized that the broken chains were just an illusion triggered by Lu Zue's immense mental power. His back soaked in sweat. He felt as if he was in the middle of a steamer, but he still issued an order after a long hesitation. "Prepare to interrupt the conversation." The situation was now out of his control. Lu Zue had taken control over everything. Fortunately, Ding Lingdang seemed to know what he was going to do. Sitting on the ground, she shouted at the glass, "Don't interrupt the conversation. I'm not done with him yet. Let us finish." The assistants looked at Ding Lingdang and then at Guo Chunfeng. Guo Chunfeng scratched his head hard until it was no better than a bird nest. Every muscle on his face was dancing. Pondering for a long time, he still waved his hands helplessly, gesturing for his subordinates not to burn Lu Zue's tongue so that they could continue their conversation. Ding Lingdang was a person who could be dealt with carrots but certainly not sticks. If they interrupted the conversation right now, it would indicate that they were not confident. Even if Lu Zue could not give the answer, Ding Lingdang would find it out on her own, in which case the answer might be even more terrifying. Damn it! Has Lu Zue calculated this in advance too? Is that why he asked to meet Ding Lingdang? After shouting to stop Guo Chunfeng, Ding Lingdang stared at Lu Zue and stood straight again against the aggressive eyes of the high-level nascent soul stage cultivator. She gnashed her teeth. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Zue retracted his aura and became a dying old man again, as if the thunderous fury a moment ago had never happened. He breathed softly and said, "I'm trying to say that, although the Patriots' partnership can be destroyed, the soil that nurtures it is unlikely to be emptied in the decades to come. The soil is the hatred that has sunk to the deepest parts of countless people's hearts. The hatred was condensed in hundreds of years of blood. A piece of paper and a few slogans such as love and peace, and they think that the bloody hatred will be gone just like that? How is it possible? As long as the soil of hatred still exists, even if the Patriots partnership founded by me is eradicated today, a new Patriots partnership will rise again when the time is right. Maybe it will be under a different name and a different appearance, and it will be run in a different way, but the soil in which it is deeply rooted will remain unchanged. Believe me, in the century of integration to come, all kinds of contradictions will take place between human beings and demons. For the next schemer, the right time will certainly show up. Even if it doesn't, he can always create a time on his own, just like I did." Ding Lingdang's voice was colder and colder. "So, are you hoping that I can be the leader of the next Patriots partnership when it appears?" "No." Lu Zue's eyes were gentler and gentler. He smiled. "I'm hoping that you can do everything possible to prevent the next Patriots partnership from appearing." Ding Lingdang was dazed. Guo Chunfeng and the other cultivators next door were dazed, too. The bloody hatred of thousands of citizens of the Federation is like an invincible, indestructible, double-edged sword. When the sword falls into the hands of certain schemers, such as the past me, it will kill countless lives, cause tremendous damage, and even drag the entire nation to its doom. Lu Zue's eyes were clearer than ever. Tiny brooks were flowing deep inside his eyes and emitting silver, starry spots. However, weapons are not wrong, and they don't kill people on their own initiative. It is people who can tell right from wrong and kill other people. Like you said, fellow cultivator Ding, your parents were killed by the demons right before your eyes. Is your hatred toward the demon race not justified? Who has the power to demand that you erase the hatred? Is the hatred even erasable? What is wrong with such hatred? Therefore, since the hatred sword boasts tremendous damage and cannot be destroyed, for the future of the Federation, The most critical question will be, by whose hands will the sword be grabbed? Will the sword be grabbed by the next schemer, like the me in the past? Or will it be wielded by someone who is franker and more straightforward and doesn't bother to think of any schemes or tricks? Ding Ling Dang sat cross-legged, deep in thought. This time, she did not protest when Lu Zue addressed her as a fellow cultivator. On the other hand, cough, 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 cough. Lu Zue coughed hard and vomited a mouthful of thick, black blood. After calming himself down for a moment, he said, "You and I both agree that the integration of human beings and demons will not necessarily go very well. There are ambitious schemers among human beings, but are there no similar guys among the demons? Are there no unwavering demon supremacists? Are there no demon versions of the Patriots Partnership? Now, because of Zhou Hengdao and me, the Federation has been swept over by the propaganda of the reconciliation of human beings and demons. Many people are dazzled by the near peace and turning a blind eye to the dreadfulness of the demon race. They are even singing for the demons when the peace agreement hasn't been signed yet, calling for forgiveness, understanding, and harmony. It's dangerous, fellow cultivator Ding. Such overcorrection is truly dangerous. Even if human beings and demons truly reach a truce, we should not let go of all our vigilance. Flowers in one hand and dagger in the other. That should be the proper attitude. Otherwise, what if the doves represented by Liao are wrong? Or rather, even if Liao is not wrong, and the old generation demons such as Jin Tui mean to cease the war with us sincerely, what if other schemers pop up in the new generation of the demons? The integration of two races will not be completed overnight. There will be a time span of decades or even centuries, with interests, beliefs, historical conflicts, and concessions involved. There will be too many unexpected factors. If we drop the weapons in our hands and hearts so early, if something goes wrong in the middle and other schemers in the demon race jump out to instigate trouble, who will be there to stop them? There must be a force in the Federation to keep the demon race in check. When other people are all relaxed, singing and dancing in peace, it will be the last defense line. I've given it a lot of thought. This is perhaps the value and the mission of the Patriots Partnership in the next 100 years. Ding Lingdang was greatly moved. Her eyes blinked non-stop, indicating that giant tides were surging inside her head. Right now, you have two options. Lu Zue looked at her peacefully. Firstly, you can consider everything that I said just now to be nonsense. You can blow up my head with my punch and walk out of this prison cell lightheartedly. You will return as the Crimson Queen, adored and applauded by the young people. You will enjoy your warm, peaceful life with Liao. Then, I will confess the last members of the Patriots Partnership as per our deal, and I will try my best to ask all the Patriots to turn themselves in, completely destroying the organization that I founded myself. But it will be useless. We can destroy the Patriots Partnership, but we cannot destroy hatred. As long as hatred is not removed, a new Patriots Partnership might reappear any day. A guy that is more dangerous, crazier, and more sordid than the past me will show up at any time to steal the invincible hatred sword and create more hatred with it until the weapon expands and swallows everything. Or maybe we are lucky enough to not run into such a schemer. As time goes by, the old generation will gradually pass away. All the hatred might truly disappear. Human beings might forget the threat of demons and have embraced them from the bottom of their heart, allowing the demons to reach every capillary vessel of the Federation. At that time, however, a schemer might jump out within the demon race, establishing a mirror version of the Patriots Partnership on their side. The Federation will still be turned upside down. These are things that might happen if you walk out of this prison cell doing nothing. Of course, I'm not saying that it will definitely happen. But who can know the odds for sure? 10%? 20%? Or even higher? You can take a gamble. Or maybe you can simply leave it aside and declare, not my damn business. Yes, it is indeed not your business. After you walk out of the room, nobody will know that this conversation ever happened. Even if a disaster really takes place one day in the future, causing the deaths of millions of people, nobody will blame it on you. Ding Lingdong's eyes narrowed into two sabers while she gnashed her teeth. Cut the crap. What's the second option? Lu Zue laughed. The second option is to be the new leader of the Patriots Partnership. Of course, it is already a stinky name in the Federation now. You can give it a new name, but the core of the organization will be the same. The criminals of the Patriots Partnership right now who are about to serve time will be your first loyal supporters. Their family and friends outside of the prison will be the second echelon. With your appeal and ability to rally the public, the billions of people who have bloody hatred with the demon race will be the third batch of your supporters. When the three forces are combined, they will be enough to compete with the demon race openly and legally as you described just now. In short, the hatred of all the citizens of the Federation will be forged into the sharpest sword, and you will be the person in the Federation who grabs the sword. It will be your responsibility to look after the hatred sword well. You cannot allow it to dart out and hurt other people easily, and you cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the ambitious schemers. You cannot allow it to rust inside the sheath either. You will have to polish the sword and wield it all the time, making sure that it remains as sharp as ever. One day, if a schemer in the demon race really jumps out and jeopardizes the interests of the Federation and the civilization of mankind, it will be the time when you unsheathe your sword and slay the evilness. The sword grabber will not be an easy job, or rather, it will be a dirty, exhausting job that yields few benefits for you. Once you choose to become the new leader of the Patriots Partnership, you will be shouldering the sins committed by Zhou Hengdao, me, and the rest of them. Starting from the very beginning, you will be destined to be misunderstood by everybody. You will be cursed by the family of the victims in the Federal Square. Many people will think that you have betrayed Li Yao. Even Li Yao will not understand you. Wait! Ding Lingdang rudely interrupted him. Baring her white teeth, she sneered. Old fart. I have noticed that you have been trying to stir discord between Li Yao and me. What do you want? You feel bad after being crushed by him, so you are trying to raise a family conflict between us in order to make you feel better? Shame on you. Let me tell you something. Even if I do take over the hatred sword, as you said, it doesn't matter what other people think of me, but Li Yao will certainly understand me. Maybe Li Yao and I have a slight disagreement in our beliefs. Maybe we are not always on the same wavelength. But even if he does not agree with the decisions I make, he will still understand me and support me. It's like 1 month ago. Even though I did not completely agree with his beliefs, I still understood him, trusted him, and supported him without reserve. Lu Zue was dazed for a moment. For the first time, there was a bit of confusion on his face. Therefore, Ding Lingdang sniffed. Even if you are almost 200 years older than me, and you have advanced into the nascent soul stage, there are certainly things that guys like you will never understand. Lu Zue took the criticism without complaint, smiling. It appears that I have underestimated you too. So to speak, you have agreed to my offer. Says who? Ding Lingdang frowned. I'm still confused about one thing. Why me? I know myself very well. Awesome as I am, I'm just a core formation stage cultivator. Even in terms of appeal and the ability to rally people, there are many nascent soul stage cultivators in the Federation that are better than me, aren't there? Yes, it's true that there are many nascent soul stage cultivators that are more suitable than you, Lu Zue said calmly. In fact, it took me only 5 seconds to come up with 7 nascent soul stage candidates who are more suitable to be the new leader of the Patriots Partnership than you. Ding Lingdang. With a bitter smile, Lu Zue said, the real problem is that all the nascent soul stage cultivators are powerful, experienced, and value their reputation. How can they degrade themselves by working with the stinky Patriots Partnership as the grueling, unbeneficial sword grabber? Won't they be sullying their name? Only the young, hot-blooded people who don't care about the opinions of the outside world might be bewildered by me, however unlikely. Isn't that so? Without caring about Ding Lingdong's angry eyes, Lu Zue simply went on. Since it's impossible for me to convince a nascent soul stage cultivator, I can only turn to the core formation stage cultivators, of whom you are the best candidate. Maybe you still have a lot of shortcomings at this moment. You are still too young and too rash. But it doesn't matter. What I am looking forward to is what you will be like in decades to come. Ding Lingdang could not help but scratch her face and ask in confusion, In decades to come? Yes. Strange brilliance beamed out of Lu Zue's eyes. He was like a smart chess player who had finally figured out the plan of the other player of the game who was smarter than him. He smiled. Fellow cultivator Ding, did you know? A few months ago, when I learned that Jin Tui was prepared to surrender for the first time, I was greatly surprised and didn't understand what he was up to at all. Would the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, a great man who concealed himself for decades for the Red Tide plan and played Elder Nether Spring like a fiddle, give up so easily? I'd been considering his goal and his methods. Later, I generally grasped his goal, but as for the specific methods and details, they were like a giant crocodile lurking in a swamp. I could see a scale and a paw of it, but I could not see the whole picture. But today, after receiving fellow cultivator Zhou Hengdao's letter, I burnt my life and soul and made a breakthrough by brute force, maximizing my deduction ability during that moment. Finally, I envisioned the future in Jin Tui's dream. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Jin Tui, the greatest master of strategies in the past 1,000 years in the blood demon sector. Jin Tui and I never had the opportunity to have a head-on clash while we were both in our peak years because of all kinds of factors. It's truly a shame. However, it's still not too late for us to have a clash in a different way. Mark my words, fellow cultivator Ding. In the decades of integration to come, all kinds of schemers and lunatics will be born in the demon race, but they will not be the scariest things. Even if somebody else is the sword grabber, they can still be executed. However, in a few decades, the most dreadful enchantress might be born in the demon race, one who has the chance to reshape the Federation into a different appearance. You will be the only sword grabber who is capable enough of dealing with her. This particular enchantress is Jin Xianxia, Jin Tui's daughter, and the Dark Lady of 9 Heavens who rose to fame in the past few months, being worshipped by the folk of the blood demon sector as salvation. Jin Xianxia? Confused, Ding Lingdang asked back, isn't she Li Yao's disciple? I'm told that she's the one who revealed the Red Tide plan first. She also offered a lot of help when the Eye of Blood Demon was destroyed. She even helped Li Yao talk to her father, Jin Tui. So to speak, she has saved the lives of countless citizens of the capital city indirectly. She has done no wrong to the Star Glory Federation. She is a great contributor to the Blood Demon sector's surrender, too. Hehe. Although I hate demons, I am not a rabid dog who bites anyone randomly. When you showed me the pictures where Li Yao and Jin Tui were together, you meant to infuriate me with jealousy, didn't you? I wasn't fooled at that time, and now you are playing the move again. Then and now are different, Lu Zue replied with a bitter smile. I hadn't figured out the logic at that time, and I thought that Jin Xianxia was just a girl whom Jin Tui had sent out to bewilder Li Yao. Now that I look at it, I took Jin Tui too lightly. Jin Tui's appetite is enough to swallow the sky. What he means to bewilder is not just a Li Yao but the entire Federation. Yes, Jin Xianxia was the first one to reveal the Red Tide plan. She helped Li Yao talk to the Blade of Chaos and her father. The intelligence that she provided helped Li Yao sneak into and destroy the Eye of Blood Demon. In terms of those actions, Jin Xianxia has indeed saved the lives of countless federal citizens, and she was a key person in facilitating the Blood Demon sector's surrender. It is not exaggerating to call her a great contributor for the Heaven's Origin sector. She was not involved in the wars to invade the Heaven's Origin sector. Her background is clean. Also, she has taken excessive divine blood of chaos and transformed into a human being, which makes her walking proof of the same origin theory. For the general citizens, they will not be very hostile to her. After she shows up as the envoy of peace, she will be embraced by the public readily and thereby step into the world of politics in the Federation. Moreover, she is also Li Yao's true disciple. Although I hate to admit it, it is true that Li Yao today is like the sun at noon. He boasts tremendous influence in the Federation. He has enormous connections and interests in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. He can be even considered the bridge for the integration of the 3 sectors. Right now, the name Li Yao alone represents unbelievable political, economical, and martial resources. In the next 100 years, Such resources will definitely grow and expanded into a gargantuan creature that spans across the sea of stars. The problem is that Liao is not someone interested in managing the resources. Over the past few months, I've often reflected on Liao. The more I think about it, the weirder I feel. He is not indifferent to fame and fortune, at least not in the traditional sense. It's like he is seeking something of a much higher level. The resources that normal cultivators regard as treasures are nothing but children's toys in his eyes. I don't know why I have such a feeling, but it is unimportant. What matters is that if Liao is not running the resources in person, somebody next to him will definitely stand up and manage the resources on his behalf as his representative. In your opinion, who is qualified and capable enough of being the representative for Liao? Yes, Xianxia. She is the only candidate. Since she is Jin Tui's daughter, and now she has been promoted to Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens, she is definitely a key person in Jin Tui's plan. I will not underestimate her abilities. Imagine it. In several decades after her personal operation, the resources that the name Liao represents will be multiplied by dozens of times. How magnificent will she be by then? At that time, who will be there to check Xianxia? Ding Lingdong's eyes froze. Her voice was both cold and tough, like the stick in a snowy world. I finally understand why you chose me as the sword grabber now. It is not for any of the reasons you mentioned. You have been belittling Liao, but you are still scared of his strength after all, aren't you? What you want to choose is not me but Liao's wife. In your deduction, in a few decades, in the new Federation, only Liao's wife will be able to rival Liao's true disciple and ensure the human being's position in the alliance. As for who Liao's wife is, it doesn't matter at all, does it? Lu Zue should have caught the sarcasm in Ding Lingdong's words and sensed her fury from her eyes. But he was doing such an exhausting thing that he overlooked Ding Lingdong's critical reaction. He juxtaposed his middle finger and his index finger, sticking them to his forehead so hard as if he were stabbing them into his head. Spiritual energy flowed between his temples. His head shook non-stop. His eyeballs collapsed, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually disappeared. He was dimmer and dimmer like coal that had burnt out. It was like there was a big, highly attractive swirl inside his brain that was swallowing his soul, his vigor, and his memories. Took him 10 seconds, but he seemed to be suffering in hell for 10 years. When his fingers left his forehead, a spiritual seed the size of the core of a fruit was floating on his fingertip. A spiritual seed, the crystallization of the infinite experiences, memories, and determination of a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was an ultimate treasure of training that was mostly given to their blood descendants and their most excellent true disciples. The color rays emitted from Lu Zue's spiritual seed even illuminated the surveillance room next door. All the secret sword agents in the room could not help but cry in shock. It was a spiritual seed condensed by a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator. For Lu Zue, it was perhaps the last one that he could condense before his death. The essence of his lifelong training must have been concentrated inside. For any admin-type cultivator, it would be a priceless treasure. Even for cultivators of other types, it could still enlighten them and help them develop their brain. Even Gu Chunfeng shuddered when the glimmer of the spiritual shield reached his face and swallowed hard. Staring at the spiritual seed, Ding Lingdong's eyes were suddenly resolute again. She seemed to have made up her mind. After condensing the super-spiritual seed with tremendous soul power and physical energy, Lu Zue was even drier than before. He was nothing more than a walking skeleton now. His intimidating aura was gone, but he was more excited than ever. Fellow cultivator Ding, this is a spiritual shield that I specially prepared for you. My 200 years of life experience have been stored inside. Although it's impossible to turn you from a battle-type cultivator into an admin-type one, it will make up for your disadvantage as much as possible. Come on, swallow the spiritual seed and be my successor, the new leader of the Patriots Partnership, and the sword grabber of the Star Glory Federation. His low and hoarse voice was mixed with irresistible charisma. Dragging the heavy chains, he floated into the air and delivered the spiritual seed to Ding Lingdang from above. Ding Lingdang extended her right hand, allowing the spiritual seed to rotate slowly in her palm. The rays from the spiritual seed turned into weird colors in her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Jean Tuyi. Lu Zue could not help but burst into wild laughter. You think that you've taken everything into consideration, and you can manipulate the future 100 years from now. It has never occurred to you that I can come up with a solution in the heaven's origin sector, has it? Do you think that you will be taking all the advantages after your daughter becomes Li Yao's true disciple? I can also make Li Yao's wife the sword grabber, who will compete with your daughter when the time comes. You want to steal the Federation a century later? Not so easy. Not so. Lu Zue's crazy laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by the most appalled gasp resembling that of a hen whose neck was suddenly cut open. All the secret sword agents in the room next door jumped so high that they nearly crashed into the ceiling. Ah! Everybody pulled their hair and shrieked at the top of their voice. They eyed Ding Lingdang as if she were the craziest lunatic. They found it hard to believe their eyes when the picture was replayed 3 times. Right when Lu Zue was laughing in satisfaction, thinking that everything in his control, Ding Lingdang crushed his spiritual seed directly. Dozens of streaks of colorful brilliance, like dozens of burning mice, fled in a hurry from Ding Lingdang's fingers and returned to Lu Zue's head after crashing in midair for a while. It took a long time before they were condensed again, but their aura was significantly weaker than before. Their light was dim, and they gave the feeling that they were scared. The spiritual seed was the crystallization of a cultivator's thoughts, will, and belief. It did not carry a real entity. Ding Lingdang's attack was not based on spiritual energy, either. Naturally, the spiritual seed was not obliterated but simply broken apart and stripped of all its charm. Ding Lingdang demonstrated her attitude in such a way. Her eyes were brighter and brighter. Her aura was more and more magnificent, which seemed to be condensing into a real entity. A tyrannosaur was slowly materializing behind her. Although she was merely at the peak of the core formation stage, she was no longer hesitating and backing off in the confrontation with a cultivator in the high level of the nascent soul stage. The moment she crushed Lu Zue's spiritual seed, Ding Lingdang also crashed into a brand new world that she had not seen before. Lu Zue was shaking in fury. He bellowed, "Fellow cultivator Ding, you turned me down? You've turned me down? Don't you understand how many benefits the spiritual seed of a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator can bring you? I do. However, I don't care about them." Ding Lingdang snorted. "Is there anything else you want to say? If not, I'm leaving now. You can give your precious spiritual seed to whoever you want." Without any hesitation, she walked to the door of the room in only 2 steps. "Wait!" Lu Zue was greatly shocked. He hurried to call her, "Fellow cultivator Ding, my proposal will do us both good. It is a great safety measure for the future of the Federation, too. Why do you not accept it?" Ding Lingdang was about to open the door when she heard those words. She turned around and gazed at Lu Zue for a long time with her eyes that looked like 2 swirls of magma. In the end, she opened her mouth. "I admit that some of your words did make sense and moved me, which enlightened me to consider the hatred issue from a new perspective. There was a moment when I almost decided to accept your spiritual seed. However, there are 2 things that I don't like. At all." She narrowed her eyes and pointed her finger at Lu Zue. "Firstly, I don't like the feeling of being someone else's chess piece, much less the chess piece of such a shameless, sordid, inhumane old bastard like you. What were you thinking? Do you think that if you pretend that you've changed today, everybody will forget the tens of thousands of innocent souls who were killed in your scheme, and you can simply walk on like a good guy? Damn you! In any case, I will not associate with scumbags like you, and I will not be your successor or your chess piece. However, compared to the whole being chosen by you to be your chess pieces thing, the second thing pisses me off even more. As it turns out, you selected me as your chess piece not because I, Ding Lingdang, am suitable, full of potential, or incredible, but only because I am likely to be Li Yao's wife. So, you are indicating that if Li Yao's wife is not me but some other girl, then I would not even be qualified to be a chess piece and to get my hands on the hatred sword." Lu Zue was dumbfounded. He seemed to be caught unprepared by what troubled Ding Lingdang. After a long daze, he replied drily, "Fellow cultivator Ding, cut the crap. I will not be the leader of your Patriots partnership, and I will not be the successor of a scumbag like you. Just forget it." Ding Lingdang declared, one word after another. Then, with a confident smile, she suddenly changed the topic. "However, the sword grabber is indeed an interesting theory. I'll definitely think about it." Lu Zue was dazed again. "What do you mean? Patriot is a good word. But the word has been ruined by the likes of you. How many blatant and horrific crimes has the Patriots partnership that you founded committed? I feel like throwing up when I smell its stink. So, there is no way that I will inherit your bullshit organization." Ding Lingdang opened her hands and groped carefully in the air, as if there was really an invincible long sword in her hands. "Even if I am to be the sword grabber, I will not be picking up your wretched sword, which has been stained with blood. I will unite everybody who shares the same belief as mine with my hands and forge a hatred sword of our own. We will establish a real association of patriots. Let me see. I'll just call it Patriots Front. You the scumbags have sullied the lovely name Patriot, but we will make all the citizens of the Federation remember what Patriot really means. You asked me hundreds of questions just now. This is my answer. Yes, I will be the sword grabber and I will establish the Patriots Front. If needed, I will compete with Xianxia. But I will not be doing it as Lu Zue's successor or Li Yao's wife. I am just myself. I am Ding Lingdang. I have my own path, and I will wield the hatred sword in my own way." Both Lu Zue and the cultivators next door, including Guo Chunfeng, were dumbfounded by her words. They were even more astonished than when they saw Ding Lingdang crushing the spiritual seed a moment ago. After almost half a minute of silence, Lu Zue stammered, "Then, what about the members of the Patriots Partnership who will not be sentenced to death? After they are punished by law and have paid for their wrongdoing, if they are willing to join the brand new Patriots Front, we will treat them equally and welcome them happily." Ding Lingdang opened her hands and said, "If they are not willing to, whatever, they can go wherever they want. Do you really think that the planet will stop moving if we don't have them? What about the immense resources under Li Yao's control?" Lu Zue was so anxious that he was almost mad. "Don't be so arrogant. The enchantress Xianxia is definitely malicious. If you don't hold on to Li Yao's resources, she is definitely going to steal all of them. I know that you are up to no good. You are still trying to foment trouble between Li Yao and me at this moment." Ding Lingdang sneered and casually replied, "I'll give you the same answer. I don't care. Li Yao and I are not married yet. All his items are his prenuptial property. He can give them to whoever he wants. Does it have anything to do with me?" Lu Zue was completely overwhelmed. He jumped to his feet with disappointment all over his face. He yanked on the chains so hard that they were clattering. You are truly an idiotic woman. Without my heritage, without Li Yao's resources, what are you? Nothing. You are just a fighter with more brawn than brains. How do you expect to compete with Xianxia? Even her hair is smarter than you. Before you know it, you will be tricked into the hell. Hiss! In the surveillance room next door, everybody gasped. That was not an appropriate way of suicide. Talking to Crimson Queen Ding Lingdang like that? If the woman was really pissed off, not just a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator, even the deities in the heavens would have to run away from her quickly. Crack, 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 crack. The poor glass between the rooms, because of Ding Lingdong's shockingly exploding aura, had yet another 100 cracks. It was barely possible to see what was happening in the other room now. For a moment, Ding Lingdong's eyes turned deep red, more scorching than magma. She seemed to be holding a 10,000-ton ship in each hand. Even if she burst into fury and tore the entire white-silver fortress to the ground, nobody would be surprised. However, she managed to control her emotions in the end. Taking a long breath, she looked at Lu Zue in disdain. "Save your breath, old fart. Whatever you say, your era has passed. It is our era that is coming next. We will guard the future of the Federation well. You can get lost and do whatever you want now. Ding Lingdang pushed open the gate of the prison cell and walked out with her head held high. Each step carried her 3 meters forward, but she kept her arms in front of chest stably, as if an unparalleled longsword was placed in her arms. Just like that, she walked out of the white-silver fortress one step after another. In the warm sunlight, she walked to the future. She never looked back, not even once. 5 minutes later, in the prison cell, Lu Zue sat cross-legged in a corner wearily. His face was frozen in fury and bafflement, as if he were wearing a tawdry mask. The twisted wrinkles did not relax for a long time. Standing right in front of his former boss and looking at his miserable appearance, Guo Chunfeng had mixed feelings. He sighed. People say that a woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle at the bottom of an ocean. Today I've seen it with my own eyes. She was almost convinced by you in the beginning. You really should have kept the few redundant words at the end to yourself. Lu Zue was frozen for more than 1 minute before his eyeballs started moving again. He pushed the spiritual seed that was still rotating above his skull to Guo Chunfeng softly. Ah Feng, here are you. What? Guo Chunfeng was amused. I admit that I'm quite tempted to swallow your spiritual seed, old boss. But you decided to throw it to me after you failed to offer it to a young girl in her 20s? I have my pride too. You're wrong. Lu Zue wiped his face softly, as if a magic trick. All the devastation, desperation, insanity, and fury on his face was gone, replaced by a gloating smile that indicated that his plan had worked out. He was like an old fox that had just stolen a bunch of big, sweet, purple grapes. Is she gone now? Lu Zue craned his neck and looked around. After confirming that Ding Lingdang had left, he said to Guo Chunfeng with a smile, What do you mean by throwing it to you? This spiritual seed was condensed for you in the first place. Don't think that I'm fooling you. You will know it after you swallow the spiritual seed. Inside the spiritual seed are the most critical points about the jobs in the Secret Sword Bureau, the cultivation techniques that will be beneficial for your training, and all the secrets of the Patriots Partnership that I promised. Moreover, there are some reminders for you based on my life experience, in which your names are clearly written. What does the spiritual seed have to do with her? Guo Chunfeng was dumbfounded. His mouth slowly opened, his every tooth emitting unbelievable brilliance. The brilliance gathered and turned into a simple question. Provocation. Yes, Lu Zue admitted with a smile. To deal with a woman who is known by the demons as Blazing Tyrannosaur, is there a more effective approach than provocation? Guo Chunfeng shut his mouth hard. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, I'll tell her. She is my friend. I won't let you fool her like that. It doesn't matter. Lu Zue seemed to have been drained after bewildering Ding Lingdang, like a torch that had been burnt out. His back was further hunched, and the black spots slowly covered his entire body, turning into black gas and flowing toward his head. The last bit of brilliance inside his eyes had entirely disappeared. His pupils were completely melted inside his eyeballs. Guo Chunfeng could not even tell if he could still see anything. However, he vaguely felt that his former boss had been granted with a hollow and yet deep sight that allowed him to see through one's heart directly. Lu Zue's body that was about to collapse could not support his big head anymore. He crawled forward, holding the wall, and anchored himself in a corner. His lips curled up, and he said with a smile, After the failure, I have realized that for a competition that will last 100 years, all schemes will have loopholes, and they are most likely to fail. In such a chess game, the real effective methods are the open ones. I was not scared that you would hear the conversation between Ding Lingdang and me, and I am not scared that Ding Lingdang will hear the conversation between you and me now. Provocation is an open approach. For those who are provoked, even if they can free themselves for now, they will still be mired in it in the end because the fury, discontent, and ambitions that are invoked have always been lying in their heart. Such feelings will not rest easily once they are awakened. Fury and hatred are the most enormous forces and can both be forged into unstoppable weapons. Just now, I saw infinite fury inside Ding Lingdong's eyes. It is more useful than giving her a spiritual seed that is not fit her. Much more useful. You are too sordid. Guo Chunfeng could not help but shudder. As it turns out, you didn't choose Ding Lingdang because she is Li Yao's woman. You chose her as the sword grabber for her own potential and capabilities. You're wrong again. Black stripes were crawling on Lu Zue's face like ivy, with tiny spots of light blinking in them, as if his brain was burning in the most glorious way. His voice was so deep that it was barely audible. Guo Chunfeng had to bend his body and listen carefully in order to work out what he was saying. Ding Lingdang is not the sword grabber that I have chosen. She was chosen by Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. I merely enlightened her a little bit on behalf of the deceased fellow cultivator Zhou. Only a simple-minded warrior like Zhou Hengdao would pick a successor such as Ding Lingdang, right? How could I appreciate such a female gorilla who jumps up and down the moment she is pissed off? As for the most appropriate successor in my heart, do you need to ask? I told you on Hidden Star. It is you, Afeng. Guo Chuanfeng's body stiffened, and his facial expressions suddenly turned weird. Bubbling sounds were echoing inside Lu Zue's throat, as if some of his veins and nerves, if not all of them, had been burnt, broken, and shattered and were flowing up to his mouth in his blood. Guo Chunfeng tried his best to deduce what he was saying from the meaningless syllables. Who says that there can only be one sword grabber? If the Patriots Partnership in the past had 2 leaders, the Patriots Front in the future can have 2 too. The Patriots Partnership founded by me is destined to be destroyed, without the slightest remnants left. It has been decided since the moment when I attacked my own compatriots against all laws and moral standards. Nothing can stop its destruction. However, I do hope that the spirit of the organization is passed on. It is exactly because the spirit needs to be passed on that the newborn Patriots Front should be entirely separated from the old Patriots Partnership on the surface. They should not be connected whatsoever. The Patriots Front must be open, frank, pure, and able to walk in the brightest sunlight. Nobody will be able to find any secrets about it. That is the only way that it can march into battle in the future without hindrance. That was why I talked to Ding Lingdang just now. As for the effect, you've seen it with your own eyes. I believe that her Patriots Front will certainly be something in the future, won't it? However, the life of Lu Zue, perhaps the greatest villain alive, was coming to an end. Centered at his eyes, the last brightness on his face was fading away quickly, gradually turning him into a vivid statue. There was a long pause after saying however, before a feeble voice came from the depths of the statue. Ding Lingdang alone might not be enough. Afeng, since you love the Federation, the land, and all the patriots living here, just fulfill your responsibility as a federal citizen and be the other sword grabber. Supervise the demons and guard the Federation in your own way. Guo Chunfeng could not have been more hesitant. He had clenched Lu Zue's spiritual seeds in his hands in the beginning, but after hearing Lu Zue's words, he could not help but loosen his hands. After a few seconds of reluctance, he gritted his teeth and pushed the spiritual seed back. I refuse. With a hoarse voice, Guo Chunfeng said miserably, Director, there's something you don't know. I cannot be the sword grabber and supervise the demons. It will be the most hilarious joke. Please choose another sword grabber. I'll help you forward your spiritual seed to them. Hee hee. Deep laughter or a cry burst out of Lu Zue's chest, which was nothing more than a stone now. His eyes, drowned in the swamp of death, shot out sharp, insightful brilliance for the last time. He picked up his spiritual seed with his withered hands that were burning in black flames and pushed it into Guo Chuanfeng's arms again. Lu Zue's eyes were gradually softened. He stared at his most excellent subordinate, whom he had mentored for decades in the same way a strict father looked at his most distinguished child. A mysterious smile popped up on his face as he said in the weakest voice, It's all right, take it. Maybe, I already know. After the last word was uttered, no air was breathed in again. Lu Zue's eyes sank into the immeasurable swamp once more. But this time they did not float again. With the mysterious smile lingering on his lips, Lu Zue's head slowly tilted to one side. Different from Zhou Hengdao, who refused to close his eyes after he perished, Lu Zue's eyes were shut very quickly. as if he could not wait to join his wife in the other world. However, his arms were crossed and placed in front of his chest, and he was crouching like a child who had misbehaved. Perhaps he was worried that his wife would criticize him or even reject him for what he had done in the human world. Gu Chunfeng was left alone, dumbfounded, appalled, frightened, and anxious while holding his body, which was gradually cooling down and collapsing into ashes. 10,000 thunderous roars were breaking out in his head at the same time. He knows? He knows. What does he know exactly? When did he find out? In any case, Gu Chunfeng would not be able to find the answers to the questions, and they would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lu Zue, the former director of the Secret Sword Bureau, the founder as well as the first and the last leader of the Patriots Partnership, the planner of the explosions in the Federal Square and the assassination of Speaker Jiang Hailu, a high-level nascent soul-stage cultivators, and a questionable patriot, finally burnt up his life and soul and came to the end of his life. Outside the white silver fortress, the setting sun was making the last struggles on the ridge of the mountain. Perhaps, like Ding Lingdang said, Lu Zue's death marked the ending of an old era. The era of the new federation that belonged to the next generation of cultivators and patriots was soon to arrive. 3 days later, at the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector, a small starship was flying toward the Flora Satellite 9. The Flora Satellite 9 was the 9th satellite and the smallest one of the Flora God planet, the 5th planet in the galaxy of the Heaven's Origin planet. There was no atmosphere or water, which were vital for the survival of ordinary people on the satellite. Barely any resources could be found, so it did not boast enough value to be developed. Also, covered by the magnificent ring of the Flora God planet, it was only known by few people. Therefore, it was a quiet, unpopulated place. Even cultivators who did training in space would hardly come here. The starship that was no larger than a yacht slowly landed on the surface of Flora Satellite 9. On the head of the starship, a huge word Li was glittering. In fact, the small starship from the Flying Star sector was a super extravagant space yacht with a high performance. It was designed for the magnates of the Flying Star sector to enjoy themselves during their holiday. Hearing that Liao had returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, his glorious Sunlight group in the Flying Star sector hurried to send a yacht of the highest level over for his training in space. The moment the starship landed, it automatically triggered a spiritual shield covering 1 square kilometer. A man-made gravity field was also established and oxygen was pouring in. Liao and Ding Lingdang flew out of the starship wearing super-thin suits. Both of them were seasoned cultivators now. Even without oxygen and gravity, they could survive in the vacuum of space through internal breathing alone. 3 days earlier, Lu Zue had passed away after burning up his life, but the spiritual seed that he offered to Gu Chunfeng stored tremendous secrets of the Patriots Partnership, including letters that had been sealed with his soul stamp. With the help of the secret information and the letters, the last remaining force of the Patriots Partnership had finally been destroyed. The whole thing had come to a perfect conclusion. Liao and Ding Lingdang were finally able to catch their breath in their busy lives and enjoy the world where there was only the two of them. Ding Lingdang jumped onto the Flora Satellite 9 carefully. The surface of the Flora Satellite 9 was full of tiny, smooth, pink dust, which made it look like a dreamy beach. Ding Lingdang danced agilely on her tiptoes, leaving footprints that looked like peach blossoms on the beach. However, the beach was not clear enough for Liao to bring her to this place specifically. Ding Lingdang pouted and looked at Liao in confusion. Liao smiled and lay down on the pink dust on the Flora Satellite 9. With his hands as the pillow, he adjusted himself into a more comfortable position and said, "Look over there." Ding Lingdang looked where he was pointing at and found it difficult to breathe. In the starry sky northeast was the Flora God planet, the mother planet of the Flora Satellite 9. The Flora God planet was the biggest planet in the Heaven's Origin galaxy in the first place. It was dozens of times larger than the Heaven's Origin planet and much closer to the Flora Satellite 9. When they looked at it from this particular perspective, the Flora God planet swallowed half of the sky and seemed as if it would fall down at any moment. The Flora God planet was full of overlapping craters that could be hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter. They were as beautiful as blossoming flowers. It was also how the Flora God planet had gotten its name. In the planet's orbit, there was the most magnificent ring of the heaven's origin sector. The glittering ring seemed to be made of billions of silver feathers, whose radiance spread millions of kilometers away in ripples, almost brushing the tip of Ding Lingdong's nose. Despite her addiction to weapons, Ding Lingdang was still deeply awed by the beautiful view of the vast and splendid universe. Liao, however, narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun, which was hiding behind the Flora God planet far, far away. He then lowered his head and checked the portable crystal processor on his wrist, mumbling, 10 seconds to go. Keep your eyes open and watch closely. 3, 2, 1. The most incredible scene took place. When the first ray of sunlight illuminated the ring of the Flora God planet on the Flora satellite IX's side, the previous silver, bordering on transparent, ring was suddenly glowing in thousands of colors. All the colors were the richest, most brilliant, and most vigorous. It was like 10,000 running rivers of different colors suddenly crashed into each other and congregated into the most magnificent river of all colors, which was rushing unstoppably toward their heads. Yes, it was not an illusion. The colors were really charging at the two of them. There was no telling what minerals exactly were stored inside the ring of the Flora God planet. After reflection, the sunlight became a colorful ocean of light after it reached the Flora Satellite 9. The Flora Satellite 9, which had been pink in the beginning, was immediately enshrouded in lights, shadows, and clouds. It was truly a paradise. Liao and Ding Lingdang, soaked in the ocean of light made of billions of colors, stared at each other in silence below the glorious sea of stars and the grand planet ring. No female creature could withstand the shock of such brilliance. Ding Lingdong's eyes were more or less wet. She extended her hands clumsily, trying to snatch the unpredictable rays of light, mumbling, "It's so beautiful. I didn't know that there was such a beautiful place in the heaven's origin sector. It's much more enjoyable than the world fragments. How did you find such a gorgeous place? My foster father told me." Looking at the brilliance that was erupting the depths of the planet ring, Liao smiled. A long, long time ago, he once locked himself in his room after he was drunk and took out a picture of a woman. He wept in great sorrow while he stared at the picture. I accidentally noticed him crying through the window, so I asked him what was going on and who the woman was. Not only did he tell me nothing, he also beat me up brutally. As far as I can remember, he barely beat me. However, he regretted it after he beat me up. Although he didn't tell me the woman's identity, he told me about this place. He told me that the Flora Satellite 9 was the most beautiful place in the entire Heaven's Origin sector every time this year, and that if I met a woman that I loved, I should try to bring her to this place and enjoy the ocean of light made of millions of colors. Your foster father. Ding Lingdang was at a loss. I often hear you talking about him. What kind of person was he exactly? I don't know. Liao's eyes looked hazy. A self-contradictory combination of slovenly and handsome, lazy and persistent, popped up in his head. The red spot at the center of the guy's forehead was so scorching that Liao could not help but move his eyes. He shook his head and said, "When I was little, I always considered him to be an old drunkard who never got a chance to realize his ambitions. But now, the more I think about him, the more immeasurable he appears to me. Maybe one day, after everything about the Imperium of true human beings is settled, I will set off and search for his story. It will certainly be an interesting story." Ding Lingdang held Liao's hand. "If we can blow up the Imperium of true human beings, I will go with you." The two of them looked at each other in a smile and stopped talking. Narrowing their eyes, they enjoyed the brief ocean of light. After less than 20 minutes, because of the angle and the orbits of the sun, the planet, and the satellite, the ocean of light slowly ebbed, and the ring of the Flora God planet regained its silver color. However, the brilliant ocean of light that was etched into their brains would never fade away. "You?" Liao looked at Ding Lingdang but hesitated. "You want to ask me about the Patriots Front, don't you?" Ding Lingdang said straightforwardly. "It's almost done now. I thought about establishing a party in the beginning, but after studying the regulations, I discovered that the rules and requirements to establish a party are too many. The timing is still not right. So, I registered a fund named Patriots Front. For now and through all my savings from the past 20 years into it. It will just be participating in activities as a fund for the time being. Then, Liao scratched his head. How do you plan to move further and recruit the new patriots? It's simple, Ding Lingdang said. I plan on calling for a press conference in a few days. I will declare to everybody in the Federation that I, Ding Lingdang, do not trust the demon race very much and that I have established an organization named Patriots Front to supervise the integration between human beings and demons in case they have ill intentions. Anyone sensible who is suspicious about the demons is welcome to join me and build up the organization. Liao frowned. So simple and straightforward? Ding Lingdang glanced at him. It's not like we only met today. Do you not know that I always like the simple and straightforward approaches? Well, don't move your hands yet. Under such circumstances, isn't it a little bit too eye-catching for you to name your organization Patriots Front? People are definitely going to reproach you. Ding Lingdang snorted. So what? Do I look like someone who cares about what other people say? In fact, Liao said, Brother Gua has told us the whole thing. You know that Lu Zue intentionally provoked you, so why bother? Ding Lingdang sneered. Of course it is provocation. I felt that something was wrong on my way home. Lu Zue was an almighty cultivator in the high level of the nascent soul stage, and he had been working in the Secret Sword Bureau for 200 years. That old fart should have been more than cunning. Yet he stammered and was lost for words in front of me? It was simply impossible. However, no matter what he was thinking exactly, he wasn't wrong. The century of integration of human beings and demons will not be easy. Some sword grabbers are obliged to stay in the darkness as the last defense line. Liao sighed. You don't believe that the integration of human and demons will go well? Ding Lingdang shook her head solemnly. Wrong. I don't believe that human beings and demons can be integrated. Narrowing his eyes, he snatched Ding Lingdang's hand, which was moving on his body. It appears that there is a minor disagreement between our beliefs. Isn't there? Exactly. Ding Lingdang smiled aggressively. Also, our beliefs are both very firm, and neither of us is likely to convince the other. Liao's eyes were deeper and deeper. Then, we are left with no choice but to have a competition of beliefs, right? Ding Lingdang licked her full, red lips and bared her sharp teeth. A competition? Fellow cultivator Li, I've waited for you alone for 10 years. Are you shameless enough to say a competition? Let me tell me, we're either having no competition or doing 10. Liao's pupils constricted violently. 10? What? Is your belief not firm enough and you feel that you are incapable? Says whom? My belief is as tough as iron and invincible. I am just worried that your belief is too naive to have seen the ferocious beasts and the surging tides and will suffer a crushing defeat after only several rounds. Hey, stop bragging about yourself. It's not like I have never seen your belief before. Ferocious beast? Ha 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 ha. What a great joke. Let me tell you, even a real ferocious beast will be savaged and suppressed under my belief. Excellent. Ding Lingdang, you have succeeded in infuriating me. Come, let's see whose belief is going to suppress and whose belief is going to be suppressed until it is begging for mercy. Boom! Flames of spiritual energy rushed out of their back like hurricanes at the same time and soared hundreds of meters high. In their excitement, all the flames were condensed into the shapes of the raging animals. Dragons, lions, tigers, wolves, everything could be seen. However, the animals formed by Liao's spiritual energy were all male, while those condensed by Ding Lingdang's were all female. Hey ho ho! Who? Hiss! The dragons tied each other up, the lions rolled together, and the tigers mauled each other. A pink mist was raised on the surface of the Flora Satellite 9 because of the overwhelming spiritual energy. Liao and Ding Lingdang disappeared into the mist, too. Boom! 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 Deep inside the mist, Dull noises as if a meteor shower had hit the satellite were erupting. The feeble Earth of the Flora Satellite 9 could not withstand the heavy bombardment every second. The rocks rose up high, and the dust turned into smoke. The smoke popped up into the sky in the form of a mushroom and did not disperse for a long time. Centered at the spot of the competition of beliefs, a new crater more than 1 kilometer in diameter was slowly taking shape. We are about to broadcast the latest news on the peace negotiations between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. After the full ceasefire in the dark desolate domain between the Federal Army and the Coalition Army of Demons, the special envoys of the two parties have finally settled the framework of the peace agreement after 11 rounds of negotiations. The content of the peace agreement is as follows. The Blood Demon Sector will admit the failure of the war, punish the war criminals, and compensate for the material and mental losses that the war has caused the Heaven's Origin Sector. The scale of the Coalition Army of Demons will be reduced by 30% in 1 year and to half its current size in 3 years. In the next 10 years, it is forbidden from producing or researching on super-heavy biochemical beasts more than 100 meters long. The existing super-heavy biochemical beasts must be installed with localization chips and control rune arrays to ensure their manipulability. The 9 voids, the corresponding area of the dark desolate domain in the Blood Demon Sector, will be classified as a special military area, which will be under the control of the Federal Army and the fleet of the Flying Star Sector. In the meantime, the Pantheon of Demons will open more than 150,000 key technologies, especially the ones in the field of biochemistry, to the Heaven's Origin Sector. In return, the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Flying Star Sector will introduce more than 3,000 fields of crystals and spiritual energy to the Blood Demon Sector. The peace supervisors, consisting of the specialists, soldiers, and experts of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, will be watching over the disarmament of the Coalition Army of Demons and helping the experts of the demon who retire from the army find a job. In the decades to come, the peace supervisors will be responsible for handling the problems occurring during the integration of the 3 sectors. In light that the demon god virus is still savaging the Blood Demon Sector and has swallowed most of the villages and towns in the south, in the humanitarian spirit that we were the same 40,000 years ago, a medical team of an enormous scale is ready to set off from the Heaven's Origin Sector to the epidemic area to deal with the plague. Miss Jean Xianxia, the new Dark Lady of the 9 heavens of the Blood Demon Sector, will arrive in the capital city soon and officially hand over the instrument of surrender, as well as the soil that is soaked with Jean Tui's blood, to the federal government. According to the tradition of the Blood Demon Sector, it is a gesture of total submission. 515 years after the Star Glory Federation was founded, the dawn of peace has illuminated the vast land for the first time. The war between the Federation and the demon race has finally been put on hold now. We are now embraced by a new road that is leading to the Sea of Stars. The official peace agreement hasn't been signed by the 2 governments yet, but the communication in the general public is already on fire. It is told that the Skyfire from the Blood Demon Sector, the Glorious Sunlight Group from the Flying Star Sector, and the newly rising Double Dragons Union of the Heaven's Origin Sector have signed a trilateral cooperation agreement for the universal development to come. The Valley Rain planet at the edge of the dark blue space zone of the Flying Star Sector is a resource planet that boasts tens of thousands of rarely seen minerals. In the past, because of the harsh environment and the harassment of space pirates, it was not developed efficiently. Right now, the Glorious Sunlight Group has received the exploitation rights for the planet. The Glorious Sunlight Group, Skyfire, and the Double Dragons Union will develop the Valley Rain planet together. The bottom-level demons in the Blood Demon Sector who have lost their homes because of the war and the virus outbreak will be the main force for the first phase of development, along with the soldiers in the Coalition Army of Demons who are about to be sacked. The development of the Valley Rain planet will be a great experiment. The 3 parties will locate and settle the problems that occur during the development, thereby laying a solid foundation for the brand new pattern in the universal exploration in the future. Another piece of breaking news from space. Recently, the specialists of the Federal Observatory discovered that unusual, large-scale spiritual waves have been bursting out on the Flora Satellite 9 for several days in a row. Electromagnetic radiation, invisible light, and the materials of the satellite itself have been spurting out like a volcanic eruption. It seems to have been scourged by a tremendous meteor shower for several days. Such a rarely seen astronomical phenomenon has never been observed on the Flora Satellite 9 or any other celestial bodies in this galaxy. According to the crystal cameras that have been projected to the orbit of the Flora Satellite 9, dozens of craters have been discovered on the surface of the Flora Satellite 9. The deepest of them is several hundred meters. Other than that, around some of the craters, more than 10 actinoid canyons that are too deep to measure have been detected, too. After comparing to the observation of the Flora Satellite 9 in the past, it has been determined that the canyons have recently been generated just like the craters. According to the specialists of the Federal Observatory, the phenomenon of a large-scale meteor shower striking a certain satellite consecutively for several days is a low-odds event even in the entire universe. The occurrence of such a rarely seen phenomenon may have something to do with the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. It is a sign that the integration of the two sectors have entered a new phase where not just the Heaven's Origin planet and the Blood Demon planet, but also all the other planets and satellites in the two galaxies will be involved. Eventually, a new sector with dual galaxies that are deeply connected will be generated. A joint exploration team made of the specialists from the Federal Observatory and the Astronomy Department of Deep Sea University is now preparing to set off to the Flora Satellite 9 soon. They will observe the craters and canyons at a close distance to determine the real cause of the event. The enormous light beam floating in the sky of the capital city was playing the latest news, but a deep, black limo passed through the light beam. Blocked from the cockpit, in the fully enclosed carriage, Xianxia looked at Liao with a smile. Although the news said that the newly appointed Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens would not arrive in the Heaven's Origin sector until several days later, Xianxia had in fact come early to the capital city, ready for the last round of negotiations with the leadership of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Considering the subtle situation between the two sectors, it was quite possible that some other extremists were lurking. If they went to assassinate Xianxia at the critical moment, there might be bad influence. Therefore, the news was just a smoke screen. Liao welcomed her as a special envoy of Speaker Zhang Hailu. He was also responsible for her safety together with Guo Chunfeng. Naturally, Liao was the best candidate for the mission. With him there, even an entire army might not be able to harm Xianxia. Master, it's been only several months. I didn't expect that you would do so many shocking things in the Heaven's Origin sector again. Since the two of them were alone, Xianxia was not putting up her front as the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens anymore. She bowed to Liao respectfully. Observing him carefully for a while, she said earnestly, "However, you seem to have lost some weight, and you appear to be a bit lethargic. With all due respect, your face is yellow, and your flesh is emaciated, Master." "Am I?" Liao touched his cheeks, which had become hollow, and said in a low voice, "It is perhaps because the competition of beliefs I had with someone else recently was too exhausting." "Who is this person?" "You have been worn out despite the firmness of your belief, the magnificence of your soul power, and the brilliance of your spiritual fire." Xianxia was greatly shocked. She could not help but make a suggestion. "Master, over the past year, you've been fighting in the Blood Demon sector and the Blood Demon sector. You've survived many life-threatening situations and had head-on clashes with too many top experts. Your body and your soul must have already been fatigued. Right now, everything has basically been settled. You should take a good rest and stabilize your new level. Even if you want to hold a competition of beliefs, why do you need to rush into anything? I think it will be better if you concede for now and challenge them later after you've recovered. You are too young to understand this. The thing about the competition of beliefs is that you must stride forward and suppress them destructively. How can you concede?" Liao narrowed his eyes even though his eyelids were twitching. He seemed to have recalled some painful pictures that he would rather forget, but he gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, "As the saying goes, a cultivator must not hesitate to fight. Will I still deserve to be called a cultivator if I run in the face of a battle?" Watching Liao's lackluster face, his ragged breathing, and his shaking legs, Xianxia could not help but feel that her eyes were wet. She had learned the true meaning of cultivator from her master again. Forget it. Let's change a topic. Liao asked, "How is your father?" According to the messages sent by Sci-Fi recently, Jean Tui's situation was rather bad. It seemed that his brain sclerosis had escalated far faster than expected. There was no telling how long the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons would last. Thankfully, he had acted quickly, if not insanely, in the previous months to remove the dissidents. Now, he had seized all power and reached a deal of interests with most of the demon emperors. Skyfire was now one of the most influential forces in the blood demon sector, too. Xianxia was also the life-saving Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens in the heart of the bottom-level demons due to the resistance against the plague. After the Federal Army and the fleet of the Flying Star sector marched into the Nine Voids and established the special military area, it would be impossible for the Blood Demon sector to attack the Heavens Origin sector directly. Even if some guys in the Blood Demon sector were still set on war, they would be hard-pressed to find any opportunity to stir trouble. Xianxia's eyes suddenly dimmed. She shook her head and said, "Father has lost his normal thinking ability and his memories. He cannot attend to himself now. We invited more than 10 brain doctors to assess him. The result of their examination was that his wisdom was no different from a 3-year-old's, if not worse, and it would continue dropping in the future." Liao was dazed. So fast. Something was not right. Jean Tui clearly said that he would persist to the day of trial so that the war would be properly concluded. With his capability as a demon emperor, even if he could not stop the escalation of the brain sclerosis, it should not have been difficult for him to slow it. How did he end up like this? Did he want to stand in court like a regard and bring insult to both himself and the blood demon sector? Father's situation got worse when he was reading some news one night, Xianxia said. He was silent at first. Then he burst into such laughter that he fell off the chair and smacked his head. In the end, he became this. News? What news? Liao sensed the smell of a scheme keenly. Xianxia handed over a mini crystal processor and said, "He was reading this." Liao took over the crystal processor and triggered the light beam, only to discover that it was an introduction to some cutting-edge medical technology. Recently, the Capital Medical College and the Mystic Ice sect of the Flying Star sector have sent out a joint team and successfully parsed tremendous files and training techniques about the Mystic Ice Force from the relics in a certain world fragment in the Heavens Origin sector. The Mystic Ice Force is a technique to manipulate the spiritual energy of the ice class passed on from the Star Ocean Imperium. The Mystic Ice sect had a lot of classics regarding the Mystic Ice Force in the first place. From the relics of the Heavens Origin sector, they finally found the critical, missing piece of the art and cracked all the mysteries of the Mystic Ice Force. With the help of the specialists of the Capital Medical College, they have successfully developed a new, practical application of the Mystic Ice Force, human instant freezing, which is also commonly known as human hibernation technology. According to the specialists on the team, the technology allows the temperature of a human body to drop to around -50 degrees from normal temperature in only 0.01 seconds. Inside the special liquid, the metabolism and the cell activity will be reduced to the minimum. The normal functions of the human body are not damaged, and the level of a cultivator will not be affected at all. For the hibernators, it's like time has been frozen for them. Their cells age at such a slow speed that it can be ignored. After living years or even decades in hibernation, their cells will restore their original vitality soon after a brief recovery period when they are unfrozen. In today's world, there are a lot of fields that the technology can be applied to, other than the normal medical usages, most importantly. For the experts who are already old and perhaps can't live another 100 years but are eager to fight against the Imperium of true human beings, sealing themselves with the human hibernation technology until the Imperium of true human beings arrives is not an unfeasible choice. Liao put down the crystal processor. Looking at the ever-changing view out of the window, he thought of Jean Tui's unpredictable face, which seemed to indicate that everything was under his control. Pondering for a long time, he was amused. Jean Tui, oh Jean Tui, this is what you are thinking, right? You have found a possibility to compete with the experts of the Imperium of true human beings. So you don't want to die now, right? Then, should I let things go your way? Liao was deep in thought while he stared at the city skyline far away. 10 days later, on distant expanse, known as the eternal flagship of the Federal Army, Xianxia submitted the instrument of surrender and the box of soil that was soaked with her father's blood officially as the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens on behalf of the entire Blood Demon sector. On the other side, the representative of the Star Glory Federation to accept the instrument of surrender and the bloody soil was not the speaker but his special envoy Liao. It was partly because the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens was not the supreme leader of the Blood Demon sector but just the spokesperson of the 12 Demon Emperors. In terms of position, the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief of the General Staff of the Federal Army would be degrading themselves if they went in person. It was also because the Federal Army did not really crush the coalition army of demons, and the Blood Demon sector's surrender was a conditional one instead of an unconditional surrender after a huge defeat. In fact, for the disobedient demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector, they were not contented with those cultivators who did not really defeat them in person. Liao was different. Liao had traveled through the Blood Demon sector, snuck into the army, destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon, and killed countless demons and elite troops of the demons indirectly on his own. In the Blood Demon sector, where survival of the fittest was the highest law, all the demon emperors showed respect, if not awe, for a brutal person like Liao, even if he was an enemy. Besides, by destroying the Eye of Blood Demon, he was certainly guilty of killing countless demons, which made him a great enemy of the Blood Demon sector. However, he also stopped the spore stratagem and helped more demons survive the catastrophe. Otherwise, those demons would have been infected by the demon god virus and ended up as walking dead and uncontrollable mutants even if they were not killed in the destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon. Right now, the plague was spreading on a large scale in the Blood Demon sector. The tragedies caused by the demon god virus could be seen anywhere. Even the most stubborn demons, after seeing the gory scenes, had to admit that Liao had truly rescued countless demons and even the future of the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, in that regard, he was a great savior for the Blood Demon sector. With his appalling accomplishments, his contributions to the Blood Demon sector, and his deep connections with the Flying Star sector, which was now an important ally for the Heaven's Origin sector, it was definitely the most agreeable choice for all the three parties for Liao to accept the instrument of surrender. Of course, it was perhaps also the compensation that the speaker and most of the representatives made for wronging him in the past. Shua! 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 When Liao took over the wooden box that contained the bloody soil, hundreds of crystal cameras were flashing at them non-stop. The epic-making scene turned into pictures, videos, and text, spreading to every corner of the Star Glory Federation. Almost at the same time as Liao took over the instrument of surrender from Xianxia, thousands of kilometers away from the much-anticipated surrender ceremony, in the East District of the capital city, the first trial targeting the members of the Patriots Partnership had come to an end despite the lack of attention. 20 criminals in total were found guilty of treason, dereliction of duty, endangering public security, and other crimes, sentenced to imprisonment for 30 to 50 years. In the federal law, 30 to 50 years was a heavy penalty only below death penalty and life imprisonment. However, considering that the criminals tried were all experienced cultivators whose longevity was far longer than ordinary people, such a penalty was not too harsh for them. Besides, the judge had declared that, since the Federation would enter the era of universal development soon and would require a lot of hands in the remote space zones, the criminals could either choose to idle by in the local prisons of the Federation for decades or work with the federal government in the experimental projects. They could be sent to the far-flung, desolate space zones where they would atone for what they had done in the past. If they chose to do so, their imprisonment would be shortened, and they might be released in advance. The 20 criminals in the first batch to be trialed were all carefully selected. They were all the members of the Patriots Partnership who had been fooled by Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao. They had no idea that everything they had done was for the purpose of assassinating the speaker, nor did they foresee such gruesome explosions in the Federal Square. After learning the truth, they had almost collapsed the very next second and confessed everything they knew. They had even helped Guo Chuanfeng's special squads convince more members of the organization to surrender. After 1 month of observation, it was determined that they truly regretted what they had done. Therefore, they were selected as the first echelon to be trialed. The 20 criminals all chose to work with the federal government and go to the frontier of the universal development. After the crime and penalty of the last person were announced, the 20 criminals who used to be celebrities in the circle of cultivators were all greatly relieved. They seemed to be reborn and could not wait to dedicate themselves to the blood-boiling construction of the new era. In the public gallery, their families heaved long sighs of relief, too. Many of them had tears in their eyes as they were happy to hear the rulings. The 30 or so family members sitting on the left side of the public gallery, although in different clothing, were wearing the same round badge on their chest. On the badge was a slightly weird pattern. There was a double-edged sword full of thorns at the center of the pattern. What was weird was that it did not have any grip, only the body. A giant hand extended from the bottom of the pattern and grasped the sword hard. Because there was not a grip, the edges of the sword and the thorns on its body pierced deep into the palm, making the giant hand bleed. The blood was flowing among the fingers and on the back of the hand. On the back of the hand, in the middle of the blood, there was a big eye that was wide open, which was staring at everything with cold, yet sharp brilliance. Below the badge were two small, cursive words, Patriots Front. They sat in the public gallery for a long time until all the criminals were taken away by bailiffs. Then they gathered outside of the court. Ding Lingdang stepped out of the crowd. She was wearing a badge of the Patriots Front on her rising chest, too. Compared to a month ago, there was an uncanny force added to her body now. It was not based on her fists but generated from the bottom of her heart, which made her calmer, firmer, and more unwavering. Glancing around, Ding Lingdang said, "The trial of the Patriots partnership will soon end, but the battle of the Patriots Front has only just begun. To be honest, like everybody here, I never thought that I would establish such an organization. I don't have any experience in management, and my foresight is often not long enough. To this moment, I still haven't figured out what incredible things the Patriots Front will be doing. However, I do believe in one point. The most incredible things must start from the most insignificant things. The war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is over now. In the future, the Grand Desolate Plateau will be developed again, and so will be the space zones of the Flying Star sector and even the distant universe beyond the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. Such places are now rough, desolate, and full of dangers. Without a doubt, the demons who are physically strong and are more adaptive to the environment will be sent to those places first. But the Patriots Front will not stand by and simply watch them. We must dedicate our own forces to those places, working and building with the demons. On one hand, we must keep an eye on them closely to see if they are sincerely cooperating with us. But on the other hand, and more importantly, we must prove that we can do the things that demons can, and we can survive where demons can. Not only can we survive, we will also develop those godforsaken wastelands into new paradises. Patriot is a good word. Although it has been stained now, it doesn't matter. Fellow cultivators and fellow patriots, we have 100 years to clean away the stains slowly. Let's work together, everybody. The signing of the peace agreement between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector marked both the end of the war and the arrival of a new era. The delegation headed by Xianxia, after signing the peace agreement on Distant Expanse, immediately shifted to Burning Prairie, the crystal warship from the Flying Star sector, and began the discussion about the trilateral universal development of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. In the Sea of Stars, 100 years was nothing more than a snap of one's fingers. Faced with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, they needed to seize every second. However, such intricate, boring details were not what Liao was really into. On the front desk of Burning Prairie, Liao, Wu Mian, Xianan, and Luo Xingzi were saying farewell. "Senior Luo Xingzi, I'm truly sorry for what has happened," Liao said, somewhat embarrassed. "I hope you are not disappointed in the Federation. In the scheme of the Patriots Partnership, the people from the Flying Star sector were certainly the most unfortunate ones. Honestly speaking, the Flying Star sector was friendly enough for them. Not only did they bring the latest technology as well as tremendous warships, cultivators, and even grand illusionary soldiers, They were even prepared to fight side by side with the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector if the demon race invaded. Liao knew full well that it was a huge cost for the Flying Star sector, which had just quelled a 10-year riot of the immortal cultivators and was battered by war itself. Although the Flying Star sector was doing all this hoping to better resist the Imperium of true human beings later, their sincerity in the alliance with the Heaven's Origin sector was beyond any doubt. But as it turned out, after the Flying Star sector sent the strongest warship and the best cultivators to the Heaven's Origin sector, the leaders on the Federation side, such as Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao, were trying to seize Burning Prairie and sacrifice the elite soldiers of the Flying Star sector to begin the war. If Liao had not stopped it at the last moment, perhaps the people from the Flying Star sector would have been killed by the savaging demon god virus, and Burning Prairie would have been nothing more than a piece of broken, rusted garbage now. Liao considered the situation from the Flying Star sector's point of view and thought, if he were in the same situation, he certainly would have burst into fury because somebody had stabbed him in the back, and he would have reevaluated the alliance with the Heaven's Origin sector, if there was still an alliance to reevaluate at all. Therefore, after the incident, he had been rather anxious, and he did not even know how he should face Wu Mayan and Xianan, both of whom were from the Flying Star sector. But as it turned out, the Flying Star sector reacted much more calmly than he had expected. After learning everything, they had announced that they believed it was the personal action of the few criminals, not the stance of the federal government. The incident would not affect the cooperation and the alliance later. Such a forgiving attitude was almost the most important premise for the collaboration of the three sectors and the quick kickoff of the universal development. Liao was very moved, if not slightly confused, by the Flying Star sector's magnanimity. Fellow cultivator Li, you are overthinking. What's there to be disappointed at? Luo Xingzi was amused. Under the setting sun, his face was illuminated with a layer of vague brilliance. The junior brother of Xianxia, who had been the leader of the immortal cultivators and a great man of the Flying Star sector, after the baptism of the numerous tides, was gradually assuming his senior brother's aura. Looking at the rolling red clouds on the horizon, he said slowly, "The Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are different. Ever since your civilization was awakened, you have been fighting against the demon race all the time. The fire of your civilization was forced into being under the tremendous pressure of the demon race. The Star Glory Federation has only been established for 500 years. It is in the most vigorous era of growth. Faced with the strong enemy that was the demon race, you were united and striving without retreat, and you were able to suppress the dark side of humanity. Therefore, in your heart, humans are good, kind, pure, righteous by nature, and the non-humans such as demons are evil. Good and evil are clearly distinguished, and evil never laughs to the end. This was once your belief. But after the incident of the Patriots Partnership, in which you saw how evil humans can be, many of you have wavered and begun to be suspicious about humanity, even including many representatives. I have felt that very clearly when I've been talking to them. But the Flying Star sector is different. Our world was already highly developed in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. There were never any organized demon forces. Over the past 10,000 years, we were divided into homers and spacers at first, fighting among each other. Then, we were faced with the scourge of space pirates and the extraterrestrial devils. Even the extraterrestrial devils, our greatest banes, had to look for the loopholes in humanity and attach themselves to human beings in order to cause damage. It is safe to say that, for the last 10,000 years, we have been fighting against ourselves. On one side, our enemy is the vast, cold, dark universe. On the other side, our enemy is in our heart, something colder and darker than the universe. On a starship that has lost momentum with limited food, floating at the edge of a desolate space zone, anyone can turn into something 100 times more evil than demons and extraterrestrial devils, trampling all the moral standards and causing indescribable tragedies. Such tragedies have happened countless times throughout history, and they are still not entirely avoidable to this day. Therefore, we know the dark side of humanity much better than you do. The space pirates, the immortal cultivators, and those guys who killed all their companions on board in order to survive a couple of days more after an accident, are they not human beings? However, on the other side, the space pirates and the immortal cultivators who nearly destroyed the flying star sector are human beings, but aren't those who prevented them from doing so and protected the world human beings, too? Let's take this incident for example. It is true that the chief criminals such as Lu Zue and Zhou Hangdao are federal citizens, but aren't you, who stopped them, one of the most excellent representatives of the federal citizens? Aren't the tens of thousands of veterans and citizens who waved the flags and sang the national anthems in front of Parliament federal citizens? Isn't the so-called Star Glory Federation made of people like you? Why did Lu Zue and Zhou Hangdao have to turn to the clandestine approaches? They must have been well aware that people were not on their side, mustn't they? Liao was dazed. Senior Luo Xingzi, after experiencing so much darkness, are you still willing to believe in the Federation and believe in humanity? Humanity, Luo Xingzi smiled. Human beings are giant, contradictory objects in my eyes. A double swirl that is revolving in two opposite directions simultaneously. Whenever I trust humanity without reserve, the ugliest, most potent black foams always pops up from the swirl. However, when I cover my nose and run away, not trusting it any longer, the black foam will explode one after another and give out the most brilliant colors. He patted Liao's shoulder and said, however, if I have to choose, I think I will still choose to believe in humanity and human beings. I will not suspect it no matter how much darkness I experience, no matter how much ugliness I witness, and no matter how many times I am betrayed. Because, he paused for a moment before saying with a bitter smile, do we really have a second choice? Liao was deep in thought. Then, together with Luo Xingzi, he put on the sunniest smile under the setting sun. Taking a long breath in relief, Liao was clearly much more at ease than before. Right, there's one other thing. I'm told that you were about to jump to the Blood Demon sector while I was on my way. Then, a Boy Scout of the Burning Prairie Fleet made a mistake and broke the space jump array. You were delayed for a few hours as a result. If that's the case, the Boy Scout was the greatest contributor who helped stop the war. What kind of contributor is he? Luo Xingzi could not help but snort when he mentioned the boy. Don't mention him. He is still in detention. Why? Liao was greatly surprised. Almost 3 months had passed. Even if his mistake caused the malfunction of the space jump array, it still seemed to be too harsh a punishment. Seeing his confusion, Luo Xingzi was amused. You don't need to bother about him. Honestly speaking, he didn't delay us on purpose. It was just a lucky accident. After we learned the whole thing, we thought that he had made great contributions, although by accident, and that we would set him free after locking him for 10 days or so. But on the 7th day, the boy somehow escaped from the fully enclosed detention room and swaggered to the living area to gamble. All the tutors were almost deformed in fury. Do you think that locking him up for 2 months is still a heavy punishment? Well, Liao scratched his nose but did not know what to say. Before, he had been quite interested in the guy who had accidentally stopped the war and wanted to meet him. But since the guy was still in detention, he might as well drop the idea. Burning Prairie had its own rules after all. It was inappropriate for an outsider like him to intervene. Anyway, everything has been settled now. The war is finally over. Liao held his head with his hands and stretched his arms comfortably. Looking at the distance, Luo Xingzi said with mixed feelings. Yes, the war between human beings and demons is over, but the war between human beings and human beings has only just begun. But why do I feel that there's still something I forgot to do? Liao tilted his head and thought hard for a moment, only to come up with nothing. It seems to be something very important that will threaten my life if I don't do it. Master! At this moment, Wu Mayan reminded him in a low voice, you haven't proposed to Masteress yet. Huh? Liao blinked rapidly. Didn't you say that you were going to be married after you were back home? Wu Mayan said. Also, Masteress asked me the other day if you were prepared. Note that she asked while gnashing her teeth and rubbing her fists. Right? Liao slapped his head. I've been too busy with the important affairs of the country and the universe to give it any thought. Bam! 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 In the suburbs of the capital city, Inside the most advanced VIP room of a training field with full facilities, Ding Lingdang was training. What was shrieking under her fists was the debris of a crystal tank. It was more like she was savaging it than attacking it. She had beaten the debris of a crystal tank 5 meters long, 2 meters high, and weighing dozens of tons into a cluster of iron no more than 1 cubic meter with her brute force. Struck by dozens of heavy punches every second, the sharp edges of the cluster of iron were gradually polished, and all the gaps were pressed into nothing. The surface of the debris was wreathed in an orange glow. The temperature inside could be 1,000 degrees, burning and twisting the air, but Ding Lingdang could not care less about it. She was only wearing a thin sports vest and a highly elastic shorts, which revealed the honey color of her skin and her elegant curves without any reserve. Her sweat was vaporized into a hazy mist around her before it escaped from her body. Boom! After a heavy punch, leaving a hole more than half a meter deep on the iron cluster of unimaginable density, Ding Lingdang blew at her fist where steam was popping up and turned around. Liao crept in stealthily and grinned at her. "What's the hurry?" Ding Lingdang raised her eyebrow. "Didn't you say that you would have dinner with your 3 disciples?" "Nothing. Just wanted to come back early." Liao scratched his face, not knowing where to put his hands. "Are you training?" "Of course." Ding Lingdang turned around and tortured the debris of the tank again while she said, "Now that the war is over, the Grand Desolate Plateau is a peaceful area again. Many natives of the Grand Desolate Plateau are returning to rebuild their homes. The Grand Desolate War Institution will be re-established at the original location. This time, we are going to be the largest of the 9 elite universities. Professor Mo Xian is rubbing his fists and can't wait to build the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution into the Holy Land of Refiners, in the place of the refining department of Deep Sea University. Your old dream might be realized soon. The old principal contacted me, too, and asked whether or not I would like to be the dean of the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Why would I refuse such an awesome-sounding job? However, it is not going to be easy to work as the dean of the combat department. I have to train myself well for the challengers." Liao's eyes suddenly shined. "Dean of the combat department? That's a good thing. Not bad. Not bad. You have my full support. Why are speaking nothing but jibber-jabber today? Who else will you support if not me? Who else will I count on if not you?" Ding Lingdang turned around again and eyed him up and down suspiciously. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "No, something's wrong. What's in your hand? Let me take a look." Nothing." Blushing, Liao finally made up his mind and said, "I'm just saying that, well, since we are going to stay in the capital city for a couple of more days, and there is nothing important to do, why don't we get married sometime, if you are free." He opened his hand. Inside his palm was a bright gold ring. There was a bunch of tiny bells that looked like grapes on the surface of the ring. All the bells were embedded with crystals of different colors and emanating the most dazzling brilliance. Ding Lingdang widened her eyes and looked at him solemnly. Liao was sweating hard and felt that his throat was dry. He had never felt so anxious, even when he was faced with Yan Shibei, Xianxia, Bai Xinghe, the Star Child, Jin Tui, Lu Zue, or Zhou Hongdao. Looking back at Ding Lingdang, he stammered, "Is this too formal? A little bit?" Holding back her laugh, Ding Lingdang snatched the ring and examined it under the light. "You made it yourself? Anything special about it?" "Of course there is." Liao was excited the moment he started talking about his magical equipment. He put the ring on Ding Lingdang's 4th finger on her right hand while he elaborated. "This ring is named Crimson Glow Dragon Slaying Ring. Look, 81 attack rune arrays have been carved on the tiny area. Once they are triggered, they will produce a colorful armor around your right arm and shoulder, which will improve the force of your fist by 10%. Also, it has 2 modes. As long as you input some spiritual energy, the ring will automatically expand. Not only can you wear it on the finger, you can also cover it outside the crystal suit and strengthen the attack of the crystal suit with the ring. The most critical point is that, other than the dozens of unpredictable attack methods, it is also a tiny cosmos ring itself with a storage space of 3 cubic meters. I have filled half a cubic meter with crystals that will be the power source for the ring. So, you will be saved the trouble of charging it every day. I know that you hate trouble more than anything else. The remaining space is definitely enough for you to store powerful weapons, magical equipment, or even a light crystal suit. In fact, I produced it a few days ago, but the stripes on the surface were not carved, so I couldn't give it to you until now. Compared to the rings on the market, maybe it is not very beautiful, but its combat ability is definitely impressive enough. You can certainly blow up a tank with a single punch. What do you think? Do you like it? Liao waited, his tongue and lips dry. Ding Lingdong's eyes creased into two crescent moons as she observed the ring in delight. Having no intention of taking it off her finger, she said gently, "You know that I am not a materialistic woman. I like whatever you give to me." Liao was overjoyed. "So, you've agreed?" Ding Lingdang leaned over and drew circles on his chest while rubbing his certain other body part with her round, firm thigh. "I'm not done yet. I am not a materialistic woman. Rings and such are just formalities that I don't care about. Even if you gave me the ring of a can, I would be happy as long as you meant it. Also, for other women who are fond of romance, they always demand grand proposals that are watched by so many people. I do not have such habits, and I don't think it's a big deal. So, the simpler, the better. It's not bad to propose in a training room at all." Okay. Liao nodded quickly. That's right. You are saying exactly what is on my mind. We must recover our original simplicity. However, Ding Lingdong's eyes became more and more dangerous, and she was drawing circles on Liao's chest harder and harder. "I don't care about materials or romance, but there still seems to be a minor disagreement between our beliefs. Do you think it is necessary to find a place where we can have a proper competition?" "Huh? Another competition?" Liao's face suddenly became pale. His legs were shaking as he said, "Fellow cultivator Ding, there are still years to come. Why do we have to rush all the competitions right now? How about we call it a tie in the spirit of peace? Also, our last competition was too noisy. Right now, a team of specialists is still exploring the Flora Satellite 9. They have even established a station. Many crystal cameras are flying here and there. It's not like we can have a competition of beliefs in right of so many people, right? Of course, the Flora Satellite 9 is unavailable." Nibbling her lips, Ding Lingdang leaned toward his ear and said in a low voice, "I found another good spot. The Dragon Paw Trench in the South Sea is the greatest trench on the Heaven's Origin planet, with a depth of more than 50,000 meters. We can dive to 20,000 meters into the trench. It will be a cool, quiet place without any disturbance. We will be able to completely focus and have a competition of beliefs of 3 days and 3 nights. Well, the ecological system of the sea will certainly be damaged. The fish and shrimps living in the area, as well as the innocent little animals such as the 9-headed ocean monsters, might be affected. Is it really a good choice?" "You don't love me," Ding Lingdang cried. "How so? You must be kidding," exclaimed Liao. "Or are you indicating that your belief is not hard enough? You are asking to be killed. It's not my fault. All right, let's go to the Dragon Paw Trench. We'll have a competition if you want one." 10 days later, inside a large, luxury salon in Floating Spear City, an important town of training at the southeast of the Federation, the time was too early for the center to open. Several beauticians were cleaning the room. The host and the hostess, on the other hand, were having breakfast while watching the news with their 2 babbling daughters. It has been reported that immense spiritual waves have been bursting out of the Dragon Paw Trench inside the South Sea recently. Many 9-headed ocean monsters, which are known as the dominators of the deep sea, have fled from their home and are looking for new habitats. All signs suggest that a super undersea volcano that was undiscovered previously is now awakening inside the Dragon Paw Trench. The magma that it spurted out showed that the volcano is active again and triggered the mutations of the undersea environment. The specialists have concluded that this is further proof of the accelerated integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector after the consecutive meteor showers on the Flora Satellite 9. Such news was too far away from the city folk. The couple listened absent-mindedly and played with their chubby daughters once in a while. It was quite a warm scene. Soon, the local news was broadcast. Mr. Xiaoliang, a famous local expert of Floating Spear City, has established the 9th branch of his Empyrean Fighting Club. Master Red Pine, leader of the famous local sect Crimson Nimbus Guild, will cut the ribbon personally. Zhao Liang is one of the most distinguished cultivators in the younger generation of Floating Spear City. Born and raised in the Crimson Nimbus Guild, he has advanced into the building foundation stage before the age of 30. His Empyrean Fighting Club has adopted the advantages of the training models of multiple sects, including the Crimson Nimbus Guild, the Soaring Cloud sect, and a few others. It is the most renowned brand of training facilities in Floating Spear City. Supported unanimously by all local sects, it is about to walk out of Floating Spear City into the entire Federation. The most interesting story about Zhao Liang is his incident with the legendary vulture Li Yao in the past. TSK. Tisk. The hostess, whose curled hair made her look like a golden-haired lion, changed the diaper for her baby while smacking her lips. Look at that. Li Yao, the great hero of Floating Spear City, has shown up again. Even his old classmates are swaggering around. As far as I've heard, was this guy Zhao Liang at loggerheads with Li Yao at all? He was merely beaten up by Li Yao twice. But after Li Yao became the ultra-level federal hero, the guy bragged to everybody about the incident, claiming that he was a man who could still stand on his feet after fighting Li Yao twice in a row. He even brought the video of his fight with Li Yao in high school to his fighting club and played it every day. A lot of students were actually fooled by him. What a shameless guy. The fellows who graduated from number 2 Crimson Nimbus High School are telling everybody that they are Li Yao's alumni everywhere they go. Li Yao clearly went to another school in the end, and I'm told that he left because he was pissed off. What kind of alumni are they? Hey, old Meng. The hostess finished changing diaper for her daughter quickly. Patting the little baby's bottom, she went over to her husband and jabbed his nose with a chopstick. Didn't you graduate from number 2 Crimson Nimbus High School, too? I remember that you were in the same class as Li Yao. Why do I barely hear you talking about that? Was your relationship with Li Yao bad? It doesn't matter. Look at this Zhao Liang. A Mr. Nobody who jumped out of nowhere has earned some fame by bragging about his experience of being beaten by Li Yao all day long. Just think about it. Let's figure out a way to be connected to Li Yao. If we can take advantage of his popularity, won't our business thrive? The simplest of all. You can put a picture of you and Li Yao in front of our shop. If you don't have a picture where there are just the two of you, you must have a group picture of your class, right? Caption it, Makeover from Li Yao's alumni. Make Li Yao big. Other people might think that you are Li Yao's personal beautician. How marvelous that would be. Haven't you been saying that you will make your salon into the best one in the Federation and even branch out into the universe beyond the Heaven's origin sector? This is a great opportunity. Just think quickly. Was there any interaction between you and Li Yao? It will do even if you two once peed in the toilet together. Seeing his wife's glowing face and her eyes that were about to become coins, Meng Jing grinned and drank a bowl of soybean milk slowly. He then grabbed the egg pie that had not bored him after more than 10 years. Taking a huge bite, he chewed with great satisfaction for a while before leaning back in his chair comfortably. Reminiscing about the past, he shook his head. I won't. I am different from Zhao Liang. The hostess frowned. How so? Zhao Liang can take advantage of Li Yao. Why can't you when you are Li Yao's classmate too? Meng Jiang smiled and said, Zhao Liang is willing to sell some things, but not me. Not in the world. The hostess was angry. Her eyebrow furrowed, and she was about to say more when the wind chimes hanging on the door clattered. Somebody walked in. I'm sorry, sir, but we aren't open yet. Would you please come back later? A beautician told the stranger politely. It's all right. I don't want a haircut. I'm here to see your boss. A slightly dull voice came from the thick mask. Meng Jiang was slightly surprised because he found the voice quite familiar. He turned around, only to discover that the newcomer was wearing a peaked cap and pressed it low. The guy was also wearing a pair of big, broad sunglasses. Along with his mask, His entire face was covered without the slightest gap. The hostess pouted at Meng Jiang. "Old Meng, he is looking for you. Who's this guy? Covering up his face and acting mysteriously like this? You haven't done anything bad outside, have you?" Meng Jiang immediately blushed. "What are you talking about?" He stood up, holding the remaining half of the egg pie, and eyed the newcomer suspiciously. "You are? Ha! Smells good. I haven't smelt the flavor of such delicious egg pie for more than 10 years. The newcomer took off his sunglasses and mask with a grin, revealing a face that the couple occasionally saw on TV. His clear eyes, however, still had a hint of his youth from more than 10 years ago. "Ah!" the hostess exclaimed and accidentally dropped the chopstick to the ground. She forgot to pick it up and simply covered her mouth tightly. Meng Jiang's eyes bulged wider and wider, and he grinned so hard that his lips almost reached his earlobes. "Li Yao. That's right, my friend." Li Yao smiled. "I'm getting married. I'm here to give you the invitation. I'm really sorry that I was still in the Flying Star sector when you were married, but you must come to my wedding." "Of course I will. I certainly will." Tears in his eyes, Meng Jiang said, "I will be going even if it is raining knives that day." The two best friends in high school burst into laughter and hugged each other despite the astonishment of the hostess and the workers in the salon. At midnight, in the underground ghost market of Floating Spear City, Meng Jiang, who had toured their old hangouts with Li Yao for an entire day and drunk too much wine in the barbecue booth, was sound asleep on the greasy table. Li Yao, on the other hand, sat aside and sent a message to Ding Lingdang. "All the invitations of Floating Spear City, my last stop, have been sent. I have truly met a lot of old friends on this trip and remembered many things from the past. It is needless to mention my senior brother, Peng Hai. The Double Dragons Union is now rising quickly under his leadership and will be marching into the desolate space zones of the Flying Star sector soon as the first sect to begin the new adventure. I'm sure that the gains will not be small." The moment he saw me, the bald Jiang Xiaoyang lunged at me, crying, claiming that he would butcher me because I cracked the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, which he had produced over years of hard work, in only several minutes through crooked methods. Haha! The bad guy has defeated his uncle, Supernova Jiangshang, fair and square in a competition of refining. He will likely be the youngest dean in the history of the refining department of Deep Sea University. Now that the brand of the Holy Land of Refiners is in his hands, it is not going to be easy to take it away. Do you still remember Mr. Ding Yin, who guided me to become a cultivator on the train to the Grand Desolate Plateau? He's doing fine, too. He is now the deputy president of the Association of Spectral Cultivators. His arts of refining are even more profound than the old days. In terms of the magical equipment that involves the soul, his skills are certainly better than mine, and he has offered me a lot of enlightenment. Right, there's also Wei Qingqing, the girl who was determined to be a rural teacher. It's a shame that she perished on the train, too, but she luckily turned into a spectral cultivator as Mr. Ding Yin did. Right now, she is teaching the children who unfortunately passed away and turned into ghosts in a special school designed for such children. Other than her main job, she is also a popular novelist and has written quite a few fictions. My other friends are fine too. Everybody is working hard and making their contributions in their respective field. Hehe. Although I've only just met them, I can't wait to see them again at our wedding. In December, the coldest month of the year, the Grand Desolate Plateau was frigidly enshrouded in ice and snow. However, on the remains of the city, in the middle of the dilapidated buildings that had been frozen into ice, red flags were flapping like thousands of roaring dragons. Countless tents had neatly been established on the ground. The noises that were soaring up to the sky shattered the frozen air. This place used to be Wild Wave City, where the Grand Desolate War Institution was located, but it had been destroyed in the Beast Tide. Now, hundreds of thousands of workers, soldiers, and cultivators had gathered in the place. They would melt the snow, build walls, and reshape the Grand Desolate Plateau with their hands, sweat, and blood. On the horizon, many super-heavy tanks, which carried large engineering magical equipment, were driving toward them. The fulminations from the vehicles sounded like the drumming of giants and the horns of another war. At the center of the innumerous tents, guarded and blessed by all the workers, soldiers, and cultivators, a special wedding was about to begin. Hiu, hiu, hiu. Shuttles and carriers were arriving through the clouds. Li Yao, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, his tall and handsome senior brother, leapt out of the shuttle. Li Yao, Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, who had kept his iconic bald head and always seemed angry, flew out. Li Yao, congratulations. Mr. Ding Yin and Wei Qingqing both arrived. Wei Qingqing was still hiding inside a small mechanical blue bird, which stopped above Mr. Ding Yin's head and uttered crisp, oriole-like sounds. Li Yao, we are here too. Lei Dalu, captain of the Great Horn Exo Society, and Bai Kaisin, his advisor, as well Xiong Wuji, the chief of the Furious Bears tribe on Iron Plateau, and all the good friends who had once fought side by side with Li Yao had come to the wedding from the Flying Star sector. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang were sitting in the middle of a pile of debris. Li Yao was wearing a slim, black suit while Ding Lingdang was in a long, fiery dress. The two of them were holding a heavy shovel that was tied with a giant red flower. The wedding begins now, Wu Mayan and Xia Anin shouted at the same time, dragging their voice, with obvious delight and amusement in their tone. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang raised the shovel high together. On behalf of the workers on the Grand Desolate Plateau, they would be making the first step of the reconstruction of the Grand Desolate Plateau. In such a way, they were telling the world that, no matter what happened and no matter what kind of difficulties and challenges they were faced with, they would build and defend their home side by side. In that moment, all the workers, soldiers, cultivators, and their family and friends held their breath and looked at them quietly. On the horizon behind them, the sun was slowly setting, and the long, cold night was falling. But did it really matter? However cold and long the dark night was, it could never stop the stars from glittering. Woo! Woo! 10,000 roars of thunder seemed to be passing his ears quickly, and a flock of birds were flapping their wings together. The ear-shattering noises, as well as the itching feeling on his bottom that seemed to indicate an electric shock, made Li Yao's adrenaline spike. His every cell was energized, and the fire in the deepest part of his soul was ignited. The highway, the opponents, the rivers, the mountains, the entire world seemed to be gone. He and his modified car were all there was. Hoochie, 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 bam, 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 bam. Li Yao heard his own panting, which sounded like that of a cornered animal, and his heart that was beating faster and faster. He had been engaged in car racing countless times, but this was the strangest of all. He had never been so anxious that his spine was about to be compressed into a small cluster. It felt like a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him coldly from somewhere in the dark. It also felt that a fatal viper was hiding inside the small cockpit, looking for the best opportunity to attack. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao pressed his right foot hard, as if it had been welded to the accelerator. The speed of the car rose continuously and soon surpassed 200 kilometers an hour. Every part of the modified car had been adjusted by him personally. It was vibrating with every cell inside his body and shrieking in the most ear-splitting sounds. Every indicator on the dashboard was shaking crazily as if they were on drugs. The reading on the LED screen was changing quickly every second and lost all meaning. The racing car that he had modified was about to collapse. In midair, after he surpassed the 200 kilometers an hour, the car was like flood that had broken the dam. It accelerated and accelerated unstoppably. Very soon, it had surpassed 220 kilometers an hour, 250 kilometers an hour, 280 kilometers an hour, until the vehicle was almost flying. It was a speed that completely exceeded the specifications of the car and even violated the laws of physics. However, as if spellbound, Li Yao felt none of it. In his bloodshot eyes that were about to explode, the straight highway became zigzagging. It looked like both a mountain road and a mysterious channel of space and time. Vaguely, he smelt sulfur and smoke. Li Yao, the modified car, the highway, and the entire world seemed to be on fire. "Oh!" Liao found himself in such an uncanny state that he completely forgot everything. All he knew was how to accelerate, crazily accelerate, and then accelerate some more. Every indicator on the dashboard was rotating rapidly like a fan. Liao could not tell whether it was a mechanical error, or he was really rushing at a weird speed of more than 1,000 kilometers an hour. The LED screen was emitting brilliance that was even more dazzling than the sun until it exploded into nothingness in the end. Boom! In front of Liao, at the end of the highway, a crimson lotus was slowly blossoming. The giant red lotus swallowed him and the modified car. The world broke apart in front of his eyes, replaced by runes that were dropping down rapidly like waterfalls. The octagonal, glittering runes lunged at him like locusts and drowned him. In a trance, Liao felt that the modified car hit the rail on one side of the highway. It rolled more than 10 rounds in midair and crashed heavily before a serious explosion erupted. At the same time, he also felt that he was a strengthless baby that was picked out of a womb. His eyelids were like gates that weighed 10,000 tons. Summoning all his strength, he managed to open a tiny gap. Observing ahead of him, he realized that it was an extremely ugly woman with scars all over his face who picked him up. The woman was wearing ragged leather armor, carrying a blood-stained chainsword on her waist and an impressive 3-barreled storm bolter on her back. Liao did not have time to observe the environment. He only vaguely felt that he was in the middle of a wasteland-like desert. The super ugly woman grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, before she cackled. "Welcome to Earth." Liao shuddered violently. Everything was gone all of a sudden. He jumped from his bed and fell to his knees. It was not until he gagged for a long time that he felt he was back to himself and recalled who he was in the freezing air. "I am Liao, a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin Sector and a citizen of the Star Glory Federation. I am now in a temporary settlement on the Grand Desolate Plateau. I've been married for a month. However," looking back at his bed, he found that it was empty. He checked the watch and realized that it was 4 o'clock in the morning, the darkest moment before dawn. Ding Lingdang should have gotten up early and gone to train herself in the world fragments. Liao was sweating hard and barely able to lift his hands or feet. He also felt that his lips were wet. Wiping with the back of his hand, he found that it was red now. He must have bitten his tongue while he was having the nightmare. Liao heaved a long sigh in relief. He poured a glass of cold milk for himself in the kitchen and drank all of it. After resting for 5 minutes, he finally calmed himself down. Another weird dream about Earth. I haven't had such dreams for a long time. The weird dreams about Earth had been haunting him ever since he could remember things. The weird dreams that appeared every other day reminded him constantly that he was different from those around him. It was also one of the greatest motivations for his crazy training. At the same time, the weird dreams had also given Liao the memories and wisdom of an adult when Liao was merely a little kid, which had allowed him to survive in the perilous magical equipment. Since the weird dreams barely affected his daily life, Liao had gradually become used to them. After he became a cultivator and embarked on the journey to the Sea of Stars, the weird dreams had hardly harassed him anymore. Except for the information about the vulture plan that popped up in the weird dreams while he was dealing with the bloodstripe virus, he only dreamed about Earth once every 2 months. Plus, the dreams were just modeled pieces, no different from the dreams that other people had. Furthermore, Liao was occupied by the affairs of the collaboration of the 3 sectors and the resistance against the Imperium of true human beings. Since he was just married, he was having competitions of beliefs quite often. Therefore, he gradually left Earth and the vulture plan behind him. But the weird dream that day was different. Liao had not had such a vivid, devastating dream for a long time. Also, new information had appeared in his dream, something that was entirely opposite and contradictory to the information in his previous dreams. That's not right. Liao frowned, baffled. He remembered having the same dream. This particular weird dream had popped up in his head countless times. It was the memory of his last car race, in which he had unfortunately had an accident. However, according to the development of the dreams that he used to have, he would be sent to the hospital and declared dead later. After he was declared dead, his self-awareness was concentrated again, and he was reborn as a baby in a magical equipment graveyard in the Star Glory Federation of the Heaven's Origin Sector. Therefore, for a long time, Liao had thought that he might have been an Earthling in his previous life, and he had somehow been teleported to the Heaven's Origin Sector after he was killed in the car accident. Such time travel and reincarnation, although not common in the world of cultivators, was certainly not unprecedented or totally incomprehensible. After all kinds of uncanny things could happen to a cultivator. But what was the scar-faced woman all about? She was wearing a ragged leather armor, but in his quick glimpse, Liao still vaguely saw a few spiritual stripes between the blood and the stains on the armor. It was a set of armor that could unleash spiritual shields and defense arrays. Additionally, the scar-faced woman had been carrying a chainsword and a storm bolter. Although Liao did not have the time to distinguish their specific model, they were clearly not products of Earth. At the very least, they were not the products of the commonly known Earth in the 2010s. However, the scar-faced woman had said something to him, something like a labyrinth and a puzzle. "Welcome to Earth." The more he thought about it, the greater the headache he had. Holding the milk container, he sat down in a corner of the kitchen and stared at the cold moonlight outside through the window of the shabby cottage. What was Earth exactly? "Hey, are you there? Come on out." Liao unlocked the barriers deep inside his brain and summoned the mental devil. The computational ability of Liao alone was not enough to figure out such complicated issues. He had to count on the mental devil's half to get a general idea of it. "I won't." Deep inside his brain, the mental devil's dull and wronged voice came out. "Why?" Liao was rather stunned. Was it not good to enjoy some fresh air? "What do you regard me as?" the mental devil asked poignantly. "Every time you had a competition of beliefs with your wife, you would kick me into the deepest part of your brain and suppress me with dozens of barriers. You don't even let me watch. Now, your wife is not here, and you are calling me again because you feel lonely. Do you think that I'm a football that you can kick away and take back at your will?" "Well, I admit that I was wrong," Liao replied. "Next time, I will ask you to leave politely. I won't kick you or strike you with lightning anymore. That should be enough, I believe. Why? You and I are the same. You are me and I am you. Therefore, Ding Ling Dang is my wife too. Why can't I even watch? Forget it. You can keep yourself inside. Really. Just stay inside the depths of my brain. I might as well get out then." Like a round, fat sloth, the mental devil slowly crawled out of the root of Oyezi's memory tree. It took a memory piece from the tree and chewed slowly. "What's the problem this time?" A weird one. Lightning-like thoughts struck inside Liao's brain as he shared the weird dream that he had just experienced with the mental devil. "Look, the weird dream concerning the death of the Earthling Liao, which we've been having for years, seemed to have an entirely different ending. The Earthling Liao didn't die in the hospital but reached a weird place where he ran into a weird woman. Isn't it contradictory to the weird dreams in the past? Help me analyze what is going on here. Does this so-called Earth really exist? What's the real identity of the Earthling Liao? Which of the two different endings is true, and which is false?" The mental devil dissected the weird dream into the most fundamental stream of information and swallowed it. Smacking the lips and pondering for a moment, the mental devil mumbled, "It's indeed a bit strange but not so far as self-contradictory. Or rather, this dream filled the most critical blank of the previous weird dreams." Liao was refreshed. "How so?" "Look, in fact, the dreams we've had before are divided into two vastly different, if not opposite, parts." Waving its arms and legs, the mental devil declared, "First of all, in our childhood and youth, before our spiritual root was awakened, the weird dreams we had were about the Earthling Liao. This particular Earthling Liao lived in the 2010s on Earth. He was just a regular car mechanic. If there was anything special about him, it was perhaps his racing skills, but it was not any special ability. All in all, this Earthling Liao was a completely ordinary person, and the planet that he lived on was a plain, peaceful world devoid of spiritual energy. He lived a boring life until he had a car accident that got him killed." Liao nodded. Yes, that's right. It is why I thought that I was the reincarnation of the Earthling Liao, except that my memories and self-awareness of the past were somehow maintained while I was reborn. Was I wrong? No. Not exactly, the mental devil said carefully. However, after we became a cultivator, and especially after we perceived the mysteries of the superlative height of the core formation stage through the fierce battles in the flying star sector, didn't a new dream occur to us? In the new dream, the Earthling Liao was a warrior who was resisting something. But the thing was, as I quote, too dark and too strong. Eventually, all our companions were killed by the thing, and we were the only lucky survivor. The reason we escaped was to carry on the vulture plan and to destroy something. Maybe it was the too dark and too strong thing that we were determined to destroy. Liao was deep in thought. Yes, although I don't quite remember what is it that we wanted to destroy. The feelings of desperation and depression were deep to my bones. Then, something doesn't make sense now, the mental devil said. The Earthling Liao was just a regular car mechanic and an excellent racer at best. He never served in the army, nor was he a warrior adept at fighting. How was he involved in the vulture plan? Besides, in our memories, Earth at the beginning of the 21st century, although not entirely peaceful, certainly did not have world wars. There were two superpowers that controlled Asia and Americas. The influence of their army radiated over the entire planet. There was friction between the two superpowers, but they certainly did not wage war at each other. Then, even if a certain threat that was too dark and too strong, say a virus or an alien, appeared, the two superpowers would certainly be there to settle everything. What could an insignificant mechanic do? If even the two superpowers could not deal with the threat, it's even less possible that such a mechanic could save the world, right? Liao nodded quickly. I was too trapped in my own thinking. Your analysis is quite correct. It does make sense. Now that I see it, the so-called vulture plan is too ungrounded. The two superpowers on Earth had almost 20 aircraft carrier battle groups and millions of soldiers, not to mention their powerful nuclear bombs. Even a few nascent soul-stage cultivators might not fare too well if they went to Earth. Even if Earth really encountered a crisis, the two superpowers would have been there to deal with it. What did it have to do with a civilian? Or rather, is one of the two inconsistent dreams false? Either the identity of the car mechanic Liao is false, or the vulture plan is. The mental devil shook its head hard. Not necessarily. Don't jump to any conclusions so fast. In my opinion, the key to understand the dreams lies in the one you had today. All right, let's sort through the timeline. The mental devil counted its fingers and said solemnly, before, there was a place called Earth, where an ordinary person named Liao lived. Earth was a world without spiritual energy, and Liao was nothing more than an unknown, insignificant civilian. Other than his amazing racing skills, he did not have any special ability. He was not a secret agent of the government, nor had he ever heard of the vulture plan. Liao nodded. That's right. Go on. Then, one day, Liao had an accident during a race. Everybody thought that he was dead. But he wasn't. Instead, he met a super ugly woman who was wearing spiritual armor and carrying a chainsword and a storm bolter in ways that we can't understand. After that, the memories went blank. We directly jumped to the end, where all his companions were killed and part of his remaining soul escaped from Earth in a hurry. He swore that he would come back one day and carry on the vulture plan. Liao narrowed his eyes and mumbled. Are you suggesting that, after the Earthling Liao's accident, he wasn't directly teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector, but met the ugly woman and possibly joined a certain organization with the vulture plan as the core? He didn't flee to the Heaven's Origin sector until the organization was crushed by the enemy, and he was forced to leave Earth. The mental devil nodded its head solemnly. Yes, that must be the case. It does make a lot of more sense now. Otherwise, an insignificant car mechanic certainly would not have had much to do with the mysterious vulture plan. Liao took a deep breath, his temples bouncing. Thousands of thoughts seemed to be popping out of his head. Rubbing his temples softly, his eyebrows furrowed again. No, there is still something inexplicable. Even if the Earthling joined a certain mysterious organization after the accident, why was he greeted with "Welcome to Earth"? Li Yao was an Earthling who had lived on Earth his whole life. What did she mean by saying "Welcome to Earth"? Generally speaking, this should be the way that the locals of Earth greeted aliens, right? Or was the previous Li Yao in fact not an Earthling but an alien? That's too hilarious. Definitely impossible. Also, why was the woman who said the greeting using magical equipment? Her leather armor, Chainsword, and Stormbolter were definitely magical equipment driven by crystals instead of the firearms of Earth driven by gunpowder and electricity. I'm certain about that. She should be a cultivator. But that's not right. There were clearly no cultivators on Earth. Where was such a weird female cultivator from? And why was she saying "Welcome to Earth"? Li Yao was more and more confused. He seemed to be mired in a revolving swamp and could not find a way out however hard he struggled. Scratching his head hard, he narrowed his eyes into two spirals as he mumbled, "Did Earth really exist? Or was it just part of my imagination?" The mental devil was confused, too. "Welcome to Earth." It is indeed a weird greeting. Li Yao of the previous life was an Earthling in the first place. Why would anybody welcome an Earthling to Earth? It is not logical at all. Murmuring for a long time, Li Yao suddenly shuddered and jumped to his feet, as if he suffered an electric shock. He demanded, "What did you say?" The mental devil was shocked by him, too. "I said, why would anybody welcome an Earthling to Earth? Not this one. The next sentence. The next one." Li Yao could not help but tremble, as if he had heard the most dreadful spell in the world. The mental devil was baffled. After thinking for a moment, it replied uncertainly, "I said, it is not logical at all. What? Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his body temperature dropping by more than 10 degrees. Every muscle on his face and his body was shaking non-stop. "No. There is nothing wrong about that, but I've heard many people saying the word logic before. Something is greatly wrong about that. Also, now that I think about it, when I proposed to Ding Lingdang, she once said that she was not a woman who pursued romance, didn't she? You were there too. Did she say that?" The mental devil scratched its head and blinked. "What's wrong with that? She has never been a romantic woman after all. Don't you understand?" Li Yao bellowed. The critical question is not whether or not she is a romantic woman, but why the word romance was in her vocabulary, and why she understood its meaning precisely. It is as baffling as why the people in the world of cultivators know the word logic and understand its meaning. Romance is not a word in our native language, but from a certain Western language on Earth. After he advanced into the nascent soul stage, Li Yao's memories had been significantly enhanced. Even the memory pieces in the deepest part of his brain could be recalled easily. Therefore, with a telepathic thought, he retrieved the etymology of the word romance on Earth. The same goes for logic. It is a borrowed word, too, which can be dated back to ancient Greek. Here comes the question. You and I know the meaning and usage of the transliterations such as romance and logic, because we share the memories of the Earthling Li Yao. Both of the two words originated from the Western civilizations on Earth and were passed on from Greek to English until they were loaned into the Chinese language. But Ding Lingdang and other people don't know anything about Earth. They don't know anything about ancient Greek and English at all. Then, why do they know the usages of the transliterations such as logic and romance? The mental devil was dazed for a long time. After it thought everything through, it was trembling as violently as Li Yao. It must a coincidence," the mental devil said in a low voice. "If the transliterations such as romance or logic are coincidences, how do you explain the following words?" Li Yao said coldly, "I've fought with the Federal Army and the cultivators more times than I can count. Every time we are grasped by desperation, people always use two idioms to boost the morale. Break the cooking pots and sink the boats and fight with the river to our back. I didn't feel too strange about those two idioms before, but on second thought, do you not feel that it is horrifying? Where does the idiom break the cooking pots and sink the boats come from? It comes from an ancient general named Xianxia in the Chinese culture on Earth who smashed the cooking pots and burnt the boats. declaring to his army that there was no retreat during the resistance against the kingdom of Qin. Eventually, he crushed the magnificent kingdom of Qin, thereby leaving the tale of breaking the cooking pots and sinking the boats. As for the idiom fight with the river to our back, it is about another famous general named Han Xian, who deployed his army right in front of the river during a battle. It was also a method to encourage the soldiers to fight hard in the desperate situation because they had nowhere to retreat. In the end, he secured a victory, hence the idiom. It means that the two famous generals named Xianxia and Han Xian appeared on Earth first before the two idioms, break the cooking pots and sink the boats and fight with the river to our back, came into being. You and I boast the memories of the earthling Liao. So, it is not strange that we know the two idioms. But what about other people? Why are other people aware of the idioms that come from Earth? There are more popular idioms than break the cooking pots and sink the boats and fight with the river to our back in this era. For example, there are also taste the gall on the hay and call a deer a house. All of them are common idioms that people use on a daily basis, but they are based on the tales from Earth. Are they simply coincidences? Also, stocks, network, government, army. All those notions exist both on Earth and in the world of cultivators and have the same spelling. How incredible is that? After hearing the words, the mental devil began to scratch its head hard. After scratching for a long time, it suddenly slapped its thigh and declared, "It's simple. Let's go to the spiritual nexus, find an online dictionary, and check the etymology of the idioms such as break the cooking pots and sink the boats and fight with the river to our back. Let's see how they are described in the dictionaries." Liao's eyes suddenly gleamed. He immediately felt that he was foolish not to have come up with the idea earlier. He hurried to turn on his crystal processor and looked for the most official online dictionary. He typed in logic and hit confirm. The meaning of the word logic immediately popped up on the light beam. Logic, originally meaning the word or what is spoken, but coming to mean thought or reason, is a subject concerned with the most general laws of truth and is now generally held to consist of the systematic study of the form of valid inference. There is no universal agreement as to the exact scope and subject matter of logic, but it has traditionally included the classification of arguments, the systematic exposition of the logical form common to all valid arguments, the study of inference, including fallacies, and the study of semantics, including paradoxes. The word logic originates in the ancient language Xianxia, which was spoken in the heavenly philosophy great sector 55,000 years ago. It is said to be related to a certain alien civilization who communicated with each other telepathically, but the theory cannot be confirmed. Li Yao and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment. What was the meaning of that? According to the explanation of the dictionary, the word logic was not from ancient Greek on Earth, but an ancient language called Xianxia in the so-called heavenly philosophy great sector. Li Yao thought for a moment and typed in the idiom, break the cooking pots and sink the boats, and hit confirm. Break the cooking pots and sink the boats. A metaphor that one must secure the victory of a war without considering retreating. Cooking pot. A large piece of equipment for cooking food on or in. In the middle phase of the era of ancient cultivators 50,000 years ago, the saying, burn the boats and break the pots was already recorded in the Great Changes in the Army, one of the classics at the time, to demonstrate the spirit of fighting to the end even if it meant death, but it was not passed on as an established idiom yet. At the end of the era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, in the middle of the first civil war of the world of cultivators, a great battle took place in the Dawn Moon sector and the Desolate Dragon sector. The Dawn Moon sector was on the winning side, and the Desolate Dragon sector was retreating in panic. Many cultivators fled to other lands on divine boats. Xianxia, commander-in-chief of the 72 sects of the Desolate Dragon sector, gathered all the divine boats in the sector and burned them to the ground, after excavating the core magical equipment and crystals on the vehicles. The assets were then crafted into new weapons. Eventually, the magnificent enemy was defeated. Henceforth, the tale break the cooking pots and sink the boats gradually spread out. Ha! Li Yao and the mental devil both scratched their heads hard. So to speak, the incident break the cooking pots and sink the boats had nothing to do with Xianxia. Either, but was done by an ancient commander of cultivators named Xianxia. This is too unbelievable. Liao typed in another few words. Some of them were transliterations such as sofa, and some of them were idioms from ancient Chinese culture such as taste the gall on the hay. But then, Liao discovered that the unique vocabulary from Earth in his memory could all be found in the dictionary, except that the words and idioms had totally different origins. Not entirely convinced, he switched to a few other online dictionaries, but other than the difference in details, the results were basically the same. It meant that both the transliterations such as logic, romance, and sofa, and the idioms such as break the cooking pots and sink the boats and fight with the river to our back, were all part of the native language for the world of cultivators. They had their own well-recorded etymology and were not plagiarized from the civilization on Earth. Confusion descended upon Liao. He pondered for a long time before he triggered a blank light beam and wrote 2 words on each side. On the left side, he wrote, the Earth Civilization. On the right side, it was, Cultivation Civilization. Below the titles were words that were almost identical. Pangu, Nuwa, dinosaurs, logic, stock, government, stars. After finishing everything, Liao turned on the faucet and cooled down his burning brain with the icy December water. After taking more than 10 deep breaths, he calmed himself down and said, let's analyze it now. Assuming that the Earth civilization, that the previous Liao lived in, and the Cultivation civilization, that the current Liao is in, are 2 different, irrelevant civilizations, everything will not make sense. Look at the words I wrote. From Pangu to logic, from stock to federal government, all of them are used in both worlds. Even the language we speak is basically the same as what was spoken in the Earth civilization. 1 or 2 words might be coincidences, but how could it be a coincidence that the entire language system is identical? So, the mental devil said, it is possible that the Earth civilization and the Cultivation civilization are deeply connected to each other in a certain way. Or rather, the Earth civilization might be part of the Cultivation civilization? Liao frowned. Can it? Of course. The mental devil nodded firmly. Think about it. The Earth civilization is claimed to have a history of millions of years, but it never developed at a high speed until several thousand years ago. The Chinese culture that we were in is said to have lasted more than 5,000 years, but it's still just 5,000 years. The Star Ocean Imperium collapsed 10,000 years ago. Is it possible that Earth was once a sector in the Star Ocean Imperium that lost connection with the other sectors in the chaos of war? After that, the Cultivation civilization in the world might have been lost. After thousands of years of groping in the darkness, human beings there slowly created a civilization of a different kind. That might be the case, right? If that's true, it will be not strange that both sides are aware of concepts such as Pangu and Nuwa. They belong together in the beginning after all. Liao pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Unlikely. There are 3 suspicions points. Firstly, if Earth was really a sector of the Star Ocean Imperium in the past, why was there not any spiritual energy at all? Yes, we've seen a lot of worlds where the spiritual energy was low, but it can't be so low that it doesn't exist at all, right? There were more than 6 billion people on Earth. Let's say the odds of a cultivator being born are 1 in 100 million. There were bound to be dozens of cultivators even so. But the truth is that there was no such thing as spiritual energy in the history of Earth. There was never a cultivator either. Says who? The mental devil argued. Of course, there were spiritual energy and cultivators on Earth. In the Western history, there were Jesus and his apostles who revealed all kinds of miracles. In the Middle Ages, there were tales of werewolves and vampires. In the Eastern history, there were also almighty people such as Xianxia and Wuxia, who could allegedly change the weather and enslave ghosts. Stories about zombies were passed on, too. Were they not cultivators? Don't glare at me. They might all be made up, but as the saying goes, there are no waves without wind. If they did not have the notion of cultivator in advance, how could the people have fabricated the omnipotent persons? Moreover, even if everything that I said is false, the super ugly woman you saw in your dream must be real, right? Wasn't she a cultivator on Earth? Liao was lost for words for a moment. After recovering from his daze, he continued. Secondly, even if the Earth civilization was truly part of the Cultivation civilization, the words such as logic and stock only came into being in the past 2,000 years, at which point Earth should not have been connected with the world of cultivators. Why is it so coincidental that all the tales in the world of cultivators were repeated in the history of Earth? As for the third suspicious point, it's the Vulture Plan. What was the so-called Vulture Plan referring to exactly? Whether Earth was related to the world of cultivators or not, there were never major catastrophes on Earth at the beginning of the 21st century. What was the threat that was too dark and too strong? Therefore, even if Earth is really part of the world of cultivators and was part of the Star-Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, it was definitely not a random sector but a unique existence. The mental devil observed. Chances are that the peaceful Earth at the beginning of the 21st century was not what Earth really was. Or maybe, in the Star-Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, or even in the years of war previously, it was not known as Earth at all but something much more famous. Liao was dazed for a moment. He asked, "Are you suggesting that we might have read its name millions of times in the history books but never realized that it was Earth?" The mental devil nodded quickly. "Yes, if that's the case, everything makes sense." "Maybe," Liao said somewhat gloomily. "Right now, we don't have enough clues. We can deduce however we want, but we can never know the results of the deductions for sure. I really can't understand that. If the me in the previous life escaped to a place so far away from Earth, why did I conceal the critical information in my soul and only give it out like squeezing toothpaste instead of telling myself the entire truth? It's a simple question." The mental devil thought for a moment and replied, "On one hand, the data and shock to the system from the information would have been too immense. If everything is released at once, it would have crushed our brain like a tsunami or a hurricane. Therefore, making ourselves recall it bit by bit as we advance and our soul grows stronger is the safest and most stable approach." Liao was dazed for a moment and realized that it did make sense. He clearly remembered the excited feeling of a pounding heart and exploding veins a moment ago. Despite the fact that he was in the nascent soul stage, the unparalleled excitement had still been too much for him. He had felt that the world was swirling before him. His head had been dizzy, and his heart had been about to rip open his chest and jump out. If it were in the past, when his cultivation was not high enough, or when he was still an ordinary person, the burden of such a memory piece would have burnt his brain and deprived him of his full mental faculties. On the other hand, the mental devil continued, "Maybe we are still too weak at present to solve the problems regarding Earth. So we would merely be bothering ourselves even if we told ourselves the whole truth. That might be why we don't need to know so much right now." "Weak," Liao sniffed. Looking at his palms where spiritual fire was about to pop up, he asked, "Is the legendary nascent soul stage still weak? What about the nascent soul stage?" The mental devil sneered. "Don't think that it is a big deal. Just think about the capability of Earth first. Let's forget whether or not there is a deeper truth about Earth and simply focus on the two superficial superpowers. Is a nascent soul stage cultivator enough to deal with almost 20 aircraft carrier groups and tens of thousands of nuclear bombs?" Liao blinked and thought hard for a moment before he was struck by depression. Yes, after he advanced into the nascent soul stage, one punch from him was more or less enough to blow up a mountain or crush a warship. He was also able to live in the deep sea or a vacuum by himself for a long time now. Although there were no cultivators on Earth on the surface, and it was just ordinary people manipulating electric or chemical weapons, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted on Earth. The most critical problem was the duration of his combat ability, how long he could fight in a battle. During a battle, a cultivator had to burn their life and soul incessantly. It was even more so after one advanced into the nascent soul stage. For a nascent soul stage cultivator, every second in their peak state would consume astronomical resources, spiritual energy, soul power, and vitality. When a nascent soul stage cultivator joined a battle, they would usually only stay in their peak state for several minutes, 10 minutes at best. Most of the time, they would keep themselves in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage and fight in their energy-saving mode in order to lengthen the duration of their combat ability. Only when they encountered a strategic target that was worth their attack would they burn their life and soul and unleash their strongest strike. For a beginner like Liao, who was new to the nascent soul stage and seriously short of experience, it was even more so. He felt like he was like a 3-year-old who was given an enormous torch as a toy, and he might burn himself up if he played with it carelessly. Liao had run tests on his body before, on the condition that he had swallowed enough strengthening drugs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures in advance. He could stay in his peak state for 4 to 5 minutes. If he lingered any longer, his body and soul would be damaged. Also, however hard he tried to hold back the damage and challenge his limits, it was impossible for him to stay in the peak state for longer than 10 minutes, unless he had chanced to take drugs continuously during a combat. Even so, it would take some time for the drugs to be digested and absorbed. He was still not able to keep himself in his peak state for long. Among all the battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators, such a duration was perhaps the shortest, but it could not be helped. Breaking into the nascent soul stage at such a young age was a miracle of miracles itself. It was only natural that he was not as fluent and experienced as those old monsters who were more than 100 or even 200 years old. However, Liao estimated that, even for the most experienced nascent soul stage cultivators who were most adept at controlling themselves precisely, it was hardly likely that they could stay in their peak state for longer than 20 minutes. Everybody would get exhausted. Fighting was an exhausting activity. The nascent soul stage cultivators were human beings, too. Ergo, the nascent soul stage cultivators could be exhausted. The logic was quite simple. Liao ran a simulation inside his brain. If the two superpowers on Earth at the beginning of the 21st century in his memory were his opponents, the battlefield was the Pacific Ocean, and he was faced with almost 10 aircraft carrier groups and hundreds of 4th-generation and 5th-generation supersonic stealth fighter jets. The consequence would likely be he would blow up 100 or so supersonic fighter jets with his immense capability. With any luck, he would even have the opportunity to break through the air defense fire network, sneak into one of the aircraft carriers and sink it. But there would be no later. After taking down one aircraft carrier group, his spiritual energy would be drained. He could only wait to be killed or flee in a hurry. But the world was a world devoid of spiritual energy. Even if he managed to escape from the battlefield, there would be no place where he could rest and recover himself. All in all, it might be as easy as pie for a cultivator to fight ordinary people. But however impressive the cultivator's appetite was, their stomach would still explode if they ate hundreds of pies in a row. All right, you're right. We are not capable enough yet. It is meaningless for us to consider those things. What can we do other than look at each other, even if we know the truth about the vulture plan? Liao leapt up and warmed up his wrists and ankles against the freezing wind at the window. Looking at the brightness of dawn appearing on the horizon, he grinned, with glittering brilliance beaming out of his eyes. If we are not capable yet, we must train ourselves harder, harder and harder. The nascent soul stage is not the end. It is just a new beginning for me. Hee. At the very least, we already know now that Earth exists and is connected to the world of cultivators in ways we can't understand. If they are connected, I will definitely be able to find Earth after I advance into higher levels. However, the mysteries of Earth can wait. The most important enemy right now is still the Imperium of true human beings. Liao had thought very rationally about his previous life and his current one. However weird the dream that had been haunting him was, it was just a dream after all. Everything that had happened in the past should be left to the past, and everything that was yet to happen should be embraced in the future. No matter what he had been in the past, he was now a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin Sector and a citizen of the Star Glory Federation. His family, friends, and compatriots lived in this place. Of course, he would fight until the end to protect everything that mattered to him. Maybe, after defeating the Imperium of true human beings, he would see if he could return to Earth if opportunity arose. But before all that, he should crush the Imperium of true human beings, the most wicked of all the civilizations of human beings. Liao was suddenly amused when he thought about that. He realized that the hesitation that he had a moment ago was utterly unnecessary. As long as he passed the test of the Imperium of true human beings, the problem would be solved by itself. The reason was simple. Even if Earth did exist, it was nothing more than a single habitable planet. How awesome could a single planet be? The Imperium of true human beings, on the other hand, was very likely to have controlled hundreds of sectors. There must be at least hundreds of habitable planets in its territory. If they truly defeated the Imperium of true human beings, it meant that the Star Glory Federation would be the strongest country of human beings in the Sea of Stars. By then, would it not be more than simple to uncover the mysteries about Earth? On the other hand, if they failed to defeat the Imperium of true human beings, then Liao estimated that he must have already been killed in battle. The things about Earth would be none of his business anymore. That's right. No matter where the future leads me, my own strength is what matters most. I cannot be sluggish and must go on to train myself. There are too many mysteries in the Sea of Stars waiting to be explored by me. I can't wait to march to the center of the 3,000 sectors now. The dawn was about to come, and Liao could not have been more excited. Instead of taking another nap, he cleaned himself and left his shabby new home. The grand desolate plateau was still under construction. Tents and super-heavy engineering magical equipment were everywhere. There were also round, silver buildings that looked like enormous eggshells on the ground. They were the half-permanent hardshell tents built with the technology imported from the Flying Star sector. The defense rune arrays outside of the buildings were enough to withstand the scourge of level 9 wind and storms. The Reconstruction Committee and some other temporary agencies, as well as the refining workshops and the crystal warehouses that required absolutely stability, were all based inside such buildings. The Grand Desolate Plateau was the point of impact between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. This place was like a broken eggshell. Riddled with natural wormholes, it was the best location for space jumps. Therefore, in the planning of the federal government, the Grand Desolate Plateau in the future would be built into a super-large universal port and a center of transportation that was connected to the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and even more sectors. People would be able to reach the vast territory of the new Federation in the Sea of Stars from this place. The resources, technology, magical equipment, relics, and experts from the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and other sectors in the future would gather on the Grand Desolate Plateau and produce the most dazzling sparks during their collision, providing the most powerful impetus to push the new Federation forward. A cutting-edge magical equipment industrial park, which was meant to develop the latest technology in spiritual energy and biochemistry of the three sectors, was now under construction. With the tremendous wealth of the Glorious Sunlight Group, Liao had established a personal refining workshop inside the park in advance. Above the giant, silver egg that was almost 100 meters in diameter, there was a smiling star that was quite eye-catching. It was the Fiend Star, a signature of the magical equipment produced by Liao. Only the items with the mark of the Fiend Star had been approved or produced by him. It was not hard to imagine that, in the Federation today, such items were all priceless. Sometimes it was impossible to buy one even if someone offered tremendous money. Liao had never intended to produce magical equipment for selling in the first place. In the past month, the magical equipment that he had carefully refined was all gifts that he gave to Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, Fiend Blade Peng Hale, Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and other family and friends. Liao walked to the door of his personal refining workshop and typed in 3 passwords. The door of the workshop was opened after a noise. Because the air pressure inside was higher than outside, he was greeted by a gentle breeze. The personal refining workshop had only been built recently. Containers and buffer foam for the refining facilities were all over the room. There was barely anywhere he could set foot on. In an airtight booth deep inside the refining workshop, however, a translucent cylinder that looked like a medical cabin was standing. Inside the cylinder were fluids that stored tremendous spiritual energy. The object was also connected to dozens of crystal processors through the thick crystal cables. Little Black, the flying sword that had accompanied Liao for 20 years, was floating inside the fluids. Little Black was a very smart flying sword. It even boasted certain self-awareness, which made it look like a lovely puppy occasionally. Liao was very suspicious that it was much more than a simple flying sword. In the battle against Diwu Jian, a nascent soul stage cultivator, Little Black had been hit by 5 disintegrations of heavens and human, his ultimate skill. A lot of cracks had appeared on its surface because of the attack. In the battle against Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, without caring about its own wounds, Little Black had drawn out the highest speed and the most powerful blast, helping Liao to perform the earth-breaking attack and execute Zhou Hengdao. But Little Black was heavily wounded itself. It was seriously broken and fell into weird dormancy. Faced with such a situation, Liao did not know what to do despite his anxiety. After returning to the capital city, he had soaked Little Black in the special fluids of spiritual energy so that it could swallow endless spiritual energy every day. In the meantime, he monitored the flying sword situation through the crystal processors. It was sort of a conservative treatment. It was rather odd that, although Little Black had fallen asleep and did not answer his call, it would absorb all the spiritual energy inside the crystals and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with a powerful attraction force whenever it came into contact with them. It was also like a boundless world was hidden in the small body of the flying sword, which could not be filled up however many crystals were absorbed. Liao calculated that Little Black, in its dormancy, had consumed resources multiple times more than those a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage would during high-intensity training sessions every day. Liao was perhaps the only guy wealthy enough to feed such a fellow who ate, slept, but simply did not talk. If it were any other cultivator, they would have long gone bankrupt when they were trying to feed the flying sword. The guy is swallowing the resources faster and faster now. Liao turned on the surveillance light beam and checked Little Black's situation, only to discover that the density of the fluids, which contained the elements of 37 crystals, had dropped by more than a half. Most of the materials that stored spiritual energy had been swallowed by the flying sword. Expanding the curve of Little Black's food intake to show the current week, Liao discovered that it was getting steeper every day. It meant Time Black Wing's appetite was better and better. The daily resources it consumed on average were 5 times more than it did in an entire month before. Are you kidding me? If you keep on eating like this, even I will not be able to feed you soon. Or maybe, is this a sign that you will wake up soon? Liao thought of something. He took a piece of the Sunflame crystal, a marrow crystal that contained immense spiritual energy of the fire class, from his cosmos ring and threw it into the life support system. The moment the scarlet sun flame crystal fell into the fluids, bright red colors were triggered. Like a sponge that had been expanded dozens of times, it dropped down slowly. When it sank to Black Wing, dozens of black spiritual threads dashed out of Black Wing's immeasurable cracks and enveloped the sun flame crystal. In the blink of an eye, both the red colors and the sun flame crystal itself were devoured. When the black spiritual threads retreated into Black Wing in satisfaction, what appeared in front of Liao's eyes was nothing more than a gray stone with holes that looked like a honeycomb. He could not perceive any spiritual energy from the marrow crystal anymore. Is that you, Little Black? Liao was overjoyed. When Black Wing was swallowing the sun flame crystal, he had sensed a familiar wave that was similar to the feeling that Little Black had given him in the past. But Black Wing, after having a wonderful meal, simply floated in the fluids lazily and showed no response to his calls. Liao frowned. He was certain that he had perceived Little Black a moment ago. Also, judging from the statistics, it was high time that Little Black awakened. Something was definitely not right if the flying sword kept eating and sleeping all day. Liao stuck his hands to the life-sustaining system. He released his telepathic thoughts and penetrated through the strengthened glass and fluids, crawling into the flying sword through the cracks on Little Black. He meant to reach out to Little Black again in such a way. Over the past several months, he had tried many times, but he had not gone deeper than this time before. A black labyrinth seemed to be hidden deep inside the cracks of Black Wing, and the exit of the labyrinth was a mysterious, enormous world. Despite the magnificence of Liao's soul power, and even after he split up hundreds of telepathic thoughts, he was not sure that he had explored 1,000th of the world inside Black Wing. Liao's eyes turned deep and dark, as if his soul had left his body and dived into Black Wing. After groping in the darkness for who knows how long, he still found nothing. Sensing that he was running out of soul power, Liao sighed and was about to retract his telepathic thoughts when a weird thing happened. He suddenly discovered that his hundreds of telepathic thoughts seemed to be attracted by something, and he could not retract them at all. Not just that, the mysterious force was even pulling his telepathic thoughts and his soul into the flying sword, as if it was trying to swallow him. Liao was greatly alarmed. He hurried to free himself from the place. He was even prepared to cut off the hundreds of spiritual threads and abandon the telepathic thoughts if the situation demanded so that he would not be swallowed, even though his soul might be damaged. Just when he was about to make the tough decision, he suddenly sensed a familiar scent from the depths of the flying sword. It was Little Black. Little Black seemed to be trapped by something. It was anxiously asking for his help. Liao only considered for half a second before he gritted his teeth and triggered all his soul power. His telepathic thoughts blew at the depths of the flying sword like a raging flood. Boom! 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 Liao sensed that his soul had crashed into an extremely solid wall and nearly fell to pieces. However, with the joint force of him and Little Black, after a momentary stalemate, the wall was still blown up by them. A great explosion was raised the moment the wall was broken. The explosion not only blew his soul back into his brain but also blew Black Wing, which was soaking in the fluids, into smithereens. Little Black. Liao was both angry and anxious. His head was a mess, and his cerebral vessels broke apart one after another. He was not able to move at all for the next half a minute. After he restored the cerebral vessels in fury and regained control of his body, he observed, only to discover that Black Wing had been shattered into hundreds of lackluster pieces and fallen to the bottom of the fluids. However, what is this? Before Liao had the chance to be devastated, his attention was attracted by the weird thing that was popping up from the fluids. Yes, Black Wing had broken into pieces, but materials that looked like both smoke and ink were popping up from the broken Black Wing. After they flowed out of the fluids, they gathered in midair into a weird black ball. The black ball was neither metal nor stone. It did not look like flesh or wood, either. It was elastic and could be kneaded into any form. If it had to be described, Liao felt that it looked like a super large egg. Before Liao realized what was going on, the super large egg bounced in midair for a moment and then jumped into Liao's arms. Like a puppy that had finally found its master after losing its way for a long time, it was rubbing Liao in delight. Moreover, on the side that appeared to be its bottom, a small tail was condensed on the surface of the black materials, which was wagging in excitement. Caught unprepared, Liao was truly stunned. However, the familiar scent from the egg made him overjoyed. He hugged the guy and asked, "Little Black, is it really you? You're awake." The egg-like black ball continued rubbing Liao's face. It was soft, fat, and warm, like the pink bottom of a baby. Seeing that Little Black, who had been accompanying him since his childhood, was now reborn in a brand new form, Liao was filled with mixed feelings, almost shedding tears of joy. Excellent, Little Black. So, your real identity is not a flying sword but an egg. Little Black's pointy tail waved in dissatisfaction, as if it were saying, "I am not an egg." "Then what are you exactly? I've never seen such magical equipment before." Liao could not have felt stranger. He extended one of his fingers and jabbed Little Black. He had never seen such a weird material before. Even liquid metal was not enough to describe 1/10,000th of Little Black's qualities. Little Black's tail shook for a long time in confusion, as if it did not know what it was either. Eventually, ripples spread out on its head, and two items popped up from its body. The first item was a three-edged metal stick the width of a finger. Liao could not discern the materials that the stick was made of. He only knew that the hardness and density of the stick were extremely high. At the very least, it was much harder than all the metals and rocks that Liao had seen. Compact spiritual stripes had been carved on the mental stick. They were fluent and in a consistent style. Liao studied for a while. He could tell that those spiritual stripes were from the heyday of the Star Ocean Imperium, but he failed to figure out the specific usage of them. Perhaps the stick is a key. No, not a key but half a key. Some of the rune arrays on the stick were obviously incomplete. Also, There were quite a few mortises on one side of the stick that were perhaps meant to connect another component. Half a key from the Star Ocean Imperium? What can it open? The second item that Little Black vomited, on the other hand, was quite common. It was just a jade chip, a modern one produced by the Star Ocean Imperium no earlier than 30 years ago. Liao blinked and inserted the jade chip into his portable crystal processor. The light beam shook for a moment. As the ripples slowly condensed, a slobby man, who did not seem to fit in the world he was living in at all, showed up. The man grinned at him and said gently, "Ah Yao! Pop!" Liao exclaimed in surprise with tears swirling inside his eyes. The man inside the light beam was exactly his foster father, the man who had raised him for almost 10 years in the magical equipment graveyard, taught him the basic ethics of a human being, and laid a solid foundation for his refining skills. In Liao's memory, his foster father had fallen into the magical equipment graveyard from a garbage ship. The old man's body had always been in poor condition. He also liked the lousiest liquor most. After he was drunk, he would vomit, and when he was sober again, he went on drinking. He always crept into the garbage hills when he was half-wasted and got himself hurt. He would not listen to Liao even if the latter spoke to him many times about it. It was almost like a self-torture. After torturing himself for 10 years, he had passed away on a stormy night. He had not said much when he was dying. Liao had never expected his foster father to have left a jade chip inside Little Black. It was obvious that the jade would not be opened until his cultivation reached a point where he could break Little Black's seal. "Pop, where are you from?" Traveling in dozens of sectors, carrying a piece of mysterious magical equipment like Little Black with you, and leaving your last words for me in such a weird way? Were you worried about something? Was there anything unfulfilled? "I'm listening." Liao bulged his eyes and pricked his ears up. The slobby middle-aged man on the light beam said in a low voice, "Ayen, if you are watching this video, it means that you are at least in the peak of the core formation stage, or maybe in the nascent soul stage. So, you are slightly qualified to travel in the Sea of Stars now. Besides, you should have noticed the anomalies about me and Blackwing and guessed that we are not natives of the Heaven's Origin sector." Liao nodded. His foster father was not from the Heaven's Origin sector. It was not an unexpected answer. Wearing the most complicated expression, the slobby middle-aged man stopped for a long time before he continued slowly. "Ah Yao, after knowing that I will die very soon, I have been debating with myself whether or not I should tell you the truth about the center of the Sea of Stars. Or maybe, should I wager on the possibility that you will live your life happily in the bliss of ignorance? In the end, I decided to set up such a test. If your cultivation is not high enough to pass my test, it will be unnecessary for you to know what I'm going to say next, because even if you do, there will be nothing you can do except wait for your doom to arrive. But now that you've passed my test, I can tell you my background and my suffocating and devastating homeland." When he mentioned his homeland, the slobby, middle-aged man was clearly shivering. His teeth clattering violently, he managed to go on. "My homeland, the country that I escaped from and would never have the courage to face, is the strongest nation of human beings in the Sea of Stars. It is also the evilest, most terrible civilization in the history of mankind. No, it is even not qualified to be listed as a civilization of mankind. It is the terminator of all civilizations of mankind. You people living in the minor Heaven's Origin sector at the edge of the universe cannot even begin to fathom its dominance or 1/1,000,000th of its wickedness. Right now, looming at the center of the Sea of Stars, it is extending tentacles to anywhere that was once illuminated by the fire of humanity. It is invading and expanding unstoppably. Maybe one day, my homeland will reach the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Glory Federation, and you, my son, too." Liao nodded heavily. That explained a lot. He understood everything now. As he expected, his father was from the Imperium of true human beings. Because his foster father was not satisfied about certain policies of the Imperium and believed that the immortal cultivators were not qualified as a civilization of mankind but a threat to it, his foster father made up his mind to flee from the country to the edge of the cosmos. However, his foster father was also very clear that, since the Imperium was expanding rapidly, chances were that it would invade the Star Glory Federation soon. His foster father had passed away more than 10 years ago. In his eyes, at that time, the insignificant Federation was obviously no match for the Imperium. It would have been blown to smithereens the moment the expedition army of the Imperium arrived. That was why his foster father had always been so miserable and desperate. If the slobby middle-aged man gnashed his teeth, if the army from my homeland finally arrives on your doorstep one day, the only suggestion I can give you is, don't surrender. Resist to the end. Yes, you are certainly no match for it, but even if you are destroyed, you will die with the pride and dignity of human beings. If you surrender, you will be no longer human beings, not even animals, and, in some cases, no better than germs. Liao took a long breath and clenched his fists. He had never felt more passionate. His foster father was right. Enslaved by the wretched immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings, the ordinary people were simply ants and weeds, nothing remotely related to human beings. The war between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators had only just begun. They would certainly fight to the end until the blood of the last cultivator was shed in the sea of stars. Liao narrowed his eyes and declared, one word after another. Rest assured, Pop. No matter how formidable the Imperium is, we will show them the pride of the Federation. Naturally, the slobby middle-aged man could not hear his reply. He simply continued, Ayao, listen up. My homeland, the most dreadful force of human beings in the universe, is the alliance of the Holy Covenant. Ha! The Covenant Alliance, the strong, most wicked, and most terrifying nation of human beings in the entire universe. So far, countless sectors have fallen into the hands of the Covenant Alliance. None of them were even close to be match for the Covenant Alliance. To resist the Covenant Alliance, which is rising like the sun, even the traditional superpower Imperium of true human beings, which always considered itself the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, has betrayed its past beliefs, abandoned the glory of cultivators, and trampled on humanity, turning themselves into pure animals and out-and-out war machines. Despite the gory prices they paid, the Imperium, which has been utterly deformed, only managed to slow the march of the Covenant Alliance. As for how long their fierce war at the center of the universe will last and which side will be the final winner, we might not be able to know the answer this century. Liao. Listen, Ayao, since you are close to, if not already at, the nascent soul stage, you can more or less influence the policies of the Federation now. If one day the Covenant Alliance really comes at the Federation, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Run to the center of the universe and ask for the reinforcement of the Imperium of true human beings. If possible, it's best that the entire Heaven's origin sector be ceded to and protected by the Imperium of true human beings. Have you seen the metal stick? You don't need to know what it is. When you arrive in the Imperium, go and find a woman named Li Linghai. Give her the metal stick and the jade chip. The jade chip can prove your identity. There's also a video that I've imposed a barrier on. There's a few words that I've left for her. You don't need to know them. Since you are my foster son, after you give her the metal stick, she will not wrong you for my sake. Even the Heaven's origin sector might be protected by her and the Imperium. Of course, that is depending on the Imperium defeating the Covenant Alliance. If even the Imperium is crushed by the Covenant Alliance, it will be doomed. Everything will be doomed. You don't need to worry about where to find Li Linghai. If you really make your way to the Imperium, just ask anybody you run into, and they will tell you where she is. However, as for exactly how you can approach her, you will have to work it out yourself. Remember, nobody except Li Linghai is to see the metal stick. If anybody does, kill them immediately. Otherwise, you will be mired in infinite trouble. This is also one reason I hesitated to tell you the truth. As for this video, you can clip the part about the metal stick and Li Linghai off and simply inform the leadership of the Federation of the existence of the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium so that they can be better prepared. The slobby, middle-aged man coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. Not bothering to wipe it off, he mumbled, Ayao, I know that you are a good kid. The Star Glory Federation is a good country that persists in the orthodoxy principles of human beings, too. Perhaps, after you reach the Imperium, you will find their approaches in complete violation of your beliefs and your moral standards. Those condescending and merciless immortal cultivators will definitely appear unacceptable to you. However, trust me, no matter how evil the Imperium appears to be in your eyes, the Covenant Alliance will be at least 10,000 times eviler. Are we clear? His eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost extending his head out of the light beam. He shouted desperately, "Don't trust the Covenant Alliance. Don't trust the so-called Path of Ultimate Benevolence or Pangu's Covenant. Don't trust any of that. Never. This is the cruelty of the universe today. If you have to choose sides between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium in the bleeding sea of stars, the Imperium should be your only option. However unwilling you are, and however ugly the Imperium of true human beings is, it is by far the last guardian of humanity now." When the butterfly broke out of her cocoon, the world around her had experienced drastic changes. She was faced with the freezing rain and the overwhelming coldness on the grand desolate plateau of the Heaven's Origin sector in the early spring, instead of the warm, moist breeze at the south of the Blood Demon sector, her hometown. The ghastly changes caught the little creature unprepared. But her species was best known for their tough vitality. During the prolonged cold winter, when most insects were frozen in the snow, her species would turn into a cocoon and weather through the winter before they became butterflies again and re-embraced the sun when spring came. Before her simple nerves responded to the changes of the outside world, the strength hidden in the deepest part of her genes forced her to flap her wings fast and fly higher. She observed the world around with great interest, trying to look for a shelter that was slightly warmer and food, of course. After feasting upon the delicious, sweet juices from flowers and grasses, she would also need to find a mate to pass the ancient genes inherited from her ancestors on to the next generation. Her nerves that were too simple, bordering on shabby, could not afford too much hesitation, depression, and self-pity. After making sure her destiny, she was no longer confused or overwhelmed by the fear of failure or death, focusing on dancing in the cold rain. Unfolding in front of her eyes, however, was a dazzling new world. After several months of arduous effort from millions of workers and federal soldiers, the boundless grand desolate plateau was no longer as empty and desolate as it had once been, but a lively picture of prosperity. The molten steel was spluttering, and the heavy magical equipment was fulminating. Hundreds of workers gathered together and sang the most deafening songs, as loud as the anthems of the legions of the federal army nearby. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be shattered, based on the abandoned starships and the fixed tents, and with the underground buildings as the core, a new city was already taking shape after only several months. The city, which was named Grand Desolate, would be not only where the Grand Desolate War Institution was located, but also the communication center of economy, politics, and culture for the three sectors. The butterfly was fascinated by the lively scene there. Because of the hard-working workers and soldiers, the temperature in Grand Desolate City was several degrees higher than the wilderness, a difference that would very likely determine her life and death. The butterfly flapped her wings and flew to Grand Desolate City. Countless glittering, bizarrely shaped buildings, unseen before in the history of either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector, were flashing below her translucent wings. If her wisdom was enhanced 1,000,000 times, and after thousands of years of evolution, she might come to realize the usages of those buildings, and what an incredible miracle it was to have such buildings established on such a derelict place. At the outmost area of her leap, in the northwest direction of Grand Desolate City, the super communication arrays made of more than 50,000 pan-like signal transmitters could break the limitation of the three-dimensional space and make the information perform space jumps, thereby achieving real-time communication among the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, although the so-called real-time still had minutes, if not hours of lag. For the sectors that were countless light-years away from each other, the delay was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Next to the super communication array was a giant pit, dozens of kilometers in diameter. It was dark and bottomless. The sand and rocks excavated from the pit alone had been piled into a continuous man-made mountain next to Grand Desolate City. There was also a microclimate around the giant pit and even an inward attraction force, which nearly swallowed the butterfly. The pit was the upgraded version of the Heavens Artillery, which was still under construction. After adopting the state-of-the-art space jump technology of the Flying Star sector, it would boast a teleportation ability dozens of times higher than its previous version. Projecting several nascent soul stage cultivators to certain coordinates in the space zones nearby would not pose a problem. The new generation Heavens Artillery, the under-repair Eye of Blood Demon, and the cosmic slingshot of the Flying Star sector would be the bridges that connected the three sectors. Woo! A prolonged shriek suddenly echoed from another enormous building below the butterfly. Scared, she hurried to dodge to one side. The dome of the egg-like building, on the other hand, suddenly split apart and retreated to the two sides. A light crystal warship activated the anti-gravity rune arrays and slowly floated from inside. The strengthened external skeletons on the front of the warship and the pair of crystal and acid cannons, which should have been contradictory to each other, indicated that it was not a random crystal warship. In fact, it was an experiment model of the new generation warship that had adopted the most advanced technologies of the Heavens Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. It was installed with a dual system of biochemistry and spiritual energy, and it was covered by both crystal armor and a strengthened external skeleton. Crystal cannons and acid cannons were both its weapons. Crystal cables and synthesized neurons were utilized at the same time to maneuver it. To quote the reporters of the Star Glory Federation, who liked exaggeration more than anything else, it was a future warship. Boom! The experiment, which represented the future, collapsed in black smoke with a dull fulmination after rising only less than 200 meters, perhaps due to the incompatibility of the dual system. The refiners in the dock, however, had been prepared for all this. Hundreds of buffer rune arrays were activated at the same time. An invisible safety net seemed to be weaved above the dock and held the broken warship. After fluctuating for a moment, the warship became still in midair. The refiners, wearing the engineering crystal suits from the Flying Star sector, hurried to fly to the damaged parts of the warship. The butterfly was deeply awed by the enormous creature. An enormous beast that had collapsed was still an enormous beast. It was not something that she could approach. The butterfly continued flying toward the center of the city. She passed a brand new campus that the Grand Desolate War Institution was planning, a crystal suit center co-funded by the three major crystal suit centers of the Flying Star sector and the Glorious Sunlight Group, a research institute on the biodiversity of the Blood Demon sector, and a trade market that came to being spontaneously and was running before the central area of Grand Desolate City was completed. The experts from the three sectors often went there to exchange the messages about techniques, technology, magical equipment, and relics. The butterfly did not know that the cocoon in which she had been hiding was buried in the soil of an ice marigold, which had been brought to the trade market from the Blood Demon sector in a flower pot. Even if she did, she would not care about it because she too busy observing the colorful glass walls in the air, in which many giant creatures resembling hairless chimps were vibrating the air and sending out information she could not comprehend. The butterfly was not certain whether the glass walls were real, or maybe they were intangible like the rainbows after a storm. Her speculation was quite close to the truth. The 3D light beams floated in the sky of Grand Desolate City were playing and replaying two pieces of breaking news. The first piece of news was the conclusion of the War Tribunal. After the Blood Demon sector submitted the instrument of surrender, and the two sectors signed the peace agreement, the War Tribunal targeting the Blood Demon sector's invasion on the Heavens Origin sector immediately started to work. During the century of conflicts, most of them were in the form of beast tide in the previous 90 years. On many occasions, it was even impossible to tell whether the demon beasts of the Blood Demon sector ran to the Heavens Origin sector on their own through the natural wormholes, or they were actually driven by the demons. In fact, weirdly enough, in the past 10 years, although the two parties regarded each other as their sworn enemy, they had never officially declared war on each other. Therefore, most of the cases that the War Tribunal worked on were about the crimes that the coalition army of demons committed while it was sweeping across the Grand Desolate Plateau in the Battle of Dawn 3 years ago, as well as the crimes of the Red Tide Plan, in which the demons assaulted the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. The Battle of Dawn was the first large-scale military action taken by the coalition army of demons to invade the Federation. It was planned and organized by the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the supporters of Continentalism in the Nether Spring Kingdom. It was a pity that most of the suspects had already been trapped by Liao and killed in the destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon. Elder Nether Spring was perhaps the only survivor of the disaster, but his ending was certainly not a pleasant one. One might say that his karma had caught to him. Thus, the only guy who could stand in the war tribunal to be trialed and should be responsible for the beast-tide outbreak in the capital city was Jin Tui, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons. After months of deliberation, the 9 special judges of the war tribunal had ruled unanimously that Jin Tui was found guilty of various war crimes, slaughter, and other felonies. However, opinions differed as to how he should be punished. By logic, death sentence was the only suitable penalty for such a criminal. But Jin Tui was under very special circumstances. After the examination of the Association of the Meditation Healers and dozens of well-known neurologists, they had reached the conclusion that, before the war tribunal started, Jin Tui had already lost his wisdom because of cerebral sclerosis. He was no more intelligent than a newborn baby. It meant that Jin Tui had essentially already died as a social person. What remained was just a pile of meat that could breathe. As a suspect who has committed appalling crimes, if Jin Tui is executed in such an ignorant state, not only will it be painless for him, it will also be the greatest irony for the citizens who were killed miserably and even the entire Federation. Having confronted Jin Tui face to face, I know his formidability very well. I'm even suspicious that he has accelerated the escalation of his cerebral sclerosis through a certain secret technique and turned himself into an incontinent retard intentionally. He must be trying to evade from the real punishment in such a way. It is going to be a mockery for the solemnness and the integrity of the federal law. If Jin Tui, as a retard, is sentenced to death right now, it is not going to be a real criminal of war that we punish but a pile of meat that looks identical to Jin Tui. Regarding the sentence of Jin Tui and the way to punish him, debate remained unabated in almost every trade of the Federation. From the representatives, the ministers, and the leaders of the major sects, who were at the center of politics, to the ordinary folk who were not involved in national affairs, all citizens of the Federation were considering how to conclude the war between mankind and the demon race in a way that was satisfactory for everybody. Liao, the ultra-level federal hero, presented his opinions on the forums and through various media outlets. After making his declaration, he continued. According to the neurologists, at the terminal phase of cerebral sclerosis, even the nerve endings will be frozen. Other than the most fundamental actions that are controlled by the brainstem, such as his heartbeat or breathing, he is barely able to do or sense anything. Nothing is painful for him. It means that, even if Jin Tui is minced to a pulp right now, he will not feel the slightest pain. On the contrary, his death will be the way for him to escape from the real punishment forever. Therefore, I don't think we should punish Jin Tui right now. I think we should preserve his body and head in a certain way until the day we can actually punish him comes. With the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, all kinds of technology, including those regarding the brain nerves, are making breakthroughs on a daily basis. I'm certain that, in the not-so-distant future, cerebral sclerosis, which is an untreatable disease right now, will be dealt with through certain methods. Also, according to the latest news I've heard, we have made an explosive breakthrough in human hibernation. We have theoretically grasped the ability to freeze a human body at an ultra-low temperature, which allows us to freeze someone in the river of time for 1 to 200 years. Then, let Jin Tui be the first person to receive human hibernation. Let him hibernate until cerebral sclerosis is curable. After his disease is treated and his most clear consciousness is back, we will give him the real punishment that he deserves. All the pain that is due for him should be tasted by him without him missing any of it. In my opinion, that will be a real trial and the only ending suitable for such a war criminal as Jin Tui. Of course, the human hibernation technology is still immature. Faults might occur, but the worst outcome will only be equal to a death sentence for Jin Tui. I don't see anything inappropriate in dealing with him in such a way. Liao's words raised discussions in every part of the society. After the initial shock, everybody had to admit that he did have a point. Jean Tui was nothing more than a vegetative who could barely walk on his own, often urinating and defecating in his own pants. Nitpicking a vegetative, cursing him, and even beating him hard would not cause him the slightest pain, physically or mentally. Because of his cerebral sclerosis, Jean Tui's soul had been sealed in the depths of his brain. With the technology of the Federation right now, it was impossible to dig his soul out through the soul-searching technique. Basically, the Federation could do nothing about him except execute him directly. However, in many cases, death was not a punishment but a relief. Somebody had also said that every problem would no longer be a problem after they died. Even the countryfolk, in their fury, would curse other people by shouting that they would die a miserable death. It was indicative enough that, sometimes, not dying a miserable death was actually something worth hoping for. If the ignorant Jean Tui died just like that, it was certainly not a miserable death or a real punishment, but a way to solve all his problems. It was obviously against the purpose of the war tribunal. After a month of discussion, the 9 special judges finally came to a decision. Jean Tui, as an ultra-level war criminal, was found guilty of all charges. But given his special circumstances, he was exempted from the death sentence for now. Instead, he would enter the hibernation state through the rapid freezing technology until cerebral sclerosis was treatable, at which time he would be unfrozen, cured, and executed. Such an arrangement seemed redundant, but it actually reflected the dignity of the Federation and the solemnness of law. Therefore, it was an action of necessity. The public welcomed such a ruling, too. After the general public saw on the live stream that Jean Tui was just chuckling like a moron, and even trying to pee at the bailiffs at a certain point, everybody agreed that executing such a clown was definitely not the best way to conclude the war. It would only be the greatest joke. The Blood Demon sector had no objection to the ruling, either. The leadership of the Pantheon of Demons, including Jean Tui's daughter Xianxia, supported the decision to perform the human hibernation procedure on Jean Tui and to postpone his execution. Finally, the trial about the war came to an end, concluded by a rest that would be long enough, although not by a full stop. Together with the trials regarding the members of the Patriots Partnership that were conducted and finished earlier, the Century Trials declared the Star Glory Federation's farewell to the past. From the speaker to the regular workers on the street, every federal citizen got rid of the burdens of the past. Holding their heads high, they strode toward the future confidently. The future, on the other hand, immediately slammed the bumpkins living at the edge of the universe right in the head brutally and mercilessly. What the Federation is to be faced is probably not just the superpower Imperium at the center of the universe but also the Covenant Alliance, which is even more formidable and dreadful. The news swept across the entire Federation like a thunderstorm before it spread to the Flying Star sector and the Blood Demon sector too. Everybody felt that their head was dizzy in the shock. The new Federation, which was still developing, was like a small fish that had only just grown fins and scales. Yet, the fish was suddenly thrown into the surging waves of a vast ocean. The world in the eyes of the fish was enlarged by billions of times. The angry octopi, the ferocious whales. All kinds of deadly predators were appearing in the mysterious deep sea. It remained to be seen whether or not the small fish could weather through the scourge of the tides and the hunting of the predators and grow into a dragon that dominated the ocean and a top-tier player in the Sea of Stars. The goal required the joint effort of all cultivators and ordinary people. The much-anticipated meeting of the nascent soul stage will begin in the conference center of the new Federation in Grand Desolate City, whose construction has yet to be finished. The meeting is... The butterfly was allured by the brilliantly shining light beams and mistook them for real flowers. She danced in front of the light beams, not having the vaguest clue what profound changes the meeting would bring to the world that she lived in. The so-called Meeting of the Nascent Soul Stage, as its name suggested, was a gathering of all the super experts in the Nascent Soul Stage or the Demon Emperor Stage from the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. The super experts would plan and discuss the future of the 3 sectors so that all living souls in the 3 sectors could survive in the perilous Sea of Stars. The meeting that was proposed and encouraged by Jiang Hailu, the speaker, had been thought to be utterly impractical by many at first. Everybody knew that, although the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector had ended, the mistrust between the top experts on the two sides would not be eliminated anytime soon. Most of the demon emperors were suspicious that it was a plot of the cultivators, who were preparing to annihilate all of them in one attempt. As for the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Flying Star sector, although they did not have trust issues, astronomical resources would be consumed for them to jump to the Heaven's Origin sector and then jump back. In the beginning, barely anybody except Zhang Hailu believed that the meeting of the nascent soul stage could be convened successfully. However, as the integration of the three sectors pushed forward smoothly, the technological communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector grew deeper and deeper. After the Federal Army brought the antidote to the demon god virus to the front line of the epidemic in the Blood Demon sector and helped their old nemesis deal with the plague, the tension between the two parties somewhat lessened. The existence of the Covenant Alliance, in the meantime, cut the obsolete ideas of all the super experts into pieces like an invisible blade. Also, after the space communication system was deployed in a hurry, which allowed the demon emperors and the nascent soul stage cultivators who were unwilling to attend to the meeting in person to join it remotely, the last obstacle was cleared, too. All the top experts from the three sectors were finally able to gather together and fight for each other's future. Because of the different conditions of the three sectors, where the super experts' influence and control over the society varied, and since they were probably unable to make the most correct decision immediately regarding the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance due to the lack of information, Speaker Zhang Hailu defined the meeting of the nascent soul stage as an unofficial caucus after much deliberation. All the conclusions and decisions to be passed in the meeting of the nascent soul stage would carry no legal effect and could not be used to bind the building foundation stage cultivators, the core formation stage cultivators, the demon generals, and the demon kings, who did not participate in the meeting. They did not mean any obligation for the ordinary people living in the three sectors, either. Furthermore, for the nascent soul stage cultivators who did participate in the meeting, they were free to refuse the decisions passed in the meeting if they were unsatisfied about the meeting. Generally speaking, the meeting was going to be a seminar that focused on theories instead of reality. The top experts would discuss the most cutting-edge ideologies and the future path of the new federation. Could not be helped. For the experts in the nascent soul stage or the demon emperor stage, they could not be restrained through regular methods. Faced with the formidable threats such as the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, obligatory methods were also not the best choice because they would only push the three sectors into another civil war. As for exactly what path the new federation would take, and whether it would fight back unwaveringly or kneel down and surrender, it could only be decided by every cultivator and every ordinary person at their own will. So far, 16 experts in the nascent soul stage and the demon emperor stage, including Speaker Zhang Hailu and Liao, have arrived at the conference center of the new federation. Through the space communication array, the rest of the super experts far away in the Blood Demon sector and the Flying Star sector have successfully connected, too. The meeting where more than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors are gathered, unseen in the history of either the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, or the Flying Star sector, is about to commence. The anchor inside the light beam could not hold back his excitement. With tears of joy, his voice shivered as he said, "Stay tuned, dear audience. We will be following the prime meeting that has gathered the best wisdom, strength, courage, determination, and even imagination of the three sectors. For the butterfly that was hovering in and out of the light beam, the excitement of the enormous mammal who was wearing fiber products did not mean anything. She only sensed that the temperature around her was becoming lower and lower, and that the energy inside her body was being consumed faster and faster. The cold rain hit her wings hard, throwing her off balance nonstop. In the brilliantly shining and yet unpredictable light beam, she found neither food nor shelter where she could stay away from the cold wind and rain. She was about to reach the threshold of death. The remaining energy inside her body was not enough for her to find food or shelter. She was destined to fall down like a dry leaf in the chilly rain after a moment of struggle. Even so, the butterfly was neither frightened nor disappointed. The simple nerves that she possessed were not capable of generating such advanced feelings. Therefore, driven by the natural instincts deep inside her genes. She simply exploited the last bit of her energy, flapping her wings and flying further toward the flowers that she could never find. Suddenly, at the last moment of her life, the wings of the butterfly shivered as she was enveloped by a force that was as warm as spring breeze. She landed slowly and stopped on a metal finger. Although the finger was metal, it was not cold at all. Instead, it was full of vitality like a twig in the bloom of spring. Spiritual energy crawled into her body carefully, filling her body with hope again. The butterfly flapped her wings in delight while she felt the new strength. At the end of the metal finger was a metal arm. At the end of the metal arm was a splendid, artistic metal shell that was embedded with crystals and carved with spiritual stripes. On the metal skull above the shell, more than 37,000 bionic muscle fibers were twisted at the same time, giving out a vivid smile while the master of body giggled. The metal finger snapped softly. The butterfly, revitalized, unfolded her clear wings again and flew to the sky. Now she was getting to know the dazzling new world. Although she did not know where the flowers were, she believed that the flowers must be there somewhere, and she would certainly find them. Before she flew away, the butterfly turned around and hovered around the existence who helped her, remembering the features of the particular existence. It was an existence resembling the large mammal human being, but different from the normal human beings who were made of flesh and blood. It was made of bright blue metal. The high breasts and the slim waist suggested that it was a simulation of the females of human beings. The metal wings folded in its back, on the other hand, indicated that it had a heart that belonged to the sky. The butterfly wrote all the features to the deepest part of her gene chains. It was not out of gratitude but simply an experience. She knew that it was a good existence that might sustain her life at a critical moment. Go now, little one. The butterfly sensed the patterned rhythms in the air. Although she did not understand the words, she did sense yet another warm wind. In the warm wind, she flew higher and higher toward the depths of grand desolate city, looking for flowers and mates to pass on her life and everything that she had just perceived. Looking at the butterfly dancing and flying farther and farther, Wei Qingqing smiled more and more delightedly. Her man-made eyes were glittering with hope. Liao, on the other hand, observed her with mixed feelings. The rural teacher from the Sky Fantasia Academy, one of the 9 elite universities of the Federation, who was not capable of fighting at all, had been one of the most important people in guiding Liao to embark on the path of cultivation. To some extent, she was even more important to him than his senior brother Fiend Blade, Peng Hai, and the refiner Ding Yin. Years ago, on the crystal train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau, Liao, who had still been an ordinary person back then, encountered a beast tide with all the passengers on board and was grasped by desperation. Eventually, 7 cultivators had stood up, sacrificed themselves, and saved everyone. Wei Qingqing was among them. For the rest of the cultivators such as Ding Yin, they had some fighting experience, and their strength far exceeded that of the ordinary people. Wei Qingqing, on the other hand, was a pure culture-type cultivator and had only just graduated from college. She was merely in the middle level of the refinement stage. Faced with the overwhelming beast tide, she was no different from the ordinary people. If she had decided to flinch, there would have been 10,000 reasons for her to. Or rather, even without her, the other 6 cultivators might still have been able to delay the beast tide long enough. However, she still stood up without any hesitation. With her shoulders that were not very strong, she resisted the blast of the beast tide the hard way, although her orchid-like life perished on the grand desolate plateau too young. The picture was etched to the deepest part of Liao's soul, which had provided infinite impetus for him to awaken his spiritual root and become a cultivator the next day. I am going to be a cultivator like Ding Yin and Wei Qingqing. It was Liao's original belief. Once a belief originated, it would not be changed easily. Therefore, of all his family and friends in the Heaven's Origin sector, Wei Qingqing, the unique blue bird, had always been the one that he valued most. To quote the ancient cultivators, there was a very important bond between the two of them. It was not love but a much purer emotion that transcended love. After she turned into a spectral cultivator, Wei Qingqing had been engaged in the education work in the Academy of Spectral Cultivators, where she taught the kids and teenagers who died too young. She was now a renowned educator in the Federation. Even the most petulant young ghosts would be obedient after her lesson. Liao was rather overjoyed to see her showing up with an interviewer's badge. "Sister Qingqing, you've quit your job and become a journalist?" Liao asked with a smile. The methods to resist the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance would be the topic of the meeting, which would potentially decide the roadmap of the Federation for the next century. Although all the participants were there as individuals on behalf of themselves, and the decisions to be made in the meeting would carry no legal effect, everyone knew that the decisions made by more than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors would be highly influential for the three sectors anyway. Therefore, the meeting attracted even more attention than the century trials did before. After all, the trials were merely about the past, but the meeting of the nascent soul stage cultivators would foretell the future. It was for this reason that the vetting on the journalists was particularly strict. The organizer had released less than 100 certificates for the interviewers. Only the most famous news workers from the most authoritative, unbiased media of the three sectors had the chance to interview the participants in the meeting hall. Wei Qingqing was not a professional journalist, but she had somehow gotten an interview certificate. That was quite unbelievable. After a grimace, Wei Qingqing smiled. 2 reasons. Firstly, the Sky Fantasia Academy is the best school for culture-type cultivators in the first place. Most of the celebrities in the news industry are my alumni. Also, you know that I am a reasonably good writer too. Liao nodded. Wei Qingqing was a fairly fascinating novelist. He had once traveled in the world of her novel himself. Wei Qingqing continued. I think, in the meeting that concerns the fate of the next 100, if not 1,000 years of the three sectors, my alumni feel that the simplicity style of writing made by a non-professional from the perspective of an ordinary person will be more touching than a cold, objective article so that the public will better understand what we are going to be faced with. While speaking, she laughed. However, it is just an insignificant reason. You are the real reason I'm here. Liao blinked and pointed at his nose. Me? Exactly. It is because we knew each other in the past, and I had the highest odds of getting a personal interview with the ultra-level federal hero, that I was given the interview certificate. I have bragged to the journalists that I will get at least an hour-long personal interview from you. Don't run away after the meeting ends. No problem, Liao replied quickly. Now that Sister Qingqing has said that I can do 3 hours. But I don't know what I should say. You can ask questions, and I will answer them. Both of them laughed. Wei Qingqing's eyes were keen enough to catch a short, red-faced old man who was walking by. Her face shone, and she hurried to bow to him before introducing him to Liao. Yao, have you met Professor Zhou Fu before? He is a professor in my college and one of the most renowned historians in the Federation. Fellow cultivator Zhou. Fellow cultivator Li. The two of them were both in the nascent soul stage. However, Liao was too young. The newcomer should be around the same age as his great-grandfather. Therefore, he hurried to greet the professor first. Professor Zhou was courteous enough to bow back to him in return. There was indeed an unearthly aura in his manners. The two nascent soul stage cultivators exchanged small talk for a while. It was not just hypocrisy or politeness. There were only slightly more than 200 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors, taking all of them in the three sectors into account. Every nascent soul stage cultivator, regardless of what job they were working on, was a well-known celebrity. They had definitely heard each other's name before, even if they had never met in person. Liao knew for a fact that this Professor Zhou was a grandmaster in the field of history studies. His main focus was the period at the end of the Star Ocean Imperium where the Great Expedition and the Armageddon Rebellion took place. His masterpieces included Destruction of the Imperium and End of the Civilization of Mankind. Perhaps the history regarding the destruction of the Star Ocean Imperium that he studied would be a valuable lesson for the three sectors that were trying to defeat the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. As the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the three sectors, fellow cultivator Li is indeed a rising star. You look even sharper than I've heard. Zhou Fu spoke loudly and confidently. The historians in the world of cultivators were mostly similar to him. They would not be able to excavate relics and study ancient classics, which often contained immense spiritual energy, without a healthy body. Zhou Fu smiled. However, while other people might be attracted by fellow cultivator Li's glorious deeds, such as destroying the Eye of Blood Demon or sabotaging the Patriots Partnership, what I admire you most for is that fellow cultivator Li established Skyfire and tried to restore the truth of history. Without history, one will never have the present. Without the present, one will not have a future. History is the source of our civilization. Fellow cultivator Li was truly thoughtful and visionary despite the perils at that time. Liao immediately blushed. It was true that, when he founded Skyfire in the Heaven's Origin sector, the organization had been under the name of the Skyfire Reading Club, and its goal was to find out the truth between the entire opposing history books of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. However, such arrangements were disguises. There were no actual historians in Skyfire. All the members were just a bunch of rookies horsing around. They might have been enough to fool those who did not know much about history, but in front of a grandmaster such as Zhou Fu, they would not be worth mentioning at all. "You are flattering me, Senior Zhou," Liao said sincerely. "We indeed meant to sort through the history completely, but our abilities were too limited. Although we have a few scattered ancient classics and relics in our hands, it is more than troublesome for us to connect them and to combine all the details immaculately. Therefore, I have been hoping that the real specialists in history studies, such as grandmasters like Senior Zhou, can give us some enlightenment. It will be even better if some of them can be advisors for Skyfire." "I would be happy to," Zhou Fu said solemnly. "Right now, the Federation is in peril. To defeat the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, we must figure out the details of the two forces. At the same time, we must grasp all the techniques of the Star Ocean Imperium as soon as possible. Both hands require the effort of my fellow historians. I will certainly do my best to help." Liao was overjoyed. He did not expect that the Grandmaster would be so friendly. In that moment, he was more confident about the meeting of the nascent soul stage than ever. "Would you please stop adulating each other, dear masters?" Wei Qingqing was quite familiar with Zhou Fu. She teased them and said, "There is still some time to go before the meeting begins. How about a short interview on you two masters first? Let's start from you, Master Liao. What do you think of the meeting of the nascent soul stage? Do we really stand any chance of defeating the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, which is allegedly even scarier than the former? By the way, that claim was made by your foster father, wasn't it? 3 months ago, after finding out his foster father's last words, Liao had considered for a while but still publicized all the information except the part about Li Linghai and the mysterious key as per his foster father's instruction. Liao had thought that the fact that his foster father was from the Covenant Alliance would raise suspicions and even cause trouble for him. Suspicions were indeed raised, but they were mainly focused on the formidability and mysteriousness of the Covenant Alliance. However, as to the fact that he had a foster father from the Covenant Alliance itself, nobody felt anything wrong about it. Everybody thought that it was only logical. Ding Lingdang, after learning the matter, had grinned too. "I thought that you were a monster. Otherwise, it would have been too unbelievable that an ordinary young man who was born and raised in the magical equipment graveyard advanced into the nascent soul stage after only less than 20 years. I didn't know that you had a foster father who was from the center of the universe. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. It's perfectly normal that I can't beat you for the time being." All in all, with the attitude that it was not strange that he was an alien if he was Vulture Liao's foster father, society accepted the matter very quickly. Her eyes glittering, Wei Qingqing went on. "In the crisis of the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector, you solved most of the critical problems on your own. Are you confident to continue playing a role as decisive as before when we are faced with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance?" Liao was amused. He scratched his hair and said, "Sister Qingqing, you should know me better. Many things I've gone through were pure coincidences. I was often merely a catalyst to accelerate the progress. To be honest, we already have 3 sectors right now, and more will be joining us in the future. When the time of clash with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance comes, we will be fighting them with dozens if not hundreds of sectors on our side. In such a grand competition, the strength of any individual will be insignificant. Also, even during the battles in the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector in the past, I was never fighting alone. Lei Dalu, Bai Kaisin, Xiong Wuji, Jin Xinyue, the Fire Ant King, Guo Chunfeng. Many companions have been fighting side by side with me and sacrificing more than I did, so that we could defeat all the strong enemies. I imagine that it will be similar in our clash with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. A war cannot be won by one hero. If we truly secure victory in the end, it must be accomplished by thousands of heroes together. Moreover, Liao paused for a moment and glanced at Professor Zhouifu. He smiled. I am not a person with much strategic insight. I am not good at organizing the immense resources in multiple sectors, either. It is impossible for me to determine the policies of the Federation in the next 100 years. In that regard, there are too many people among the participants of the meeting of the nascent soul stage who are hundreds of times more awesome than me. I'm mainly here to learn from the seniors. I'm not being modest here. My specialty and interests are fighting on the front line and taking part in the work that is more direct and specific. Therefore, if a certain strategy is passed on the meeting and it requires an executor, I will certainly be happy to carry it out without flinching. Wei Qingqing nodded quickly. It seems that you are very confident that we will defeat the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Liao nodded and replied solemnly, I'm indeed confident. However, I do feel that, even if we defeat the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the end, we will not necessarily have crushed them in a head-on battlefield. The more likely outcome is that we will defeat them from the inside. Dazed for a moment, Wei Qingqing asked subconsciously, What do you mean? I am not confident in the Federation. It is humanity, and more specifically the bright side of humanity, that I have faith in. Liao grinned. No matter what the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance look like, there is one thing that we are absolutely certain about. They both fall into the category of civilizations of human beings and that they are made of human beings. Since they are made of human beings, I believe that the brilliance of humanity must be glittering in most people's hearts. The rulers of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance can suppress the brightness by force. But the harder their suppression, the stronger the counterforce will be. Think about the Patriots partnership half a year ago. Now that some local immortal cultivators can arise within the Star Glory Federation, is it really impossible for some local cultivators to arise within the Imperium of true human beings? Wei Qingqing could not help but open her mouth. She mumbled, Although I feel that you are too optimistic, I sincerely hope that what you said is true. What about you, Master? You are a specialist on the fall of the Star Ocean Imperium. I remember a paragraph from your masterpiece Destruction of the Imperium, which basically says that even the biggest empire has its day of doom. The bigger and the more invincible it is, the faster it will be destroyed. On many occasions, the destruction is not due to outer forces but boils down to its own weight and ambitions. Wei Qingqing turned to Professor Zhouifu and questioned him like a real reporter. Such a theory is somewhat similar to Liao's opinion. What do you think of our future? Do we stand any chance now that we are faced with two immense creatures simultaneously? Zhouifu smiled and said, This is what I think. When you have too much debt, you stop worrying about it, and when you have too many lice, you don't feel itchy anymore. Ha! Wei Qingqing was dazed, not sure what her professor meant. Ever since the news about the Covenant Alliance was out, the entire Federation has been panicking and uneasy. Everybody is scared by the dreadful sea of stars. Zhouifu played with his half-white goatee and smiled. But I have a different opinion. I think that the existence of the Covenant Alliance is not a bad thing at all but the greatest thing in history. If the odds of success that the Federation fights the Imperium alone are 1%, then the odds that the Federation fights the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance together will be at least 5%. Don't you understand? If you are a fat and delicious rabbit, do you think it is better to face one hungry wolf or to face a pack of hungry wolves? One hungry wolf? That's the wrong choice. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the rabbit doesn't stand any chance at all. Only when it is faced with a pack of wolves will there be a slim chance of survival for the rabbit. Besides, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are not two hungry wolves but one ravenous wolf and a tiger that is even more brutal. And our Federation is definitely not a harmless rabbit, either, but a young lion who has just grown claws and teeth and is short of battle experience. If it has the chance to gain hunting experience from the ravenous wolf and the crazy tiger, we will definitely grow quickly. Therefore, I was overjoyed to learn the existence of the Covenant Alliance. This is a great opportunity for the Federation. Hehe. Not just two super forces. If possible, I really hope to find 10, 20, or even 100 super forces at the center of the universe. The more chaotic, the better. After all, the resources and relics left by the Star Ocean Imperium are limited. The more super forces there are, the weaker each of them will be. If there are 100 super forces, there will be no super forces. Zhou Yifu's words put smiles on the faces of Liao and Wei Qingqing. I thought that young people like Liao would be more optimistic, Wei Qingqing said. I didn't expect that Master would be even more confident and optimistic than him. This is not about confidence, Zhou Yifu replied disapprovingly. We the historians are different from you. We've seen too much. Yes, maybe, for the Federation today, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are indeed behemoths. But so what? Think about it. Were the ancient cultivators who occupied the 3,000 sectors 40,000 years ago not strong? But did they not experience an abrupt downfall and get replaced by the demons in the blink of an eye? Then, was the demon race, which reigned the universe for 30,000 years and founded dozens of dynasties, not strong? But was it not crushed by the Star Ocean Imperium in another blink? The Star Ocean Imperium was the strongest force in the history of mankind. Powerful, awesome, invincible, but what happened later? Collapsed as quickly as it thrived. After staying at the peak for no more than 1,000 years, it crumbled into smithereens like a sand tower in the wind. Right now, as formidable as the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant may sound, can they be more formidable than the ancient cultivators, the Demon Beast Empire, and the Star Ocean Imperium? If the latter can be destroyed within a breath, will the former really be able to evade the law of history? Once we think it through, we will feel less intimidated when we are faced with the super forces from the center of the universe, and we will be able to look at them more objectively. If we get to the bottom of it, we are now looking at the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance the way bumpkins look at the city dwellers who are wearing fancy clothes and driving eye-catching shuttles. We think they are mysterious, mighty, and invulnerable. But their citizens are human beings after all. Same as us, they have one head that is supported by two shoulders. We've seen things better than them. What's there to be scared of? Zhou Yifu's words cast both Liao and Wei Qingqing into deep thought. Wei Qingqing was about to ask a few more questions when Zhou Yifu patted her shoulder and hinted for her to turn around. Qingqing, you are free to interview me whenever you want, but you might not be able to see that guy over there every day. Liao looked at where Zhou Yifu was pointing and was immediately refreshed. Surrounded by the crowd, two demons with distinctive features were walking close. Because of the special relationship between the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector, most of the Demon Emperors were still suspicious. They would rather hide in the Blood Demon Sector and join the meeting remotely through the real-time transmission of picture and sound. Those who were willing to come in person were almost exclusively those who were close to the Federation. The first of the two demons was the Fire Ant King, Liao's old friend, Elder Netherspring's blood brother, the former leader of the Blade of Chaos, and a demon emperor of the Insect Clan. In the world of politics of the Blood Demon Sector in the post-Gene Tui era, as the source of Gene Xinua's power, Sci-Fi quickly expanded and became the largest force in the Blood Demon Sector. As one of the founders of Sci-Fi, the Fire Ant King, who also boasted tremendous influence among the bottom-level demons of the Blood Demon Sector, grew more and more important. After Elder Netherspring sabotaged the Netherspring Kingdom with the demon god virus and fled in a hurry, it was a great headache to settle the mess in the Netherspring Kingdom and the Insect Clan. Elder Netherspring was certainly unpardonable, but not every member of the Insect Clan was guilty. It was impossible to kill all of them. Technically speaking, The insect clan that had been made use of by Elder Netherspring for decades was the greatest victim. The members of the insect clan killed by Elder Netherspring miserably were definitely 10 times more than those killed by the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, when the insect clan was lacking a leader and the Netherspring kingdom was in chaos, unsurprisingly, the Fire Ant King returned to his homeland. Elder Netherspring had escaped. The Fire Ant King was supported by Jean Tui, Jean Xianxia, and Skyfire. He had the legacy of chaos in his control and was a demon emperor as well as one of the best specialists in the refinement of demonic plants. Who could be match for him in the entire insect clan? The Fire Ant King defeated a few unworthy challengers easily and became the new leader of the insect clan and the controller of the Netherspring kingdom. Theoretically speaking, the title Elder Netherspring was now on his head, too. He was the new Elder Netherspring now. However, as the demon god virus savaged the blood demon sector, the previous Elder Netherspring, guilty of all the crimes, had utterly befouled the title. In order to draw the line from the past, the Fire Ant King did not acknowledge the new title. He was still engaged in activities under his previous title, Fire Ant King. Right now, the Fire Ant King was sort of a new giant of the blood demon sector. He and Jean Xianxia were 2 feet that kept the balance of the world. It was worth mentioning that the Fire Ant King was in a subtle relationship with the Federation. The Blade of Chaos under his lead had once instigated the riot of Bloody Blade. The mutiny at the most critical battlefield caused the fiasco of Battle of Dawn, which was the demon race's first invasion into the Federation. He was doubtlessly a great contributor for the Federation in that respect. On the other hand, now that human beings and demons were integrating, and demons had been proven to be part of human beings, it was certainly inappropriate to accuse all the demons of being evil. The prevailing theory was that most of the demons were actually kind in nature. They were only fooled by a few ambitious politicians and schemers. Therefore, the Federation had defined the Blade of Chaos in the past as a resistance organization founded by the bottom-level demons spontaneously after they could not stand the deception and the exploitation of certain schemers in the leadership of the pantheon of demons. As for the Fire Ant King in the Federation's propaganda, he was the demon who was the first to be awakened and to realize the evil nature of the four-pillar system and the schemes of the leadership of the demon race. It was also said that he had an arduous struggle for decades and made acquaintance with the federal soldiers in the glorious battle against tyranny. Therefore, he was an old friend of the Federation. Right now, the Federation's old friend, the new giant of the blood demon sector and one of the most powerful men in the 3 sectors, was supporting another weary demon emperor respectfully. Seeing that the Fire Ant King did not even dare to breathe hard, Liao might have thought that the stranger was his grandfather if their appearances had not been so vastly different. Liao scratched his head. With the Fire Ant King's position today, was there any demon emperor worth so much of his respect? Liao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. The demon emperor's back was hunched. His long eyebrows dangled down to his chest. His demonic energy was entirely concealed, and he looked like a stone statue that had grown moss. His skin was like a broken fossil, and he was carrying an external skeleton resembling a turtle shell on his back. At first glance, he was a giant tortoise that had stood on its feet. He was holding a stick that was also covered in moss in his hand. There was no telling how long the stick had been in service, but every burl was mixed with the flavor of time. Helped by the Fire Ant King, the demon emperor walked up to Liao slowly. Seeing that Liao was tilting his head and thinking hard, Zhouifu laughed and said in a low voice, "Stop thinking. He is Gue Suisho." Liao was dumbfounded. He is? Gue Suisho is not dead yet. Of all the demon emperors of the blood demon sector, Gue Suisho, a demon emperor of the Sea Clan, was definitely the most unique one. In their training, demons were not classified into different types clearly like cultivators were, but their specialties were still not entirely the same. For example, the Fire Ant King excelled at refining demonic plants, Elder Netherspring's specialty was producing viruses, and Jean Tui dedicated most of his computational ability to strategic planning. Some of the demon emperors were good at fighting, some were good poisoning, and still some others were fond of breeding demon beasts that would only appear in the worst nightmares to fight for themselves. But Gue Suisho, as a demon emperor from the Sea Clan, was good at none of the above. He could neither fight, nor produce venom, nor raise demon beasts. He had dedicated all his training to a single goal, which was to live on. The Tortoise clan, a branch of the Sea clan, was one of the species that boasted the longest life in the first place, and Gue Suesho had inherited a secret art called Great Dream Tortoise Hibernation Art from his family, which highlighted the importance of a healthy life and specified how to live long. He could enter the hibernation state while he was training in seclusion. When he woke up again 30 to 50 years later, he would not be affected at all. Such a technique was much more awesome than the human hibernation technology recently developed by the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. This was Gue Suesho, the oldest demon emperor of the Blood Demon sector and a legend, or a freak, who was 400 years older than the Star Glory Federation. Now that such an old monster was nearby, with nothing more than his age that was more than 1,000 years old, no wonder the Fire Ant King was so respectful toward him. Also, Gue Suesho did not have any grudges with the Star Glory Federation because he had been sleeping most of the time in the 500 years after the Star Glory Federation was founded. In the past decades, he had even been training in seclusion all the time. He did not have any time to do anything bad even if he wanted to. The ocean was too vast and mysterious. Gue Suesho was often never seen again after he found an undersea residence and hid himself inside. He was that kind of legendary, unpredictable person. Liao had only seen a brief introduction to him in the database before and thought that he was long dead. It had never occurred to him that a relic from 1,000 years ago would be standing in front of him for real. No wonder even a grandmaster like Zhou Fu was glowing with joy and excitement. Perhaps, in the eyes of a historian, such old monsters who had lived more than 1,000 years were all priceless treasures. Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, greeted them delightedly. Come here. Let me introduce you to each other. This is Master Gue Suesho, who was the great priest of the pantheon of demons 500 years ago. He is now the oldest and most experienced demon emperor of the Blood Demon sector. The Fire Ant King was obviously adulating Gue Suesho. Everybody knew that, except for his old age, this old tortoise had no specialties at all. He could neither fight nor bite and was definitely among the most useless demons. In the Blood Demon sector, where the strong preyed on the weak, what could seniority do? He might have been 1,000 years old, but others would not hesitate to beat him if he pissed them off even if he was 10,000 years old. However, the Fire Ant King's next sentence made Liao's spine constrict violently. Also, I only learned just now that Master Gue was also my big brother's teacher. Liao felt so creeped out that his cosmos ring was bouncing. He was not sure whether or not he should summon his crystal suit immediately. Don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. The Fire Ant King smiled. Master Gue taught my brother for a while before, but he didn't teach my brother the methods of fighting or the secret arts to produce viruses. What he taught my brother is a theory. Theory? What theory? Liao blinked. He realized that it did make sense on second thought. This Gue Suesho, although respected as the most senior demon emperor of the Blood Demon sector, was in fact nothing more than a mascot. He had no marvelous techniques. What could he possibly have taught Elder Netherspring? Theory about pessimism. Before the Fire Ant King answered, Gue Suesho answered on his own. The demon emperor, who was 1,000 years old, had a voice that was not as weary as his appearance. Instead, it sounded smooth and refreshing, like a jade that was excavated from the bottom of the ground and carefully crafted. The membranes that covered his eyeballs opened layer after layer. The purest brilliance that had been cleansed by time beamed out of his eyes as he observed Liao up and down. He said warmly, "My young friend Liao, greetings. I am Gue Suesho, an unwavering pessimist." Scratching his head, Liao realized what was going on. Before, Elder Netherspring had admitted frankly that he was an unwavering pessimist who believed in the doom of the demon race. He insisted that all the strategies that the demon race implemented would be hopeless. Therefore, he had to carry out the spore stratagem and try to plant the blossoming flower of the third life form on the soil of human beings and demons. Liao had never known that it was Gue Suesho who inculcated the demon race's inevitable failure into Elder Netherspring's head. In fact, I was not exactly the young boy's teacher. We had a discussion for a while. That's all. Gue Suesho smiled. It was decades ago. At that time, I was sleeping in a residence in the West Ocean of the Blood Demon sector. But the little boy named Yi Mengxing snuck undersea, seeking the so-called relics of chaos. Only then did Liao learn that Elder Netherspring's real name was Yi Mengxing. As it happened, the relic of chaos was exactly the residence that I was sleeping in. I only chose the place because it was cool and quiet, and I was not really interested in the arts and artifacts inside. So, I asked the boy to move lightly, leave as soon as he packed up, and not interrupt my sleep. Gue Suesho talked slowly. The great villain Elder Netherspring was nothing more than a misbehaving kid in his mouth. However, the boy was rather bad-tempered. He didn't stop after getting what he desired. He also wanted to kill me. Of course he couldn't, but I was too lazy to kill him. After all, every bit of my strength is extremely valuable and must be used to extend my longevity. If I summoned my demonic energy and stabbed him, I would live several fewer hours at the end of my life. That would have been a terrible deal, wouldn't it? Moreover, I hadn't floated to the surface of the ocean for decades, and I was rather interested in whether anything thrilling was going on outside. So, I chatted with the boy and told him the neat theory that the demon race was doomed. I could tell that he was fascinated by the theory. I thought that he accepted my theory. I never expected that he would do such things in order to escape from the unavoidable doom. He was still too young and naive. Gue Suesho shook his head hard, apparently not thinking highly of his student. Liao looked at Wei Qingqing in bewilderment before he asked carefully. So to speak, Master Gue, your pessimism is different from Elder Netherspring's pessimism? Of course, Gue Suesho said. The boy Yi Mengxing can be called a relative pessimist. Although he acknowledged that the demon race was doomed to failure, he was under the illusion that he could make the demon race rise again in a different way. Not just Yi Mengxing. There's also the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons who was trialed recently. What's the boy's name again? Right? Jin Tui. He is also a relative pessimist. As for me, I am an absolute pessimist. I firmly believe that the demon race does not stand any chance after the fall of the Demon Beast Empire and the foundation of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. Individuals can be transformed and changed, but the demon race as a whole and a civilization is doomed to destruction. However you struggle and try to save it, it is as useless as the dying breath. It was truly an eye-opener for Liao, who scratched his head for a long time and still found it hard to believe. So, Master Gue, you simply abandoned struggling and watched your civilization go to doom? Of course not, Gue Suesho said slowly. If we look everything from a closer perspective, say, the tens of thousands of years recently and to come, it is an unchangeable outcome that human beings will win and demons will fail. However, if we are to consider the question from a more macroscopic view, the victor might not be necessarily so. For example, if we extend the time length and consider the competition between human beings and demons from a scale of 1 billion years, it will be hard to say who the final winner will be. Liao was dumbfounded. Despite the computational ability of the nascent soul stage, he felt that his head was not functioning properly. 1 billion years? Yes, 1 billion years. Gue Suesho nodded. Pangu created demons and human beings, which marked the beginning of our civilizations, somewhere 1 million years ago. Even counting from the prosperous years 100,000 years ago, our civilizations have still lived a long time. What next? My young friend Liao, even if you are confident in your civilization, are you certain that the glory of your civilization can survive the next billion years? Liao frowned. The conversation was getting too philosophical. Who could foresee what would happen a billion years later? Gue Suesho smiled. If you think that the civilization of human beings can survive a billion years, what about a trillion years? It is the law of nature that things age and perish. Every civilization is destined to fall no matter how brilliant it is during its heyday. It is true about the civilization of demons. Will the civilization of human beings be an exception? Even if the civilization of human beings has defeated that of the demon race right now, so what? In the river of time of billions of years, we only perished 1 second earlier than you did. After the universe blinks and a billion years have passed, and when both of our civilizations are destroyed, we will be back to the starting line again and determine the winner between us in a new way. Liao was stunned. Are we already destroyed? How can we determine the winner? Civilizations can be destroyed, but important information can be passed on through their bodies. Just like the fossils of the prehistoric creatures can give us a hint of their magnificence in the past. Gue Suesho said casually. If both civilizations are destroyed in a billion years, the criterion of the competition will be the quantity of fossils that a civilization has left, or to wit, the relics and the tinder of the civilization. Liao was still baffled, but Zhou Fu, as a historian, was beaming with interest. Let me give an example. Gue Suesho touched the burl on his stick as if they were sectors. Narrow his small eyes, he mumbled. Imagine that 1 billion years have passed. Civilizations of human beings and demons have perished in the river of time, and the universe has been occupied by some other civilizations. One day, the new civilizations discover an ancient relic on a planet. After analysis, they find a glorious ancient civilization that was known as the demon race. After the excavation of the relics of the demon race, the new civilizations find that the civilization of the demon race was a kind, brave, peace-loving, and hard-working one, which developed bright and beautiful technology, culture, and social form. However, good days never last long. A dark force named mankind, which was evil, brutal, terrifying, and swallowed and destroyed everything in its way. Naturally, the fabulous civilization of the demon race was ruined. 2. The new civilizations believe everything said in the relics and write it into their history books. Maybe, the war between the civilization of the demon race and that of mankind will even be adapted into fictions and other entertainment works. Of course, in such works, the demon race will always be on the righteous side, while human beings will forever be evil and ugly. My young friend Liao, in your opinion, if such a stereotype comes into being in the mainstream civilizations in the universe in a billion years, which of us will be the final winner? Dumbfounded for a long time, Liao was rather amused. Even if what you said does happen, our civilizations will have been long gone. Does it really matter who wins? Gue Suesho smiled and said, in either the civilization of human beings and that of the demon race, countless warriors have fulfilled their mission to make their side win by sacrificing themselves. They were clearly destined to die, and they know nothing after they pass away. Why would they care about which side wins? Some things are higher than life and death. The outcome still matters to a civilization even after it is destroyed. Liao was lost for words, but Gue Suesho went on. There's another scenario. In a billion years, there isn't any mainstream civilization that is highly developed, merely quasi-civilizations that appear like monkeys. One day, a monkey from one of the quasi-civilizations discovers a relic by accident. After opening it, he finds the arts, magical equipment, and classics inside, thereby igniting the fire of wisdom for his civilization. Henceforth, the quasi-civilization regards the relic as a miracle and the master of the relic as their creator and ancestor. As for the enemy to the master of the relic, they are definitely the most wicked and hideous fiends. When the quasi-civilization grows into a real civilization and extends its hands into the sea of stars, it will still be deeply influenced by the relic. They will even name their own civilization after the name of the master of the relic. It is definitely a possibility. Just like both mankind and the demon race regard the Pangu clan as gods and themselves as the successors of the Pangu clan. Then here comes the question. My young friend Liao, would you rather the monkeys find the relic of human beings or the relic of the demons? Liao opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. It was not because he did not have any refutation, but because he had found that the old tortoise was not on the same wavelength as himself at all. They were not pursuing the same thing. With pride beaming out of his face, Gue Suesho said, the omittance of history equals destruction. On the other hand, creating history equals immortality. The ancestors of my clan realized the logic thousands of years ago. Since then, We have shifted our attention to the preservation of the tinder of our race, instead of focusing ourselves on the current situation of the civilization. In our opinion, both Elder Nethersprings endeavor to create the third life form, and the tricks that Gene Tui played are ridiculous and meaningless. Only by preserving the tinder of the civilization in a certain way for billions of years will our civilization really be immortalized. It will even be passed on in a brand new way by being reincarnated in other civilizations. Therefore, instead of dwelling on the competition with the civilization of mankind, my ancestors dedicated all their efforts to the extension of their longevity. We abandoned everything and even spent 90% of our lifetime hibernating. Finally, we lengthened our life to 1,000 years. It is not our own immortality that we pursue. We are merely trying to study the history and the essence of our civilization from a longer time span. In our long lives, we gather all the history pieces about the civilization of demons. We sort through them, connect them, and establish a systematic plaza with tales, legends, and myths. We are also recording everything that is happening right now dutifully, the eventual fall and destruction of the great civilization that has ruled over the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years. We will preserve the history and all the most important essence of our civilization, namely the epics, classics, arts, dictionaries, and artwork. We will build them into tinder or monuments before we launch them into the universe. They will float in the boundless universe without restraint until they are discovered by new civilizations in billions of years. The essence of the civilization of demons will be revived again at that time. This is the destiny of our people. This is also the way we plan to win the war of civilizations. Liao was so stunned that he did not come to for a long time. This grandpa's way of thinking was too weird. It was utterly incomprehensible to him. However, Zhou Yifu, the historian of the Federation next to him, was breathing quickly. He exclaimed, "So to speak, Master Gui, you are sort of a historian for the civilization of demons." Zhou Yifu was more than 180 years old. He was often respected as Master Zhou. But in front of Gui Suisho, who was almost 1,000 years old, he was as young as a prattling infant. "I guess you can say that," Gui Suisho said casually. "In our civilization, the historians who share my view are known as the monument scholars. We believe that every civilization is running to their inevitable doom from the moment it is born. Therefore, it doesn't matter how the civilization lives. What matters is how to build a magnificent, delicate monument that stores the essence of the civilization. The civilization will last forever as long as the monument exists. If the monument is destroyed, the civilization will forever be doomed with no way of coming back." From that point of view, historians, who are responsible for building the monument, are the most important profession in a civilization. The historians of two hostile civilizations are often writing history in two opposing ways and having the fiercest collision. Such a smokeless war is in fact 100 times more appalling than those fought by the warriors of the two civilizations on real battlefields. Zhou Yifu nodded quickly. "So, have you come to the meeting of the nascent soul stage to record the historic moment, Master Gui?" "It is only part of the reason." Smiling, Gui Suisho replied, "I'm also here because I mean to persuade everybody in the 3 sectors, especially the experts of the civilization of human beings, to prepare the tinder and monuments of your own like us." "Ha!" Liao and Zhou Yifu looked at each other in bewilderment. Liao was more or less shocked, but Zhou Yifu was deep in thought. "I was an unwavering pessimist, and I still am," Gui Suisho said casually. "In the past, I didn't believe that the civilization of demons could defeat the civilization of human beings. Right now, I naturally don't believe that 3 sectors will be enough to defeat the magnificent imperium of true human beings and the alliance of Holy Covenant in the center of the universe. I know that you won't give up trying anyway, just like Elder Netherspring didn't. However, while you are struggling, it doesn't hurt to sort through and summarize your civilization. You can condense the best parts of your civilization and find a way to preserve them before you send them to the universe as your tinder and monuments. That way, even if your final resistance fails, and the Star Glory Federation and the 3 sectors are all destroyed, something will still be out there in the universe proving that we once existed." Liao clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. We will definitely not lose. After a smile, Gui Suisho replied peacefully, My young friend Liao, did you know this? The more you say definitely, the less confident you actually are about the matter. You can only count on the word to hypnotize yourself. Liao was rendered speechless and scratched his head hard. Zhou Fu pondered for a moment and asked, I have no doubt that the victory will belong to the Federation, but anything can go wrong. Even if the odds of our success are as high as 99%, it doesn't seem to be a bad idea to be well prepared for the 1% chance of failure. I wonder what specific plan do you have in mind, Master Gui? What are the tinder and the monuments you described exactly? Tinder and monument are just metaphors. In fact, they shouldn't even be large-scale relics that are easy to find. Gui Suisho proposed his plan very frankly. Large-scale relics are very easy to be found out by our enemy. Also, it risks being destroyed by the tide in the river of time. The tinder in my plan should be something extremely small. Something like a chip or a ring. Yes, items like the cosmos rings. However, while the cosmos rings are designed to store materials and real entities, the new rings will be used to store tremendous information. We are compressing the vast information of our respective civilization, namely the history, the culture, the strongest technology and techniques, and everything else into such rings. For the convenience of the new civilizations, we can also establish a guide or a teacher inside the ring. The guide can be established in two ways. Firstly, we condense tremendous telepathic thoughts and produce a highly developed artificial intelligence with the help of tremendous computational ability. Secondly, we preserve the souls of some volunteers, which will be cast into the hibernation state. They will sleep for billions of years in the rings until they are discovered by new civilizations. My young friend Liao, don't look at me like that. I'm not talking about extracting souls from living people. Aren't there many spectral cultivators in the Federation? They do not have real entities in the first place but are merely amalgamations of tremendous information and spiritual waves. If we can develop a certain secret technique to preserve the frequency of their waves, they will be able to hibernate much longer than living people inside the rings. It is possible that they will be awakened even after billions of years. Liao was utterly alarmed by Gui Suisho's insane idea. A demon emperor was a demon emperor after all. The plan that he came up with looked evil from every perspective. Gui Suisho smiled. If we can produce 10,000 of such rings with the souls of 10,000 spectral cultivators sealed inside and launch them into the universe, does it really matter if we are destroyed by the Imperium of true human beings or the Alliance of the Holy Covenant? Imagine this. In billions of years, all the old civilizations have perished, and the new civilizations are only just rising from the Dark Age. Then, there is an ordinary young man in the new civilization, perhaps one whose family is declining and is despised by other people. One day, he accidentally gets a mysterious ring and an omniscient grandpa. Let's just call our guide that jumps out of the ring. With the help of the grandpa, the underdog of the new civilization inherits the legacy of our civilization. He masters the best techniques which entail endless mysteries, crushing all his foes. He soars unstoppably and finally establishes his own dynasty and his own era. Such a dynasty and aura will, of course, be deeply stamped with the traces of our civilization. Who can say that it is not a civilization of mankind or a civilization of the demon race in a completely new form? Wei Qingqing, as a spectral cultivator, had subtle waves in her man-made eyes. She mumbled, The universe is too vast a place. Even if there are 10,000 rings that store the tinder of our civilization, the odds of them being found by the new civilizations will still be too low, won't they? You don't understand, little girl, Gui Suisho replied tranquilly. Even the lowest odds, after billions of years, will be magnified to a realizable extent. Or to put it simply, as long as there is enough time, any miracle will happen sooner or later. By then, our civilization will be reborn in such a way and revive our glory. The Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, which fear us most right now, will possibly be nothing more than dust. This is my way to resist the imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant. I'm meaning to fight a protracted war that will last 1 billion and even 10 billion years. Let me see. I'll just call it the Monument Plan. Or if you think that the name is too ominous, you can also call it the Grandpa Plan. Li Yao, Zhou Yifu, and Wei Qingqing were all stunned, as if they had been crushed by a super high-speed crystal train. After half a minute of silence, Li Yao asked suspiciously, Master Gue, you are demon of a senior generation. Are you not hostile to the civilization of mankind? Do you really want the civilization of mankind and that of the demon race to pass on together? I admit that the civilization of mankind and the civilization of demons are antagonistic, but it doesn't mean that I have to hate human beings. Holding his stick, Gue Suesho said unhurriedly, observed from a scale of billions of years, the war between us is just the mutual absorption of two germs. What's there to loathe if one germ devours the other one? Besides, the monument plan that I just proposed is merely a design. To make it come true, we have to accomplish thousands of breakthroughs in astrology, informatics, artificial intelligence, soul hibernation, space jumps, and many other fields. Eventually, we will have to produce such a ring that contains enormous information. We will have to transform countless experts into grandpas. And we will have to make sure that those grandpas wake up healthily and retain their normal memories, self-awareness, and thinking ability after sleeping inside the rings for billions of years. Also, after we cast the rings into the universe, we will have to ensure that they will not be destroyed by cosmic storms, supernova outbreaks, and black holes in the years to come. Think about it. How many technologies will be required in the attempt? The historians, and even the strength of the blood demon sector alone, will not be sufficient to put it into practice. After all, artificial intelligence and space jumps are the specialties of the Heavens Origin sector and Flying Star sector. That's the reason I'm here to join the meeting in person at the cost of my precious longevity. I'm hoping to concentrate the technology and resources of the three sectors to accomplish the breakthroughs and realize the monument plan. After all, the universe is too vast a place, and the hibernation will be too long. The tinder of our civilizations, after floating to the depths of the universe, will be separate from each other. We will root and sprout in a different time and place, never to meet each other again. This is perhaps also a way for us to let go of the hatred between us. Ha 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 ha. Li Yao clicked his tongue and said, let's forget the technological difficulties for a moment. It is not going to be easy to find 10,000 grandpas who are willing to hibernate for billions of years, knowing that 99% of them are perhaps never going to be awakened again. Is it? We will not allow any kind of coercion. Gue Suesho smiled and said, my young friend, it appears to me that you don't know much about humanity after all. You don't need to coerce anybody into doing anything. As long as the news is out, countless spectral cultivators will definitely volunteer for the job. For example, the little girl next to you is already tempted, isn't she? Li Yao was greatly surprised. He turned around, only to discover that Wei Qingqing was in such a trance that her mind seemed to have drifted to billions of years later in the river of time. Sister Qingqing, you are not thinking of being one of those grandpas, are you? Li Yao found it hard to believe and even a bit creepy. If we are truly running to a dead end, and the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance is about to destroy us, why shouldn't we make such an attempt if the technology allows? Wei Qingqing gradually turned solemn and grave, her shoulders slightly lowered, as if a new mission had been added to them. Maybe Master Gue is right. We are no match for the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance right now, but in such a way, the tinder of our civilization will be preserved for billions of years, when it will be ignited again in a different time and environment. Li Yao frowned. But isn't it too much a sacrifice for those grandpas? We are talking about a hibernation of billions of years. That isn't really a big deal. Since it is hibernation, one will be unconscious as if he is completely dead. Right? In a smile, Wei Qingqing said, is 1 billion years any different from 1 year? For this grandpa, he will be just a sound sleep. His eyes close and open again, and infinite time has already passed. Li Yao was somewhat angry. What if the plan fails? What if the ring is never found by another civilization? If it isn't, the grandpas will be essentially dead forever, but the Federation will have been destroyed, and all the cultivators must have been killed anyway. Does it really matter how the grandpas die? Wei Qingqing replied disapprovingly. Liao was rendered speechless again. He had almost forgotten that Wei Qingqing, although leaving the impression that she was just a small orchid, boasted courage that was utterly disproportionate to her weak body. On the grand, desolate plateau, when she had only just graduated from college, she had already been brave enough to stride forward against the furious beast tide. She was definitely not scared of death. Liao, I'm different from you. After a chuckle, Wei Qingqing said, You are the most gifted and distinguished genius. You are now one of the most influential people of the 3 sectors at such a young age. Everything you do right now will very likely influence the outcome of the war and the fate of our civilization immediately. What about me? I am just a regular, low-level cultivator. My talents are limited, and I haven't had as many fortuitous encounters as you. However hard I try, the building foundation stage will still be the best I can achieve. In such an era, a building foundation stage cultivator matters little to the Federation. In the magnificent war in the Sea of Stars, I am not important or necessary. There's no need to comfort me. We are both clear that it is the truth. For example, if the world that we are living in is a novel or TV series, you will be the well-deserved protagonist and the center of all the spotlights, while people like me will be the supporting characters who cheer and applaud for you. Although it is the truth, although I am indeed not smart enough or boast high computational ability and combat ability, and although I seem insignificant, I don't want to applaud as a supporting character and watch you save the world while doing nothing. I want to save the Federation and our civilization in my own way. Wei Qingqing's voice was louder and firmer. Her back that seemed to have shouldered an invisible mission was straightened again while she said solemnly, The me today is just a trivial character for our civilization. But if there is really a way to reignite the essence of our civilization together with my remaining soul in billions of years, when it is discovered by a new, primitive civilization, I will certainly try my best and fulfill my responsibility as a guide by leading the new civilization that is still living in ignorance and darkness. That way, the fire of our civilization will leave ineffaceable traces in a different time and space. I think that it will be the greatest contribution that I, an unimportant teacher, can do for our civilization. Her words made Liao grow respectful for her again and review the seemingly absurd grandpa plan from a new perspective. I've read your files, my young friend Liao. Your experiences in the past decade are truly wonderful, Gue Suesho said with a smile. I remember that you once encountered an amazing ancient civilization that is made of a bloodstripe virus on Iron Plateau in the Flying Star sector. They were trying to possess a different civilization in order to pass on their own legacy. In fact, my monument plan is somewhat similar to the apocalyptical possession of the bloodstripe virus. Maybe all civilizations are the same. Survival and reproduction are their natural instincts. Faced with their inevitable doom, they will pay even more attention to the reproduction and heritage issues. It is the law of nature to age and perish. Everybody, including you and me, will die eventually. But as long as we send out the seeds of our life before our death, and even witness our offspring growing and thriving, death will not necessarily be a dreadful thing, will it? Anyway, my young friend Liao, will you support my motion and help push the monument plan on the meeting of the nascent soul stage? Liao was dazed for a moment. Then he realized that Gue Suesho did not come to them and say so many things to them by accident. The guy was here to lobby. It did make sense on second thought. With the resources at his disposal and his influence in the 3 sectors, he was probably the unique one in all the 200 participants of the meeting. For some of the large-scale plans that would take decades to finish, even without the public resources of the 3 sectors, through Skyfire, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and his friends in the Heaven's Origin sector, it was not impossible for him to carry them out on his own. No wonder Gue Suesho, the old, cunning tortoise who had probably slept more than 800 years, would come to Liao first after he woke up. Of course, it was also encouraged in the meeting of the nascent soul stage. All the nascent soul stage experts were expected to say whatever they wanted and have the most intense brainstorm during the meeting. They were free to propose the most ridiculously ideas as long as the ideas were related to the solutions of the problems about the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. After the ideas were proposed, everybody would discuss and study them. Then, they would figure out how to put the brainstorm into practice and turn it into a real storm that swept across the universe. My young friend Liao, rest assured, you will not be supporting me for nothing. Although a bit snobbish because of his seniority, Gue Suesho was not an unreasonable man and knew the importance of reciprocity very well. He said slowly, my ancestors have excavated a lot of classics, files, and relics during the thousands of years of history studies. All the discoveries are tradable. I can even share the great dream tortoise hibernation art, my family's secret art, with you. I know that, in order to explore more sectors and build up the new Federation, lengthy and distant space voyages are unavoidable. In the journeys that can take decades, human hibernation is a technology of paramount importance. The human hibernation technology you have right now, however, is too shabby and not worth mentioning. If you are willing to support me, I can publicize the Great Dream Tortoise hibernation art. Combing the Great Dream Tortoise hibernation art with your rapid freezing technology, you will have real human hibernation. You may even be able to train yourself while you are sleeping. Liao suddenly beamed with interest. In a space voyage that could be hundreds of years long, if the crew members did not intend to die of old age, hibernation technology that could significantly and reliably extend their life and reduce the daily consumption of assets was indispensable. The hibernation technology that the Federation currently possessed had only recently been invented. It would not be mature in the decades to come. However, the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings would be arriving in less than 200 years. 200 years was naturally a long life for an individual, but for a country that spanned the sea of stars, it was just a snap of fingers. The time left for their development was not much. They had to seize every second. Any technology that could reduce the time cost was very important. Liao had heard a thing or two about Gue Suesho's Great Dream Tortoise hibernation art before. He was aware that the secret art could lower the breath, heartbeat, and metabolism of a creature to the minimum and even produce a weird membrane around all the cells, thereby casting the creature into the false death state on the cellular level. In the tortoise hibernation state, the clock of one's life would basically stop ticking. A sleep of 100 years would consume as few materials of the body as a day of consciousness would. If Gue Suesho really provided the Great Dream Tortoise hibernation art to the three sectors, it was very likely that the space voyage technology of the new Federation would be boosted by decades. Chances were that they would be setting off to look for new sectors in a year and a half. It was doubtlessly a fair deal. Pondering for a moment, Liao said prudently, Master Gue, I am not certain how many technological obstacles are yet to be conquered in your monument plan and how many resources it will require, so I cannot give you any promises now. Moreover, you will not be the only one proposing a solution to our civilizations in the meeting to come. Each of the 200 participants will likely put forward their own way of saving the world. I have even prepared a minor plan myself. All the motions and plans will consume a lot of resources. As to which ones will be adopted and which ones will be abandoned, we will have to ask the professionals to listen and evaluate them. However, let me show you my attitude first. If your monument plan does not involve unconquerable conundrums technologically, the relevant technologies in your plan can be applied to other fields, and the resources to be consumed after evaluation are not high enough to bankrupt the Federation, then I am personally willing to dedicate part of my resources to the monument plan. Gue Suesho nodded. Smiling as before, he replied, Thank you, my young friend Liao. I estimate that the monument plan will not consume too many resources, because essentially speaking, it is still just an escape plan. An escape is almost always easier than a head-on clash with the enemy. Gue Suesho knew, too, that raising funds for a project was not an easy task. There would be more projects than simply his own that would be discussed in the meeting of the nascent soul stage. Also, his project was a bit too passive after all. Otherwise, his species would not have been the only one of all the demon species pushing forward the monument in the past thousands of years, when all other demons turned a blind eye to it. It was already acceptable enough that Liao had made such a gesture. Having achieved his purpose, Gue Suesho blinked and glanced around, looking for the next potential supporter of the monument plan, ready to sell his absolute pessimism to somebody else. Wei Qingqing, who was working as a temporary reporter, however, beamed with joy. She asked in delight, "Liao, you have a plan to deal with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance like the Monument Plan?" Liao shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Not exactly. Master Gui's Monument Plan is too magnificent and sophisticated. My methods are not splendid enough to cover a time of billions of years. It is just a small tactical plan. Even if my plan does work out, the best outcome will be that the expedition army of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance will be crushed on a local battlefield. Nothing more." "Crushing the expedition army of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance?" Wei Qingqing exclaimed. "That's already incredible enough. Tell me about it. What's your plan exactly?" Liao smiled. "You will hear the specific content in the meeting of the nascent soul stage. I can only tell you the name of the plan for now. Black hole." Wei Qingqing rolled her eyes. "The black hole plan? You are not planning to build a black hole, are you?" "Of course not," Liao explained. "With our current technology, it's unlikely we'd be able to create a real black hole even after tens of thousands of years of development. Even if we do create one, weaponizing it will be the trickiest problem. Chances are that it would swallow our own world before it swallowed the fleets of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. It is unrealistic to create a black hole. My black hole is just a code name. As for what it refers to exactly, you will know it after today." Wei Qingqing was not a professional reporter after all, and she had never learned how to press further in an interview. After hearing his words, she did not know how she should go on asking anymore. Thinking for a moment, she turned to the Fire Ant King. The Fire Ant King, the Federation's old friend, and one of the new giants of the Blood Demon sector, was apparently another interesting target to interview. "Chief Fire Ant, greetings." Wei Qingqing smiled. Just now, Liao, Professor Zhou, and Master Gue offered their opinions about the war. "I wonder, what do you think of the war? Do you agree with Master Gue's absolute pessimism? Or do you have a solution of your own like Liao does?" The Fire Ant King smiled back. As the former leader of Void Turmoil City and the Blade of Chaos, he used to hang around with the Silverblood nobles a lot. Naturally, he was quite calm to be interviewed. Unhurriedly, he replied, "Master Gue is the oldest senior in the Blood Demon sector. Of course, we all respect him. But as for the outcome of the war, I think that we should simply keep our own opinions. If you ask me, I don't have a systematic plan like Liao's. But faced with the threats of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, I am not as panicked and frightened as you. The reason is simple. For the past 10,000 years, you've considered yourselves as one of the successors of the Star Ocean Imperium. You think that all the human beings in the universe are your compatriots. While you were developing fast and thriving, you never expected that a human force at the center of the universe would be your enemy and would even send out an expedition army to destroy you. Therefore, you feel panicked, lost, and desperate. We, on the other hand, are different. The demons were beaten to the edge of the cosmos from the center step by step over the past 10,000 years by human beings. We have been clear that the super forces at the center of the cosmos are our foes, and that they will come to annihilate us one day when they expand to the edge of the cosmos. Now that day has come. That's all. We have been mentally preparing for this for 10,000 years. What's there to worry about? Therefore, the good news is that, no matter how panicked the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are, the Blood Demon sector will not be influenced at all. Even if the expedition army of the Imperium appears here and now, we will fight and probably die without fear and hesitation. That's all. After a long days, Wei Qingqing frowned. Then, Chief Fire Ant, do you not have high hopes for our ending? On the contrary, if there is only one last person in all the three sectors who is confident about the war, the person will be me. With brilliance flowing at the bottom of the Fire Ant King's eyes, he pointed at his chest while the antennas on his forehead were shivering. It is well known that I am the new chief of the insect clan. The insect clan is a unique existence among demons. We are not as ferocious as the claw clan nor as fast as the horn clan. We cannot fly in the sky like the feather clan nor swim in the ocean like the sea clan. When the insect clan is mentioned, people's first impression will almost always be ugly, insignificant, and inferior. Yes, in nature, insects are indeed a very low-level life form. A single insect boasts barely any combat ability. Even a strengthless ordinary people can kill quite a few of them after a stomp. Therefore, insect is also an expression the developed civilizations often use to demean the weak, underdeveloped civilizations. Weren't the high and mighty immortal cultivators calling ordinary people ants and weeds? Ants are insects, too. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, our three sectors are but three insects at the edge of cosmos. In front of their iron army that will unstoppably cross space one day, all our struggles will only be the best footnote for the word futile. Even many people among us think the same. However, as insignificant as insects may be, are they really so easy to be wiped out? Let's take cockroaches for example, a species that has lasted billions of years in the cosmos. The prehistoric beasts such as dinosaurs, Sarcosuchus, and the gold-haired giant apes all went extinct. But cockroaches have expanded to every corner in the 3,000 sectors. Sometimes, they are even found in environments that are unsuitable for demons and cultivators. Are the high and mighty nascent soul stage cultivators capable of annihilating every cockroach in the world and destroying the species completely? It's impossible. Even if all the nascent soul stage cultivators are dead, the cockroaches won't be. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are perhaps behemoths like dinosaurs, and our small sectors are like minuscule ants and cockroaches. It remains to be seen which side will be able to laugh to the end. The Fire Ant King's metaphor caught Wei Qingqing off guard. She began to wonder how she should write the interview. At this moment, Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, Zhou Fu, and Gue Suisho all felt their wrists buzzed. Their portable crystal processors had received the latest notification. The space communication array had finished its testing. The demon emperors from the blood demon sector and the nascent soul stage cultivators from the flying star sector had all logged in successfully. The meeting of the nascent soul stage would commence in 10 minutes. Because of the limited time, the conference center of the new federation at the center of Grand Desolate City was not completed yet. The walls, still the color of lead gray, were yet to be painted and decorated. The vast ceiling was packed with complicated tubes. Crystal cables were dangling down like boas. Even the seats were not installed yet but scattered in all the containers. The 100 nascent soul stage cultivators, however, were not bothered in the least. They sat or stood in the messy conference hall casually, filling the shabby room with a sacred solemnity. Li Yao felt that his head was dizzy when he walked into the conference hall. On the dark ceiling, the illumination rune arrays and the light beam projectors were glittering, casting him into the illusion that he was in an open field under a starry sky. Looking at the faces that were as calm as statues, Li Yao could not help but think about a lot of things. He thought that, millions of years ago, before the fire of civilization of human beings had been ignited, were there 200 apes who decided to gather together and wage war against enemies that were stronger and fiercer than themselves as a tribe because they could not stand the scourge and exploitation of the wolves, tigers, and leopards any longer? The power of the light beam projector on the ceiling was increased to the maximum. Holograms with streaks and snowflakes fell into the crowd and condensed into dozens of virtual persons. They were the demon emperors in the blood demon sector and the nascent soul stage cultivators in the flying star sector. The almost 200 top-tier experts of the heavens origin sector, the blood demon sector, and the flying star sector had fully gathered. Li Yao glanced at so many nascent soul stage cultivators with a pair of eyes that was devoid of spiritual energy. Every face represented a thunderous and yet exciting name in his childhood. But right now, the owners of the names were standing right next to them, and he was going to defend the civilization as one of them, too. Such a feeling of walking into history was truly an indescribable experience. While he was observing other people, he was being observed, too. The demon emperors from the blood demon sector, particularly, rolled their eyes hard while they looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators nearby. Could not be helped. Such observation was naturally not very polite, but it was truly an unprecedented event that all the top experts from 3 sectors were gathered in the same place. Even the seniors who had experienced too many things somewhat lost their calmness. Fellow cultivators, the fact that we can gather in the same place and discuss the future is already a new history. Speaker Zhang Hailu stepped on the podium, which was made of 2 boxes. Glancing around, he said slowly, "In the history of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, or even in the history of the past 40,000 years, such a miracle has never happened before. 200 top experts have gathered together, not bickering about the petty interests of their respective sects, not fighting for the insignificant differences on our body, but contributing all our wisdom, strength, courage, and imagination to a new war while letting go of the hatred and wariness of the past. This is the greatest, most righteous war because we are not fighting for our selfish interests, not for the ambition of the minority, but for ourselves, for our family, for the fate of our civilization. We must live on. No matter how formidable an enemy we are faced with, we will not wait to be killed. We will certainly fight back and live on at any cost until the most brilliant part of our civilization illuminates the entire sea of stars." His resolute declaration cast all the nascent soul stage cultivator into deep thought. Even the demon emperors from the blood demon sector were apparently moved and thinking hard. To live on. What a simple and yet complicated, humble and yet noble goal. My fellow cultivators, you are all specialists and leaders in your respective fields. Time is precious. Also, our space communication array is still under testing. Every second of operation will consume tremendous crystals. This is just an unofficial assembly. We can save all the formalities. Since everybody has read all the files before the meeting, let's seize the day and go to our topic now. First of all, I think that the one thing that everybody is eager to find out in this meeting is about the Covenant Alliance. Is the so-called Alliance of the Holy Covenant real? Or maybe, is it just a trick that the Imperium of true human beings played and a crude strategical deception? The reason is simple. Before, we always considered the Imperium of true human beings to be our greatest enemy, and we planned to dedicate all our resources to deal with the Imperium. But right now, a Covenant Alliance, which is said to be even scarier than the Imperium, has popped up out of nowhere. In such a case, we will inevitably be less wary of the Imperium of true human beings, and we will even change our stance on the Imperium subconsciously. From the Imperium's perspective, the subtle change of our attitude naturally greets with their interests. Therefore, many fellow cultivators might be mumbled to yourselves. Does the Covenant Alliance, which is said to be 100 more times evil than the Imperium, really exist? Is this the Imperium of true human beings plot? Are they using a non-existent Covenant Alliance to intimidate the weaker forces in the universe, which are forced to seek shelter from the Imperium to avoid the aggression of the Covenant Alliance? If that is the case, the Imperium of true human beings will be able to conquer a large area of the Sea of Stars with no blood shed. In front of Liao, a virtual light beam was shining. It was a sign that Zhang Hailu invited him to speak. Liao was the discoverer of the Covenant Alliance. His foster father had claimed to be from the Covenant Alliance. Naturally, his opinion mattered most regarding the issue. Liao had prepared his speech earlier. Therefore, gazed at by more than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators, he was not very nervous. Unhurriedly, he said, "Seniors here, nice to meet you. I am Liao. My foster father claims that he is from the Covenant Alliance, and I believe what he said. I have 2 reasons. Firstly, my foster bestowed upon me a flying sword whose materials and structure are quite unique. It is definitely not something that can be manufactured in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, or the Blood Demon sector. It is definitely from a force far more advanced than ours. The scraps of the flying sword are still inside my refining workshop. Everybody is free to study and analyze them. Secondly, assuming that it is part of the Imperium of true human beings scheme, nothing makes sense. When my foster father passed away, I was still in high school as an ordinary person with a low spirit actualization quotient. Although I'm slightly gifted at hand speed and magical equipment maintenance, it is really nothing compared to the real geniuses of training. The jade chip that my foster father left to me, however, was set to be openable only if I am at the peak of the core formation stage or higher. If the Covenant Alliance does not exist, and my foster father is a spy from the Imperium of true human beings, how could he have been certain that I would reach the nascent soul stage one day? For me, when I was in high school, odds were lower than 1/100000th that I could be a cultivator of such a high level. How could the Imperium of true human beings have counted their scheme on such a low chance? Also, if it is really a strategical deception, wouldn't my foster father have reduced everybody's wariness if he showed up as a citizen of the Covenant Alliance and reminded everybody of the evilness of the Covenant Alliance and the righteousness of the Imperium? Why would he point out, bluntly and redundantly, that the Imperium of true human beings was a force no more righteous? The nascent soul stage cultivators all nodded quickly. Li Yao's analysis was clearly reasonable enough. There's one other thing. With a solemn face, Li Yao said earnestly, although my foster father asked us to join the Imperium of true human beings in his last words, it was obvious that he couldn't have foreseen what would happen in the next 20 years. It must have been beyond his imagination that the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector would be collaborating. Then and now are different. Whatever he said, and even if the Covenant Alliance does exist, my opinion about the Imperium of true human beings will not be changed. No matter what their reason is, a force that produces one star child by killing hundreds of babies is definitely the evilest force in my eyes. The Covenant Alliance and the Imperium are both our enemies, and I will not surrender to either of them. If one force can be called the last guardian of humanity, it is not going to be the Imperium of true human beings but us. Li Yao's words moved all the nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors. Many nascent soul stage cultivators who had not met him before observed the plain-looking young man again. They seemed to understand why he could be the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator of the three sectors from his words now. At the very least, his declaration was proud and straightforward enough. Then, another nascent soul stage cultivator requested to speak. It was Zhou Fu, a historian who studied the fall of the Star Ocean Imperium. I agree with fellow cultivator Li that the Covenant Alliance is real despite the lack of solid evidence. But I would like to illustrate a side view, which is the mutation of the Imperium of true human beings. How exactly did the cultivators at the center of the cosmos degenerate into immortal cultivators? Zhou Fu said unhurriedly, it is well known that, after 30,000 years of the Great Dark Era, human beings rose again and established the Star Ocean Imperium that spanned the universe. Although it was an imperium, and the system it adopted was a combination of a dictatorship and feudalism, the overall social form of the Star Ocean Imperium was relatively positive, bright, and righteous. Cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium, including the Monarch Supreme Emperor, although still carrying the bad habits of the old days, had basically agreed that cultivators are the sabers of humanity. Cultivators originate from ordinary people and can give birth to ordinary people, and other modern opinions. That is perhaps the case for any imperium at the beginning. The ruler that rose from the folk would pay attention to the feeling of the general public and know the importance of relying on them. Moreover, the Star Ocean Imperium justified its regime by the slogan, "Overthrow the tyranny of demons and liberate all the human beings in the universe," which was the foundation of the Star Ocean Imperium. Could not be changed easily. Such an imperium that was relatively bright and righteous, before decaying and degrading, was already crumbled in the Armageddon Rebellion and destroyed. Although the Star Ocean Imperium disappeared as quickly as it rose, the pure spirit of the country was preserved without being sullied at all, encouraging all human beings in the universe. Today, most of the civilizations of human beings, including the Star Glory Federation, are still proud of being a successor of the Star Ocean Imperium and willing to pass on the spirit of the country. Here comes the question. Now that the Imperium of true human beings has occupied the prosperous area of the Star Ocean Imperium and considers itself to be the rightful heir to the Star Ocean Imperium, it must have more or less inherited the spirit of the Star Ocean Imperium that the ordinary people are worth fighting for. Why does this Imperium act oppositely from that Imperium, And how did the cultivators become immortal cultivators? All the nascent soul-stage cultivators were deep in thought. Even Liao nodded quickly after a slight daze. Yes, although it was also an imperium, the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago was more complimented than criticized in modern times. It was because, in the Great Dark Era that lasted 30,000 years, human beings were suppressed by demons. Cultivators were even the primary targets of the demons. On many occasions, they had to count on the ordinary people to cover and even shelter them. When the cultivators rose again, they resisted under the banner of defend humanity. It was naturally impossible for them to oppress ordinary people like the demon rulers did. Due to the limitation of the era, there were not laws such as the Constitution of Cultivators in the Star Glory Federation, which dictated the rights and the equal status of cultivators and ordinary people. But the simple ideas that evil had to be executed and the weak had to be helped still entered the minds of most cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was so for the Star Glory Federation, a small country at the edge of the universe. How could the Imperium of true human beings, which was at the center of the universe, not be so? The heritage of cultivators was never just about the cold cultivation arts and classics. It also included the beliefs and spirits of the predecessors. In the relics of the Star Ocean Imperium, other than the marvelous arts, there were also teachings from the cultivators of the Imperium left for the latecomers, as well as the soul-stirring tales where they sacrificed themselves for humanity. Such teachings and tales, of course, would reshape the beliefs of the future generations. For example, Liao once discovered a multipurpose exploration ship named Sparkle from the depths of the underground silver ocean of Boneyard. In order to suppress Skeleton Dragon, Xianxia, the captain of Sparkle and a cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium, eradicated 99% of his soul and memories, even including those about his family, just so that the remaining part of his soul could survive longer, monitor the status of Skeleton Dragon, and warn the latecomers. Liao had accepted Sparkle and become its new captain. He had also accepted Xianxia's spirit. That spirit was now an indispensable part of his belief. One day, if Liao intended to do anything that harmed the interest of the ordinary people, his belief would be shaken and caught in a self-contradictory state, which could result to a significant drop of his level. It was so for Liao. Could it have been different for the cultivators who received the legacy of the Star Ocean Imperium at the center of the universe? This was a world where materials could be affected by spirit. It was impossible that one could just learn a senior's ultimate skill but not his benevolence. I believe that you've all found the subtle contradiction here, haven't you? Zhou Yifu said. By logic, for a country of human beings at the center of the universe, after inheriting the enormous legacy of the Star Ocean Imperium, the cultivators should be sharing the same ideas as the Star Ocean Imperiums. They should consider themselves the sabers of humanity and feel proud of defending the ordinary people. How on earth did they stop regarding themselves as human beings and even invent a new term, true human beings, to address themselves? Such a drastic change of beliefs is highly illogical. Under normal circumstances, it would certainly result in the collapse of their belief, their mental derangement, and even their abrupt death. The conversion of one or two cultivators is nothing usual. The Federation has such evil cultivators, too, but all the cultivators in an entire country have been transformed into immortal cultivators collectively. Such a change is barely comprehensible if there weren't external pressure. Liao's eyes shone. He turned on the public communication rune array and said, Senior Zhou, are you saying that, when it was first established, the Imperium of true human beings, which absorbed the legacy and the ideology of the Star Ocean Imperium, was perhaps also a country made of cultivators whose goal was to defend humanity, a smaller Star Ocean Imperium, if you will? Later, under certain enormous pressure, they were forced to exploit all the national capability as quickly as possible to cope with it. Therefore, the cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings, to quote my foster father, abandoned humanity and the pride of cultivators and transformed into immortal cultivators? Exactly. Scratching his goatee, Zhou Yifu nodded quickly. Everything that has happened to the Federation in the past year is perhaps a replay of the transformation of the Imperium of true human beings. The Star Glory Federation was a country where the equality between cultivators and ordinary people was highly valued. Everybody made their own contribution and fought for a better future together. But ever since the news of the Imperium of true human beings a year ago, many cultivators changed their mindset. They believed that the current system was not enough to exploit the most war potentials within the shortest amount of time. For survival, for the civilization, and for 99% of people, 1% of them can and should be sacrificed. Cultivators who held such extreme ideas, represented by Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao, killed tens of thousands innocent civilians to achieve their goal. Also, they pretended that they didn't know human beings and demons were of the same origin, and they planned to send all the demons to the resource planets where the captives would slog until they died. It is safe to say that Lu Zue, Zhou Hengdao, and the rest of them, with everything they did, do not deserve the name cultivator. They are out-and-out immortal cultivators. But after changing from cultivators who guard ordinary people and humanity to immortal cultivators who can sacrifice random ordinary people to achieve their purpose, their belief was not caught in chaos, and their level did not decline. Before Lu Zue's death, he was even able to summon all his strength and break into a whole new level. Why did all that happen? It's simple. They did not think that they were wrong. They believed that, even if their approaches were flawed, their ideology and purpose were right. They believed that every ordinary person they killed was for the salvation of our civilization. It was with the idea of the greater good that they deteriorated so quickly. At this moment, Luo Xingzi, the cultivator from the Flying Star sector, requested to speak. Fellow cultivator Zhou, please allow me to add a few words. Based on the experience of the Flying Star sector, a cultivator can deteriorate really fast. Instead of a year and a half, it can be completed within several minutes if he is sent to a starship that is floating in a cosmic storm after an accident with limited food and fuel. To fight for the slim chance of survival, even the most righteous cultivator in peacetime can turn into a fiend instantly. He can even develop a theory to defend himself later. After all, as long as he survives, excuses are always easy to find. Zhou Yifu nodded and smiled. Thank you for your illustration, fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi. It is indeed true. In retrospect, it was very fortunate that the scheme of the immortal cultivators such as Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao was stopped. Otherwise, in the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, they certainly would have expanded step by step and seduced more cultivators. They would have exploited everybody through the most brutal methods until the Star Glory Federation turned into a new country of immortal cultivators in the end. Everything that didn't happen in the Star Glory Federation must have happened for real in the Imperium of true human beings. We can totally imagine that at the beginning, the Imperium of true human beings must have been a country of cultivators, like the Star Ocean Imperium in the past. However, during its development, the cultivators ran into a formidable enemy named the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. Fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father mentioned that the Imperium of true human beings was a traditional superpower. So, it is not hard to guess that the country must have hit a bottleneck at that time, with trouble both inside and outside. In the meantime, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant was a new power that was rising unstoppably like the sun in the morning. Therefore, the Covenant Alliance was as much a headache to the Imperium as the Imperium is to us now. Perhaps, some of the people in the Imperium believed that they must abandon humanity for animality and exploit the value of everybody in order to defeat the Covenant Alliance and defend their civilization. In the beginning, maybe, they thought the same as Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao did. They believed that sacrificing the 1% for the remaining 99% was worthwhile. However, how could they ever stop doing such things once they began? Under the aggression of the Covenant Alliance, the Imperium of true human beings must have been like an athlete addicted to exhilarance. It became mired deeper and deeper until it couldn't be freed anymore. Eventually, cultivators were completely transformed into immortal cultivators, and they no longer hesitated to do such a thing as kill hundreds of babies. Zhou Yifu's deduction was both reasonable and convincing. With only a few words, he described the degeneration of an enormous kingdom at the center of the universe and proved the existence of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant from the side. The nascent soul stage cultivators were all nodding in approval. The nascent soul stage cultivators were all quick-minded fellows with amazing computational ability. Thinking quickly, they all felt that the deduction was perfectly reasonable and perhaps the truth. It appears that we all agree that the Covenant Alliance does exist. So, we are faced with not one but two superforces now. Zhang Hailu, host of the meeting, glanced around and asked calmly, "Then, do you feel that, faced with two superforces that are both extremely hostile to us, our situation is now even worse than before and we should further adjust our previous strategies?" Let me declare my opinion first. I think that it is utterly unnecessary. Our situation right now has not worsened. On the contrary, it has greatly improved. It will not be exaggerating to say that the next hundreds of years will be the period of strategic opportunities for the Star Glory Federation. Humming sounds immediately filled the room. Many nascent soul stage cultivators did not expect Zhang Hailu to be so optimistic about the issue. However, Zhang Hailu, as the Speaker of the Parliament, doubtlessly boasted an excellent view of the overall situation. His stance regarding the war against the Blood Demon sector before proved his strategical prowess too. All the nascent soul stage cultivators held their breath and waited for his presentation. As the saying goes, when a snipe and a clam are locked in combat, the fisherman will take advantage of both of them. In the fight of two behemoths that are the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, the Federation is nowhere close to being the fisherman, but there will still be room for to breathe. Zhang Hailu's opinion was more or less the same as Zhou Yifu's theory before the meeting. If there was only one superforce named Imperium of true human beings at the center of the universe, they would be able to gather all the resources and soldiers to crush the secondary forces at the edge of the universe. With the 3 sectors we've got, it is naturally far from enough to compete with hundreds of sectors. However, the greatest enemy of the Imperium is the Covenant Alliance. The two parties are engaged in a magnificent war at the center of the universe. It goes without saying that neither of them will spare too many troops to deal with the bumpkins, who are living in a slum. Zhang Hailu's self-mocking metaphor raised a round of laughter. The atmosphere in the hall was more or less relaxed. After a smile, Zhang Hailu continued, "Most of the information we have about the Imperium of true human beings is from the Star Child. The Star Child also told Liao Luoxingzi and the other cultivators in the battle that the Imperium of true human beings policies were quite lenient, and that if they were willing to cooperate with the Imperium, the Flying Star sector would be granted high autonomy, provided that the Flying Star sector submitted population, resources, and experts incessantly." His words might not be entirely ungrounded. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are having an evenly matched life and death war. For the war, both parties are trying their best to collect workers and resources from more sectors, which they can devote to the inferno of war. The side that gathers more people, resources, and experts might secure the final victory. Then, the purpose of the expedition army of the Imperium is obvious. They are not here for a long conquer but to plunder people and resources as quickly as possible to deal with the real important war between them and the Covenant Alliance. Therefore, the expedition army that we are going to be faced with in 1 to 200 years might not necessarily be the strongest troop of the Imperium of true human beings. They are more likely to be slave catchers or raiders who are here to look for cannon fodder. We don't need to destroy the army completely. We only need to let the Imperium realize that the resources to be consumed in the war will far exceed the benefits it will gain after defeating us. If so, the Imperium is likely to retreat from the war as it is obviously not a good bargain. After hearing Zhang Hailu's analysis, many nascent soul stage cultivators were cheered up. They had thought that the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings would be a devastating catastrophe, but on second thought, war was always an extension of politics, and what mattered most in politics was benefits. Nobody would wage a war that would give them nothing. Magnificent as the Imperium of true human beings might be, it would definitely be exhausting and consuming to project an immense expedition army to millions of light years away. The Imperium might be evil, but they were definitely not stupid. What was their purpose? Cannon fodder. They were going to the Federation to collect cannon fodder that could be dedicated to the war with the Covenant Alliance later. It meant that, as long as the expedition army of the Imperium was heavily struck by the Federation, and the Imperium came to the realization that the yields of the war would not cover its investment, it was very likely that the Federation would retain its independence. The Federation, of course, will not be content after winning the insignificant war of defense. It will only be a beginning point for us. Zhang Hailu said thoughtfully. War is the best catalyst for a civilization and the most convenient approach to learn from others. If we can really weather through the stormy attack of the expedition army of the Imperium, our civilization will certainly make a giant leap ahead. At the center of the universe, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are now engaged in a fierce war. The Imperium must have developed a lot of tactics and magical equipment targeting the Covenant Alliance, and vice versa. If the Federation has the opportunity to learn how the two universal behemoths fight each other, how they bite each other's throat and dig out each other's heart, we will definitely be able to grow into a new behemoth. 2. You might think that I am too whimsical, but we don't need to grow into the size of the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance. It will be sufficient as long as our comprehensive capability is only 1/10 theirs. As long as the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are on par with each other, they will be like a balanced scale. Then, even if we are nothing more than a feather or a blade of grass, we will have the chance to influence the balance. We will only have one rule, which is to help the weak and to suppress the strong. If the Covenant Alliance is strong and the Imperium is weak, we will join with the Imperium against the Covenant Alliance. If the Covenant Alliance, as a new power, lacks momentum and the Imperium is on the winning side, we will work with the Covenant Alliance to fight against the Imperium. All in all, we must keep the balance between the two superforces and prevent either of them from dominating the competition. We will let them bleed in the prolonged war while we learn their most advanced arts, skills, and technologies, until our claws and teeth are sharp enough and our feathers are complete. By then, we will be the top players in the Sea of Stars. In short, the Federation is hopeful. The three sectors are hopeful. Fellow cultivators, as long as all we walk forward together with a firm belief, not only will we be able to resist the invasion of any enemy, we will even march to the center of the universe where humanity will be illuminated in its true glory. Zhang Hailu's blood-boiling speech raised a round of applause. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors were thrilled. As a super expert, did any one of them not have the ambition to travel in the vast universe? Were any of them willing to be stranded at the desolate area at the edge of the universe and regarded by the super forces as bumpkins? Also, after they learned that countless ordinary people were still being savaged by the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance at the center of the universe, even their beliefs would not allow them to stand by and watch. We are the most rightful heir to the Star-Ocean Imperium, spiritually. We are the last guardians of humanity. Let's march to the center of the universe and revive humanity to its former glory. Including Liao, all the nascent soul stage cultivators, whether they were battle type or not, were breathing fast and roaring the same thing in their hearts. As for the demon emperors, they had even more complicated feelings. Maybe they could not understand the whole meaning of humanity yet. But marching back to the center of the Sea of Stars was a dream that had haunted their ancestors for 10,000 years and had leaked into their blood. For 10,000 years, demons had been on a losing streak. They had lost one home after another, and finally, the Blood Demon Sector was one of the last worlds of demons. Even when the Blood Demon Sector was slightly stronger than the Heaven's Origin Sector in the past, every demon emperor in the pantheon of demons had been well aware that marching back to the center of the Sea of Stars was just an impractical fantasy. But right now, if they worked together with the Star Glory Federation, there was a chance, however slim it was, to go back to the center of the universe. Although they would be under a different banner, a different identity, and even a different appearance, they would still be going home after all. For a moment, all the demon emperors were looking at each other and breathing heavily. What fellow cultivator Zhang said is very true. I also feel that the Federation is very hopeful. In fact, the capability gap between the Federation and the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance might not be as huge as we imagined. Zhou Fu, the historian, spoke again. It's true that we have only grasped 3 sectors, while the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, which are looming at the prosperous area of the universe, are perhaps in control of hundreds of sectors. But the ratio of capability between us is certainly not as simple as 1 to 100. I wonder, Have you ever heard of theory that the territory of every country is limited? Due to the complexity of communication, transportation, and information processing, even the most enormous empire can only be expanded to a certain point, just like even the strongest primeval beasts couldn't grow unlimitedly. They must stop developing when they are large enough. Otherwise, they will very likely collapse because of their own weight. According to the definition in modern cosmology, a sector is an area with concentrated resources and within the reach of normal cruising methods at a sublight speed. In the same sector, a sublight speed or an even lower speed would be enough for transportation. The communication of resources and population is relatively easy. The control of the government is the most effective, too. As for different sectors, the transportation can only be conducted through space jumps. Not only will it consume tremendous resources, the journey can also be highly perilous. The vehicles are often caught in the turbulence in the four-dimensional space and gone forever. Sublight methods instead of space jumps? Then, it will take more than 100,000 years to cruise between two sectors that are 100,000 light-years away from each other, not counting the expansion of the universe itself. Think about it. Today, we are only gathering the experts from the three sectors and having a meeting, and we already have to resort to the space communication array, which burns innumerable crystals every second. Due to the interference of the higher dimensional space, the signals are delayed several minutes or even longer. Then, even if the Imperium of true human beings and the Covenant Alliance both boast hundreds of sectors, how much control will their rulers have over those sectors? How can the Empyrean Terminus sector, capital of the Imperium, enforce absolute control over another sector hundreds of thousands of light-years away? The vaster a country is, the weaker its control over the frontier and the higher the internal friction of the country will be. Most of the resources of the country are not wasted on the wars against foreign forces but on the vast land of the country itself. In the end, it is not necessarily the foreign forces that cause the fall of the country but its own immensity and the redundant, clumsy bureaucratic system that is designed to cope with the immensity. It is a law that works both in the ancient times and right now. Zhou Yifu was most familiar with the fall and collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. He spoke confidently when he was talking about the history of this period. Judging from the relics we have excavated and the historical files left by the Star Ocean Imperium, the means of communication and transportation of the Star Ocean Imperium across different sectors were not essentially different from ours. Their starships might have been larger and possessed a higher speed, and their spiritual beacons might have been more densely distributed. But that was all. Based on the technology of the Star Ocean Imperium, in fact, the territory that was really in the Supreme Emperor's control had just been the dozens of sectors around the Empyrean Terminus sector. As for the sectors that were further away, his control over them plummeted. In order to address the problem, same as most monarchs in history, the Supreme Emperor adopted a system of enfeoffment. But the enfeoffment system has its own fatal drawbacks, too. If the central government controls the local government too strictly, the local governments will be highly inactive and even detest the central government. But if the central government gives more autonomy to the local governments and allows it to develop on its own, it will be very possible that the leadership will be rendered ineffectual by recalcitrant subordinates. The local governments might be a threat to the central government one day. The Supreme Emperor's solution was to copy his genes and create 20 clones, with ultimate secret arts. The 20 clones led the most elite forces of the Imperium and founded 20 guilds of provenance, which governed the strategic locations at the frontier of the Imperium. The so-called guilds of provenance were just another form of a fief. By logic, as his clones, they should have been even more loyal to the Supreme Emperor than his children were. There should not have been a problem at all. However, as everybody knows, when the Supreme Emperor launched the 100 million light-year expedition, trying to destroy the last remaining force of the demon civilization, 10 of the 20 clones, including the Blood God, the commander-in-chief of the expedition army and the strongest clone that he poured his own soul power in, betrayed him. Eventually, the expedition failed, and the Imperium collapsed. The universe entered the post-Star Ocean Imperium era. Many legends and tales have it that, in the 100 million light-year expedition, the Blood God was bewildered by the extraterrestrial devils before he slowly degraded into a devil cultivator and directed the Armageddon Rebellion, causing the fall of the Imperium as the Mad Armageddon. Such a story is definitely most suitable for teenagers and middle school students. However, since all the fellow cultivators are excellent persons in the nascent soul stage, such a theory is definitely not convincing enough for you. The reason for the blood god's betrayal is very simple. It's just the contradiction between an aggressive local warlord and the central government. In the 1,000 years of the Star Ocean Imperium rise, the blood god, as the Supreme Emperor's strongest clone, was fighting in the front line all the time. While his amazing capabilities were honed, he also gathered a loyal, magnificent army and many trustworthy allies who fought side by side with him. After the territory of the Star Ocean Imperium gradually stabilized, the blood god's fief was the cold and bitter land that bordered on the last territory of the Demon Beast Empire. In order to survive in such a place, the Supreme Emperor had to give the blood god more autonomy so that he could act expediently. We can assume that, during the hundreds of years of war, the clones who fought at the territory of the Imperium as the blood god had long turned into warlords who reigned over their own independent kingdoms. They were very satisfied about the current situation. Once the last remaining forces of the demon civilization was cleared, there would be absolutely no need to keep such warlords. The ambitious Supreme Emperor would certainly cancel the power in the hands of the 20 clones and even rid them of their fiefs. Their sects might also be migrated to the Imperial Terminus sector for better control. When the rabbits are gone, the hounds will be useless. The logic is obvious for us, for the Supreme Emperor, and also for his 20 clones, of course. It was something unbearable for the clones who had turned into warlords. Therefore, 10 of the 20 clones rose up and fought against the Supreme Emperor with the blood god as their representative. It was not just the blood god's own scheme but the irreconcilable conflict between the central government and the local governments. Even if the extraterrestrial devils were truly involved in the matter, they must have participated in a different way. The extraterrestrial devils didn't corrupt the blood god into the Armageddon Rebellion, causing the division of the expedition army and the collapse of the Imperium. The blood god and the other clones must have had such malicious thoughts toward the Supreme Emperor for a long time, fearing that the Supreme Emperor would take away their power, and therefore rebelled while they still could. They knew that they were incomparable to the Supreme Emperor and the forces that were loyal to him. That was why they allied with the demons and the extraterrestrial devils, destroying the expedition army and the Star Ocean Imperium. Zhou Yifu's brand new explanation about the Imperium of true human beings cast the spacious hall into silence. However, no nascent soul stage cultivators argued with him. Everybody there was an adult. The simple theories that cultivators are good, devil cultivators are bad, and the blood god was good until the extraterrestrial devils corrupted him, could only fool middle school students. Naturally, they were not very convinced. Zhou Yifu's explanation about the conflict between the central government and the local governments and that between the emperor and the warlords might be the truth of what happened 10,000 years ago. Scratching his goatee, Zhou Yifu continued. If you consider history as a mirror, you will see your own fate in the reflection. Why can't everything that has happened to the Star Ocean Imperium happen to the Imperium of true human beings again? Fellow cultivator Zhou, are you suggesting that the Imperium of true human beings might also be faced with the conflict between the central government and the local governments? Zhang Hailu asked solemnly. Not might, must, Zhou Yifu said confidently. As long as the technological level of the Imperium of true human beings in terms of communication and space voyage does not far exceed that of the Star Ocean Imperium, the dilemma that once disintegrated the Star Ocean Imperium will definitely be replayed in the Imperium of true human beings again. By my estimation, the ruler of the Imperium of true human beings can only enforce effective control over the dozens of sectors around the Empyrean Terminus sector at best. It is impossible for them to control the far-flung areas millions of light-years away handily. Also, the Imperium is faced with the serious military threat from the Covenant Alliance. It is even less likely that the Imperium reigns the territory directly, which will be inefficient and unresponsive. If the Imperium reigns directly, the capital city of the Imperium will have to respond to every incident in the hundreds of sectors. It is like a dinosaur dozens of meters long trying to seize control over every nerve ending. If other animals bite its tail hard, it will take quite a few seconds before the brain feels the pain. How can it work? Making the nerve endings act on their own, adopting the system of enfeefment is the only choice. The Star Child himself said that, as long as Liao, Luo Xingzi, and the rest were willing to surrender, the Flying Star Sector could serve as their fief, and they would be the masters of the Flying Star Sector. So, it must be a common practice that, after a new sector is discovered by the Imperium of true human beings, it will be subinfeudated immediately, sometimes even to the local terms. Otherwise, the Star Child wouldn't have made such an offer so quickly on its own initiative. Does the Imperium of true human beings not want to swallow the Flying Star Sector directly? Of course it does. But they have too many sectors in their plate to control. If that is the case, we will have to reevaluate the Imperium of true human beings' capability. According to the Star Child, the Imperium of true human beings occupies the central area of the universe and hundreds of the most prosperous sectors. But when he made such a statement, he was in a context where he was trying to intimidate Liao, Luo Xingzi, and other fellow cultivators so that they would surrender. Therefore, his statement must have been embellished. It is like the dynasty wars in the ancient times, when there are only slightly more than 100,000 people in the army. Counting the cooks and their family, the commander of the army will be bold enough to say that he has an army of almost 1 million soldiers. It is also a way of intimidation. Right now, we know that there's also the Covenant Alliance, which is on par with the Imperium at the center of the universe. So, the hundreds of most prosperous sectors must be reduced by a half. Either party has under their control only 200 to 300 sectors at best. Of the 200 to 300 sectors, only dozens are under the effective control of the Imperium. The rest of the sectors are all independent kingdoms reigned by, let's call them, sector masters, and only provide resources, soldiers, and experts for the Imperium regularly. When the Imperium of true human beings was in its prime, the sector masters definitely would have been loyal to the central government and willing to provide their assets. However, after hundreds of years of warfare between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, how much loyalty will the independent kingdoms still have to the central government? Assuming that we can develop into a hard bone that does not carry much meat and is very hard to bite, how many of the sector masters of the Imperium of true human beings will be willing to bite us at the risk of breaking their teeth? By then, there will likely be such a situation, where the elite forces at the central area of the Imperium of true human beings, which are also the real troops of the Imperium, are too occupied in the war against the main forces of the Covenant Alliance to come at the disobedient bumpkins in a desolate region, while for the warlords at the territory of the Imperium, biting the hard bone will earn few benefits for them. So, even if they promise the central government that they will attack, it will be likely mere pretense, and they will not come for real. This is the awkward situation of the Imperium of true human beings that I have inferred from the decline of the Star Ocean Imperium. Therefore, I share the same opinion as fellow cultivator Jiang. The situation we are in is not as perilous as it seems. On the contrary, the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings will not be the end of the Star Glory Federation, but the beginning of our real rise to be the dominator of the universe. Dominator of the universe. Despite the hyperbole and optimism in Zhou Yifu's words, nobody was willing to argue with the historian at that moment. In the recent year and a half, under the heavy burden of the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings, the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector had all been panicking to a degree. Such optimism was of paramount importance to boost the morale. Even if it was an exaggeration, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, they would still be able to summon all their spirit, courage, and combat ability in the cold, dangerous universe and fight on. Fellow cultivator Zhou is quite right. Us bumpkins at the desolate area and the hard bones that cannot be smashed, bitten, or boiled will certainly be a great surprise for the super forces at the center of the universe. Seeing that everybody was firmer than before, instead of waiting for an objection, Zhang Hailu hurried to proceed. Now that most of the fellow cultivators have faith in our survival and rise, let's move on to our next topic. When you know yourself and your enemy well, you will never lose a battle. To defeat the super forces at the center of the universe, we must get to know them better. Regarding the Imperium of true human beings, the cultivators from the Flying Star Sector have excavated a lot of information from the scraps of the Star Child soul over the past years. We know it to be a country that has inherited a lot of techniques of the Star Ocean Imperium, is controlled by immortal cultivators, and exploits the ordinary people to the maximum extent with evolution as its sole purpose. From the information we have inferred a lot more intelligence. We can even generally outline the social form and the technological level of the Imperium of true human beings, thereby evaluating the possible combatability of the expedition army of the Imperium. But what about the Covenant Alliance? We don't know the first thing about the country hiding in the mist. What exactly are its social form, bureaucratic system, culture and customs and moral standards? The social form of the Covenant Alliance and that of the Imperium are obviously different. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at loggerheads, but the Covenant Alliance and the Federation must be different too, or fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father wouldn't have loathed his motherland so much. What exactly is the country that has been called 100 times eviler than the Imperium of true human beings? Right now, we don't have any files about the country, but the information about the country is very important for our strategic development in the next 100 years. Can any of you here speculate the general picture of the Covenant Alliance with your amazing computational ability and deduction ability? After raising his question, he looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators in expectation. However, his question was greeted by silence. Could not be helped. Even the best cook could not make food without ingredients. Despite their unparalleled computational ability, how could they infer the truth about the Covenant Alliance with no evidence at all except a name? A moment later, a nascent soul stage cultivator named Xianxia requested to speak. He was one of the most distinguished psychologists and meditation healers of the Star Glory Federation. I think that we don't need to be troubled by the last words of fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster, Xianxia said. The 100 times eviler than the Imperium of true human beings allegation is probably overstated. I am definitely not implying that fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father was lying. It's just a subconscious misconception of the mind. Think about it. The Imperium of true human beings is already evil enough to regard ordinary people, even including the newborn babies, as weeds that can be exploited and butchered at will. In the eyes of the immortal cultivators, the ordinary people are not true human beings at all. They think that they are the only true human beings. As fellow cultivator Li Yao said, in the ethics of mankind, this is already as evil as anybody can be. How can the Covenant Alliance be any worse than that? Are they killing all the ordinary people the moment they are born? Then, who can they count on to collect resources and fight a war? The so-called ethics are just a set of rules for a community that were slowly developed while mankind tried to increase the efficiency of resource collection and utilization and to reduce internal conflicts for the sake of survival. An enormous country that spans the universe requires a very stable social system to collect and utilize resources. Then it must have its own ethics. It is impossible that the country is being evil because it wants to be evil. Even the four pillars system in the demon civilization was created in a certain social and environmental context despite the ostensible evilness. Of course, the Fire Ant King, the firmest objector to the four pillars system, rose up suddenly and said emotionlessly, I once established the Blade of Chaos to encourage the bottom-level demons to fight against the four pillars system. I developed a profound understanding of the four pillars system during the struggle. The reason for the four pillars system is very simple. There are limited resources, and the reproduction speed of demons is too high. The speed of the resource collection is far lower than the reproduction speed. If every demon is granted equal rights and enjoys the same privileges as the Saint Blood demons and Silver Blood demons, where will the additional resources that they consume come from? Therefore, the harmony and stability of the society could only be maintained when different social classes were divided. Legends such as obliteration, rebirth, immortality were made up, and most of the demons were enchanted to be content with their poor lives and hope for a better afterlife. Let's be honest. After we are out of the hall, same as every one of you, I can criticize the four pillars system shamelessly in public and depict it as the evilest, the most obsolete, and the most inhumane system. But here and now, We should all be clear that it was exactly because of the four-pillar system that was implemented in the blood demon sector for thousands of years that the basic stability of tens of billions of demons was ensured with such poor land and resources without expansion. If the blood demon sector had adopted an electoral system like the Federation's instead of the four-pillar system and provided tremendous benefits for the bottom-level demons, justice would have been served. But where would the resources have come from? In order to satisfy the greedy voters, every campaigner would have regarded expansion and search for more resources as their most important manifesto. The guy who was elected eventually would definitely be the most extreme and radical candidate. It is an inevitable outcome that will not be shaken by one's personal morals. Take myself for an example. If my Blade of Chaos had successfully overthrown the pantheon of demons and seized the supreme power of the blood demon sector, how would I have fulfilled my promises to the members of the Blade of Chaos that I would bring brightness, prosperity, and equality to all demons? Incapable of turning rocks into gold, I would have found resources out of nothing. The only approach for me would have been to further expand and to conquer the heaven's origin sector in order to feed all the demons. Therefore, I think that you people of the Federation should really thank the four-pillar system, which ensured 500 years of peace for the Federation. If the blood demon sector had turned to a democratic system and significantly improved the benefits and education level of the general public, it would have been much more aggressive. Chances are that the Heaven's Origin sector would have been wiped out as a whole before the Federation was born. The Fire Ant King's words rendered all the nascent soul stage cultivators speechless. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense again. The Fire Ant King, as a leader of the rebellions in the past, sensed the change very keenly. After pricking the nascent soul stage cultivators a little bit, he quickly changed the topic and said, "I'm not saying all this to mock you. It is just a reminder to you that, if we do encounter the Covenant Alliance in the Sea of Stars one day, we'd better pray that the Covenant Alliance is an evil country that adopts an autocratic and slavery system. For such a country, everything will be good as long as the monarch's appetite is satisfied. Generally speaking, their aggressiveness and drive for expansion are both insufficient. They are also often faced with the resistance of the bottom-level citizens. The internal strife will be quite severe. The Imperium of true human beings is more or less like this. If the Covenant Alliance is as evil, oppressive, and depraved as the Imperium, everything will be easier. But it will be terrible if the Covenant Alliance adopts a democratic system that is as bright and righteous as, if not more than, the Federation. If so, in order to meet the almost infinite demand for resources of the citizens of the Covenant Alliance, the country will be forced to expand and invade, and such invasion will be unanimously supported by the citizens. Its efficiency of resource utilization and control over the sectors will certainly be higher than that of the Imperium. Unfortunately, it is likely to be the truth. Otherwise, it will be unexplainable why the Covenant Alliance, as a new power, is crushing the Imperium of true human beings, a traditional superpower. This is all I have to say. Please proceed, fellow cultivator Xia. The Fire Ant King sat down elegantly, leaving everything in awkwardness. Xia Yuxian coughed for a moment and went on. Fellow cultivator Fire Ant's words are indeed insightful. Anyways, fellow cultivator Fire Ant and I both agree that the Covenant Alliance is 100 times eviler than the Imperium is probably just an overstatement. The reason fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father said that is simple too. It's because he was from the Covenant Alliance. In psychology, this is a very commonly seen misconception known as paradise effect. When one finds all kinds of irresolvable problems in the environment one lives in, one will tend to fabricate a non-existent, immaculate paradise to comfort himself. Fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father was from the Covenant Alliance. Naturally, he must have seen and experienced the Covenant's evilness when he grew up in the Covenant Alliance. Therefore, he was disgusted by the Covenant Alliance. On the other hand, he never learned the evilness of the Imperium in person. The best he learned were merely the rumors on the street. It was unlikely that he felt the first-hand pain as the bottom-level people of the Imperium did. Or rather, because of the hostility between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium, he might even have considered the evilness of the Imperium that he heard about to be the propaganda of the Covenant Alliance, thus liking the Covenant Alliance even less. If the Covenant Alliance was so evil, the Imperium, which is at war with the Covenant Alliance, might be righteous after all. It's not unusual that such a thought would occur to anybody. As time went by, the Imperium of true human beings became a paradise, a fictitious guardian, for fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father. All in all, fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father wasn't lying. He truly believed that because of the limitation of his life experience. However, as citizens of the Federation, we must make a judgment sensibly on our own. Xianxia concluded very confidently. A force 100 times eviler than the Imperium? I really can't figure out what that could be like. His deduction was very reasonable. Even Li Yao did not find too many loopholes after thinking for a moment. It was quite right. What would a society that was 100 times eviler than the Imperium, where lives were already regarded as no better than weeds, be like? The nascent soul stage cultivators whispered and discussed with each other. They were more or less relieved hearing what had been said just now. They had a preliminary understanding about the Imperium of true human beings. If the Covenant Alliance was similar to the Imperium, it would not be devastatingly strong, and they would still have a slim chance of counterattack. Right then, low, slow laughter echoed at a corner, as if a conch was just blown. It was the Demon Emperor Guisuisho, the oldest expert of the nascent soul level in the 3 sectors. Zhang Hailu, as the host of the meeting, immediately felt a headache. The crappy old man, whose whereabouts had always been unknown, had not been invited to the meeting of the nascent soul stage in the first place because he often acted on his own and hibernated for decades deep inside an ocean. He was almost a person that transcended time. Nobody knew if he was alive or where he was. Also, Zhang Hailu had organized the meeting for a simple purpose. He wanted to gather everybody, cheer them up, and assure them of their final victory. The real solutions of the crisis were naturally on the agenda, but they were definitely not the focus. All in all, this was supposed to be a meeting of unification, triumph, and optimism. Guisuisho, as a stubborn pessimist, was in obvious violation of the spirit of the meeting. However, the guy had popped up out of nowhere and volunteered to join the meeting, and he had been spreading his pessimism and escapism theories even before the meeting began. It was clear that he was there to frustrate everybody and shatter their faith. Zhang Hailu did not want such a pessimist to join the meeting at all. However, given his seniority and capability, it was inappropriate to forbid him from joining the meeting, and it was even more inappropriate to forbid him from speaking. "What are you laughing for, fellow cultivator Zhou?" asked Zhang Hailu with a frown. "Shua, shua, shua, shua." Everybody cast their eyes to the old tortoise. Not just the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, even most demon emperors in the Blood Demon sector had never seen Guisuisho with their own eyes before. All very curious about the legendary person, they pricked their ears up, ready for his insights. "No biggie. I just feel that everyone is focusing on the trivial details and neglecting things that are really important." Guisuisho shook his head mysteriously. Squinting, Zhang Hailu said, "Then, what do you have to enlighten us regarding the Covenant Alliance?" "I don't have anything to enlighten you, except for my distressing pessimism and escapism theories." Guisuisho smiled. "However, if you think that what I am scared of are simply the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, you are greatly wrong. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, strong as they may be, will not be as good as the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. They are not enough for me to firmly believe in my absolute pessimism." "Oh," Zhang Hailu asked. "So to speak, fellow cultivator Gue believes that there is something other than the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance that is much more dreadful and irresistible for us? What is it exactly?" Whispers were echoing in the hall again. Even Li Yao was gazing at Guisuisho in astonishment. The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance were already great headaches. What kind of existence could be even more scary than them? "I am not certain about it. I'm only saying that it is possible. The answer lies in the name of the Covenant Alliance," Guisuisho said slowly. "The name of a country often gives a hint about the ideology and the origin of the country. The country of the immortal cultivators is named Imperium of True Human Beings because they believe that only the immortal cultivators are the true human beings. The ordinary people whose spiritual roots are not awakened can barely be called human beings. The Alliance of the Holy Covenant, as its name suggests, is an alliance formed by multiple sectors because of a certain holy covenant. Such an understanding is perhaps very close to the truth, isn't it? The nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors all frowned. Gue Suesho was talking nonsense and wasting their time. Without bothering to raise his head, Gue Suesho continued speaking slowly. What is this holy covenant, exactly? We have found answers from the last words of fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father. 2. There are two key phrases in the last words, path of ultimate benevolence and Pangu's covenant. The path of ultimate benevolence must be a certain ideology of the Covenant Alliance and the belief for the cultivators of the Covenant Alliance. Literally speaking, ultimate benevolence does not sound bad, but we don't know the true meaning behind those words yet. But the second keyword is much more interesting. Pangu's covenant? Pangu? Fellow cultivators. Whether you're from the civilization of human beings or demons, we all agree that Pangu is our mutual ancestor. It is not just a myth but an undeniable fact proved by our respective historians and archaeologists. In the civilization of demons, there are more detailed descriptions about how Pangu created the universe and how Nuwa created living souls. Naturally, some of them are exaggerated, but most of the content is reliable and at least reflects part of the truth. The Pangu clan was an advanced civilization, or an alliance of the advanced civilizations, billions of years ago. Under the banner of the Pangu Alliance, there were different civilizations such as the Pangu clan, the Kwafu clan, the Hui clan, the Zhurong clan, the Gonggong clan, and the Nuwa clan, which were either the different branches of the same species or the combinations of different alien lives. The civilization of mankind, on the other hand, was enlightened by the Pangu civilization, or even directly created by it. The Pangu civilization is the father, and the civilization of mankind is the son. It is needless to mention the civilization of demons. You've already excavated the last relic of chaos, Ba Yanji, and unveiled the truth of demons' origins. Demons were created after human beings drank a certain gene transformation drug left by the Pangu civilization and had mutations from inside to outside. If you think about it, the universe is so vast, and different species on different planets are in different life forms. How could there possibly be one drug that happened to stimulate the gene strands and trigger such delicate mutations in human beings after being sealed for billions of years? Such a coincidence is simply too unbelievable. The only answer is that the divine water of Kunlun, discovered by Chaos Ba Yanji, which could transform human beings into demons, was specifically designed for human beings by the Pangu civilization. The appearance of demons was not a coincidental mutation but a careful calculation of the Pangu civilization after countless experiments. This is the only way to explain why so many primeval cells can be activated inside our body, to the point that we are violating the laws of nature, while our body functions remain stable, and we still boast high vitality and reproductive ability. Gue Suesho's words suddenly heaved everyone's mind to the vast universe in a scale of billions of years. The impatient nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors all calmed down and listened to his analysis. The demon civilization highlights the importance of body training. We focus on breaking the gene locks and unleashing the force deep inside our cells. When our experts broke the gene strands and observed the deepest part of the cells internally, they occasionally saw the primeval memories hidden at the end of the gene strands, where the charm of the Pangu civilization in its glory billions of years ago was partly revealed. But I'm not sure if any cultivators have seen such anomaly before. Li Yao hesitated for a moment. He had seen the anomaly Gue Suesho described before. When his soul dived into the deepest part of the nucleus of his cell, and when he was marching to the source of the gene strands, he had gone back to the primeval era in a trance. He had witnessed the Pangu civilization, whose members were as tall and mighty as dinosaurs, creating lives. The sky-blocking super warship Kunlun had left a deep impression on him, too. Before he could respond, a nascent soul stage cultivator not far away from him stood up first and said, "Yes. When I was almost mentally deranged during one of my training sessions, I saw the legendary primeval era while my head was dizzy. It was Iron God Yanba. Iron God Yanba was a body fundamentalist who focused on the training of his body and rejected all magical equipment. He had once offered a precious spiritual seed to Liao, which helped him defeat the ferocious skeleton dragon on Boneyard. Body fundamentalists did not count on any tools but specialized in the improvement of their body and soul. When their cultivation reached a certain point, their genes would go through mutations too, decorating them with features of the primeval beasts. It was similar to the demon's training methods. It was not strange that Yen Ba, a body fundamentalist in the nascent soul stage, had once triggered the cellular memories of the primeval era before. Liao stood up and nodded at Yen Bu from the distance, greeting the senior who had offered him great help selflessly, before he said, "Like Senior Yen, I saw the Pangu civilization in the primeval era, too. During my training." Some other nascent soul stage cultivators also stood up after considering for a moment and claimed that they did have fuzzy memories of the primeval era. But they were not certain whether the memories were illusions or real heritages hidden deep inside their cells. All right, in such a case, I believe that everybody admits that we were created and enlightened by the Pangu civilization. The Pangu civilization is to our civilization a parent to a child. Gue Suesho smiled, but his wrinkled face was somewhat chilling. Then, if we look back at the alliance of the Holy Covenant and the key phrase Pangu's Covenant, we will have a lot to think about.